You are listening to a Galatea audio production of Unfortunate Friends, Book 1, written by Ruth Robinson. Georgina. Ugh, today's the last day of summer. I know, everybody dreads the first day of school. But when I wake up on the last Sunday before my senior year, I'm not dreading classes or alarms or cheer squad practice. I'm dreading seeing one specific person, AJ fucking McGabe, the star quarterback of our football team. All the plastic Barbies at my school are obsessed with him. And I guess they have a point about his looks. I can't deny that he's hot. He's got muscles for days, and I guess that perfectly styled black hair looks good with his brown eyes and upturned nose. But it doesn't matter what he looks like, because AJ McGabe is an asshole. Ever since I started at this school, he's been making my life a living hell. It was so nice to get away from him this summer, to be able to just chill with my dad and relax. But tomorrow, it's back to reality and the world's biggest douchebag. My phone starts buzzing on my bedside table, and I look over at it. When I see the name Jake pop up on the screen, a huge smile overtakes my face. He's here! At least that's one good thing about the start of school. Jake Nelson, my best friend from childhood, is moving to San Francisco and starting at my school. Better still, he's staying with me until he and his dad can find a new place. Grabbing my phone off the bedside table, I jump up and run downstairs. "Jakey, over here!" I shout as I step out of my house 30 seconds later. A wide grin breaks out on my face as I spot him running across the street with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He's got his phone tucked under his ear and seems to be finishing a call. "Yeah, dude, for sure. I'm just getting to George's now," he says as he stops in front of me. "I'm gonna miss the first week of school 'cause of logistical stuff, but I promise I'll be there ASAP." A matching grin spreads across the Jake's face as he stops in front of me and hangs up his call. I launch myself toward him, elbowing a small, elderly woman who happens to be passing out of my way in the process. "Jakey!" I squeal, flinging my arms around his neck. He chokes slightly with the force of the contact before laughing and picking me up to swing me around in a circle, hitting the little old lady again with my flailing legs in doing so. "How is the flight?" I ask Jake when he finally puts me down. The old lady tuts and waddles away down the street. "Not bad. My dad wanted me to take the truck up with him next weekend, but I knew I had to see you before school started." He chuckles. "Was that him?" I ask, gesturing to his phone. "Nah, that was Andy," he says, pocketing his phone. "Ah, Andy, Jake's best friend from football camp. Apparently he goes to our school, but I don't know anybody in our school who goes by Andy." "Can't wait to meet him," I smile at Jake. "Well, let's not stand on the street all day. Come on inside." I pull open the door to our house and lead the way up to my room, shouting a greeting at Dad on the way up. My family and the Nelsons have always been like extensions of the same family, vacationing together every summer since Jake and I were toddlers. Before my mom died, she was really good friends with Jake's mom. Unfortunately, Jake's dad and mom are getting a divorce now, which is why Jake and his dad are coming to SF. I feel terrible for Jakey losing his parents like this. Even though I have to go to school tomorrow, I'm going to do my best to take his mind off things today. "You know what time it is," I say, holding up my phone, which is open to a food delivery app. A wide smile crosses his face. "IHOP?" I grin back and whoop. "Hell yeah, IHOP!" After an afternoon filled with food, and more food, Jake and I are curled up under a blanket on the back porch. Jake has his head resting on my shoulder, and I am playing with his hair. He let it grow out the last year, and his brown hair now hangs down in line with his jaw. He shaved an undercut into it, and I rub my hand on the short, Velcro-like hair there. "I can't believe how long your hair's got since I last saw you." "You see it on Skype all the time," he shrugs. "That's not the same. You can't really see it properly on a computer screen. Plus, you tie it back a lot." I tug a little on it, and he sighs, snuggling into my neck a little more, snaking his arms around my waist. I drop my voice to a whisper so my dad can't hear. He wouldn't like me snooping. "How are things with your parents and the divorce?" He sighs again and sits up, inadvertently pulling the blanket off me as he sits forward, running a hand over his face. They're really bad. His voice is a whisper, too. When he sniffs, I quickly move to wrap my arms tightly around his shoulders, burying my face in his neck. Oh, Jakey, I'm so sorry. I feel him shrug under my arms. It's okay. They've done nothing but bitch and moan at each other for months. I think I'd rather them split than keep that up. He sniffs again, and I feel damp on the sleeve of my hoodie. I squeeze him tightly and press my lips gently against his temple. Love you, Jakey. Love you too, Georgie. You know what might cheer you up? I ask. Jake turns his damp eyes up to me. What? He asks. Halo! I hold up a pair of Xbox controllers I've been hiding behind my back. I know I'm a total tomboy. Being only children, Jake and I see each other as siblings. And when we were little, it was much more fun joining in with Jake's games and toys than trying to persuade him to play with my dolls. It is one of the things I miss most, having moved away, being able to be completely myself. I can't believe you can't start school till next week. I have to deal with asshole AJ McGabe all by myself tomorrow. I mumble into Jake's chest, 4 games of Halo later. He chuckles, and the vibration feels nice against my cheek. Over the last 2 years, Jake developed the lean, muscular physique of a football player, and his hugs now feel like he could easily crush me if he squeezes a little too hard. You know, you talk about this man-whore AJ so much, I'm starting to think you're actually crushing on him. Jake smirks down at me. As if, I say, hitting him with a pillow. Yeah, Jake chuckles. I mean, you said he's on the football team, right? Andy sent me pics of the team. Everybody on it is totally your type. I feel myself going red and wriggle away from Jake to pout on the other side of the bed. I would never, ever date that dickhead. I want to beat the shit out of Jake for the smug look he's giving me. The next morning, I wake up in a crappy mood. Jake is still passed out on the floor of my bedroom when I creep out of bed and get dressed for school. I'm very quiet on the ride in. My dad smirks over at me. You don't have to be so excited, you know. It's only school. I give my dad a drop-dead look. We've been really close since my mom died, but sometimes his dad humor still gets on my nerves. When he drops me off in front of the school, I take a deep breath before getting out of the car. Great. Time to deal with AJ McGabe and his band of idiots on the football team. Just then, something that Jake said to me last night comes back into my head. He told me his friend Andy had pictures of the football team like he was on the team himself. But there was nobody named Andy on the football team. I'm sure of it. Well, if it isn't Ms. Gina, comes a familiar, drawling voice from behind me. Oh shit. AJ McGabe, my summer is officially over.
Andrew. Andy! My little sister Sammy tries to prise my closed eyes open with her tiny fingers. I play at being asleep still, snoring loudly to add to the pretense. She giggles, and I feel her seemingly constantly sticky hand pat me repeatedly on the cheek. I pounce on her with a growl and scoop her into my arms, rolling us both under the covers, and she squeals in joy as I pepper her with kisses. How's my little Sammy bear this morning? My 4-year-old sister pushes my arms off her and sits up next to me, cheeks red from laughter, and huffs her 2 long bangs out of her eyes. Sad. And why so sad? I pull myself up to lean against the headboard next to her. Because you're going away again. She pushes her lower lip out, and her hazel eyes glisten. It's only for school, and you know I'll phone all the time. I put my arm around her shoulders and pull her into my side, squeezing her till she giggles again. Love you, my little Sammy bear. Love you too, Andy Pandy. I watch her curly blonde hair until she disappears back downstairs before rolling out of bed to start getting ready for my run. I fucking hate school. The 12 weeks of summer disappeared in seconds, and this last weekend disappeared in milliseconds. Now it's Monday morning, and I've got to go in and face Gina, the wicked bitch of the cheer squad. Yawning, I slowly pull on the first pair of shorts I find, an old Yale hoodie of my dad's, and slip my feet into my trainers. Sticking my headphones in my ears and step out into the murky morning. Leonard Cohen starts growling in my ear, and my strides get longer as I find my pace. The melancholy music matches my moody temperament this morning. As the beginnings of dawn's light start to trickle through between the houses, I approach home. After chugging a bottle of water, I start getting my little sisters ready for the day. By the time I've made breakfast for Sammy and changed Lottie's diaper, my mom appears in the kitchen back off the night shift. I plop Lottie down into Mom's outstretched arms and give her a kiss on the forehead. "Morning, Mom. Good night." She stops nuzzling her face into Charlotte's soft baby curls and scrunches her nose up. "Lots of drunks in the ER for a Sunday night. Lots of bad bodily fluids. Are there any good bodily fluids?" I scoff. My phone pings with a message, drawing my attention. A smile crosses my face as I recognize my best friend's name. "Happy first day of school, bro." "Fuck you. Why do you get an extra week of vacation?" "Perks of parents splitting, I guess." "Shit, I'm sorry, dude." "Don't sweat it. Good luck with that bitch, Gina." "Don't remind me." "How was it seeing George again?" "Not bad, dude. Can't wait for you two to meet." After depositing Sammy and Charlotte at preschool and daycare, I drive to school with a smile on my lips at the thought of my best friend actually being in the same city as me. Pulling into my usual parking space, my two closest friends, Drew and PJ, are already there, leaning against Drew's old Mazda. "Sup, dude? Good summer?" PJ shakes my hand and pulls me in for a bro hug. "It was okay. Can't believe we're already back in this dump, though." I fist bump Drew's extended hand. "Oh shit, AJ, don't look now," Drew says, looking behind me. I already know what I'm going to see as I turn. Gina, the fucking bitch of the cheer team, is prancing up the steps of the school, her nose upturned like usual. "God damn it!" She flounces right past me, and there's something about her "I'm better than you" walk that makes my blood boil. Ignoring Drew and PJ's warnings, I march up behind her. "Well, well, well, if it isn't Miss Gina," I say, and she turns around to glare at me. And here I was thinking I'd have a good first day of school. "Why's that? Your IQ finally catch up with your shoe size?" she trills. "Fucking Gina. Queen bitch." She smirks, her ginger hair sitting in long plaits over her shoulders, and her stupid miscolored eyes narrowed at me, waiting for a response. I plaster a shit-eating grin on my face. "Now, Gina, you know I'm ahead of you in all our classes," I reply, my tone dripping with condescension. Her smirk is quickly replaced with a deep scowl. "Yeah, I know that cuts you deep not being top classman. So, I suggest you toddle off and make up some new cheers about your starring QB. I wave her off dismissively and turn back to my friends, who are both covering their mouths, trying not to laugh. "Come on, guys, let's go." As we walk away, I can practically feel the heat of Gina's glare on my back. "I don't like you any more than you like me, bitch. Let the games begin."
Georgina. I sit in my AP calculus class, glaring at the back of AJ's head as he laughs and jokes with the guy sitting next to him. If looks could kill, his stupid, perfectly styled black-haired head would have exploded within the first few seconds of the period with the hate I can feel pouring out of my eyes. I just don't get the obsession people seem to have with him. My so-called friends all swoon whenever he is near, but I really don't see what the attraction is. He is tall and obviously well-built due to all the football training, but a fit body doesn't make up for the lack of personality. All the rumors point to him being a typical hump-and-dump jock. The obnoxiously loud and sexist rap music he constantly has pumping out of his car speakers makes me hate him even more. The fact that he is in all of my AP classes and is getting better marks than me in all my AP classes is a real sore point for me and just compounds all the other shitty things about him. Ever since starting high school, I have done everything I can to fit in. I started wearing skirts and dresses every day instead of the jeans and shorts I lived in up till then. My tops became tighter and brighter in color. I begged my dad to let me get contacts so I didn't have to wear my glasses to school. I started wearing makeup and high heels. The girls I have become friends with are all cheerleaders, so I joined the team too. I listen to the same pop music as them, but it is all superficial. I have never invited any of the girls to my house, not that any of them have ever asked to come. I have never told them my mom was dead. I have never told them that I actually hate their shitty taste in music and really didn't care when One Direction split up. None of them are smart enough to be in the advanced classes, so I happily sit at the back of all my classes on my own, usually with an earbud in one ear listening to music. I drum my perfectly manicured pink nails on top of my textbook, waiting for the teacher to finish writing up the next batch of problems on the board. Can you not? AJ twists around and pushes my hand off the hard card surface of the book, and I scowl as my fingers bang on the wooden desk. Oh, I'm so sorry, AJ. Am I annoying you? I tilt my head in fake concern. Yeah, I'm trying to concentrate, and your banging isn't helping. I would have thought you'd need to pay extra attention so's not to lose even more marks in this class. He snickers and turns back to the front, flicking his head slightly to move the longer front part of his hair out of his eyes. I snort and start drumming my fingers again, this time with both hands of the wooden desk, so it's louder. AJ's shoulders tense, almost ticking in time with my tattoo. I smirk and start tapping my shoe against the metal leg of his chair, so it makes a metallic clink. I can see the back of his neck getting red, so I switch to hitting my foot between the two back legs of his chair, the force moving it a little each time. He pushes his chair back abruptly, banging into my desk and making my book slip off onto the floor with a loud bang. Mr. McGabe and Miss Evans, detention, both of you. But sir, it was him, I protest at the same time as he whines. But sir, it was her. I don't care. You are both causing a distraction, so you will both be staying after school. Fucking bitch, I hear AJ mutter under his breath, and I kick the underneath of his chair as hard as I can, aiming for the spot where his junk should be, making him jump. Once the class is done, I send Macy, the head cheerleader, a text to let her know I would be late to practice because of my stupid detention. I can't believe that asshole got me a detention on the first freaking day of school. And of course, he's already in the room when I get there. He smirks at me, so as I walk past his desk, I pretend to trip and hit his desk, pushing all his neatly laid out notes onto the floor. You stupid twat! He roars, leaping to his feet and trying to gather the loose sheets together. Oops! Clumsy little old me! I giggle, making sure to walk over them, kick them out of his reach, and make my way to the back of the classroom. You're such a fucking bitch, AJ spits as he sits back down, clutching his mess of notes in his hands. And you're such a fucking... The teacher taking detention chooses that moment to enter and glares at me. I clamp my mouth shut, feeling my cheeks burn. After having the riot act read to us about our bad behavior and how our actions now will affect the rest of our lives, blah, 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 I pull out my homework from the day. May as well use my time productively. After what seems like forever, the hour is up, and I quickly throw my bag over my shoulder so I can get to cheerleading practice as soon as possible. As I go to walk through the door, I collide with something solid. What the fuck? I look up and find AJ wedged in the doorframe next to me. Move, you big oaf! I try to squeeze past him, but he grabs my backpack and pulls me back, making me lose my balance on my stupid 3-inch heels. As my butt hits the floor, he looks down with an amused smile and walks through the now clear doorway, letting the door swing shut behind him. I'm still fuming as I jog out onto the field, arms above my head, tying my long hair back into a high ponytail. What crawled up your butt and died? My friend Katie takes in my scowl and red cheeks. Take a guess. I huff and start stretching my muscles. AJ! She giggles, her eyes wandering away toward the football pitch where AJ is now standing in the center of the rest of the team, talking animatedly. What did he do now? He managed to get me thrown in detention when it wasn't even my fault, and then he just tossed me to the floor as I was trying to leave the classroom. I lower myself into the splits and lean over toward my right foot, relishing in the pull of my thigh muscles. I wouldn't mind if he threw me on the ground as long as he lay down on top of me. Katie sighs, biting on her bottom lip as she lives out some sick fantasy in her imagination. I pretend to gag. I don't get how you don't think he's good looking. He's like sex on legs. His awesome personality just overshadows his awesome looks, I guess. I deadpan. She purses her lips at me before flipping her hair over her shoulder and turning back to the rest of the team. Whatever, Gina. After practice ends, I walk back to my car with Katie, Macy, and Robin in tow. They are deep in discussion about the first party of the new school year that is happening on Friday at PJ's house. They have given up on trying to persuade me to go after I found out that AJ was going to be there, and I stated that I'd rather pull out all my fingernails than go to a party that he would be attending. Too many nights, I've been DD at some awful party and watched as AJ and his friends got loaded and preyed on the impressionable underclassmen. AJ even has his own sex lair at PJ's house. If a girl disappears in there with him, everyone knows the next day that she was fair game. It is disgusting. As head cheerleader, Macy feels it is her mission to hook up with all the football team and very much encourages it among the squad. Even more disgusting. I unlock my blue VW Beetle, and the girls all pile in. As I turn on the engine and the gravelly tones of Tom Waits filter through the speakers, I mentally hit myself for not changing my CD when I arrived at school this morning. Ew, what's with the old man music, Gina? Macy wrinkles her nose before reaching across, ejecting it, and replacing it with a Taylor Swift one. Sorry, my dad borrowed my car and left it in. My friends seem to accept my lie and carry on their conversation. Once I drop the last girl home, I immediately put Tom Waits back in, singing along with him. He is my dad's favorite singer, and listening to him always makes me feel safe and comforted. Plus, he is amazing. Beautiful words accompanied by melancholic melodies. By the time I reach my house, I am in a good mood again, AJ McGabe completely erased from my mind. But not for long.
Andrew. That stupid redhead, Gina, made me late to the first practice of the year. As I run out on the field, I cast my eyes over to where the cheerleaders are stretching. Gina and one of her many blonde zombies are talking, and Gina waves her hand in my direction with a scowl. Yeah, love you too, Ginge. Her friend looks dreamily over toward me, her eyes looking me up and down. I run my hand through my unruly mop of black hair, winking at her. Beside her, Gina eases down into splits and stretches over one leg, her boobs pressing up and threatening to spill out of her vest. God damn! Gotta love those flexible cheerleaders. Wait, what? Fuck no, stop thinking about Queen Bitch like that. She'd probably shatter if I tried to bend her over. Cold as ice, that one. AJ! Drew puts his hand up for a high five. Coach hasn't shown up yet, so you're good, man. I slap his hand and nod a greeting to PJ, who is sitting on the bench with his phone in his hand, probably still planning his first senior party. I saunter over, put my helmet down next to him, and start stretching my legs out. Hey, you know my friend Jake from football camp? My boys nod. His folks are splitting, and he's moving here with his dad and starting at our school next week. He's a kick-ass running back, much better than Tony. We all look over at our running back. He's only 5'5" and skinny as fuck. He fumbles more balls from me than he's ever caught. No idea why Coach picked him. Sounds like I need some help with coaching varsity now, huh? Coach's southern drawl sounds from behind me, and I swallow hard. Coach hates being told when players are good. He prefers to make up his own mind. I slowly turn around to face him. Coach Johnson is enormous, easily 6'7", and pure muscle, topped with a blonde crew cut and piercing blue eyes, and not in a dreamy way. I mean, if he turns that stare on you, you feel it piercing all the way into your soul. Nobody can bullshit Coach Johnson. Yeah, I think you do. I clear my throat, trying not to sound like I'm shitting myself. Especially if you want the varsity team to win some games this year. Coach's eyebrow shoots up, and a smirk plays on his lips before he presses them into a thin line. He raises his voice to the rest of the team. You can all thank Mr. McGabe here for the 10 laps around the field you are all going to do before we do warm-ups. That man is a fucking sadist. PJ throws himself dramatically onto the sofa. Dude, watch your mouth! I anxiously look around to make sure my little sisters are out of earshot. I can see both of their blonde heads through the sliding doors, running around the yard chasing Drew. How does he still have so much energy? PJ leans back to look at them and shrugs. Dude must be sugared up. You know his mom is back on a cleanse, so he's got to eat all that good shit when he's off leash. He flicks through the selection of films on Netflix. So you still coming Friday, yeah? Yeah. My mom is off, and she's promised not to take any overtime. She's talking about looking at babysitters or cutting her hours so I can, in her words, get the most out of my senior year. I link my hands behind my head and stretch my legs out, resting them on top of the coffee table. I think she is under the impression I'm still innocent. PJ snorts in amusement. I grin back at him. When we were freshmen, we snuck into a seniors party under the guise that we were at a sleepover at Drew's house. We were all pushing 6 feet. Even at 14. And because we walked into that house party like we owned the fucking place, nobody guessed we shouldn't have been there. I hooked up with a sophomore cheerleader, ironically called Cherry. My first time was short, to say the least, but after she found out it was my first time, she actually hooked up with me a few more times after that, until I found my feet, so to speak. We occasionally got together at parties over the years, and she talked me up among her friends, and so my reputation was born. And by association, my boys, PJ and Drew, get the choicest pussy in our school too. Drew walks back into the living room with my sisters tucked, giggling, under each of his arms. I'm not gonna let Sammy and Lottie go to any high school parties. Fuck no, never. What are you guys talking about? He huffs, dropping Sammy onto PJ's lap and Lottie onto mine, before falling onto the sofa next to PJ. PJ's party. I watch Sammy play with PJ's hair, pushing her little chubby fingers into the springy small afro he has. He waggles his eyebrows at her and tickles her lightly, extracting another high-pitched squeal. She's slightly obsessed with my best friend and is always trying to touch his hair, or his lips, or just him. She'll sometimes put her hand on his arm and look back and forth between the different colors of their skin. It's kinda cute, and PJ loves the attention. As dark as PJ is, Drew is the opposite. He's so pale and blonde he's a second away from being a person with albinism. I sit nicely in the middle, black hair, naturally tan skin, thanks to my biological father. None of us has any trouble in getting attention from the opposite sex. The hours spent training for football give us the kind of bodies girls drool over. The other guys have had girlfriends in the past, but I've never committed to anyone. I have occasionally hooked up with girls at parties, but most of my reputation is smoke and mirrors. I don't want anything else to get in the way of looking after my family. It is hard enough juggling school and football with looking after my sisters, let alone throwing in a needy girl who would want to be taken out for dates. Bathing little girls and reading bedtime stories isn't very romantic, but it is my life right now. I snuggle Lottie closer to me, smelling her soft hair. Yeah, this is my life right now, but I fucking love it. It is finally Friday. I've managed to get through the rest of the week without any more serious run-ins with bitch-faced Gina. She actually seems kinda happy this week, distracted even, and I've heard that she isn't going to the party because I am going to be there, so that is a bonus. PJ and Drew are already pre-gaming. We've only been at PJ's for an hour since practice finished. They're going to be wrecked by the time the actual party starts. I shake my head at the pair of them as I finish putting Mrs. Jones's breakables in the lockable master bedroom. PJ's folks might not mind him throwing parties when they are out of town, but she'll be pissed if her family china is trashed, or if anyone has sex in her bed. So, AJ, who you gonna be fucking tonight? Drew nudges me with his shoulder. 'Cause I called dibs on Robin. That girl is wild once you get some beer inside her. Yeah, but just remember if she drinks too much, you have to deal with her hurling. I scrunch my nose up at the memory of her puking halfway through a blowjob. Best way to destroy a boner. As the time rolls around to 8, the house is party ready, and people have started turning up. I grab a red cup and get myself a beer. I walk around saying hi to people, flirting with a few girls. I make a show of going back to get myself another beer, but once I sink that one, I switch to filling my cup with water from the bottle I stashed in PJ's folks' bedroom. I rarely drink anymore. The last time I got so trashed I couldn't walk, I ended up in the ER getting my stomach pumped, and my mom was on shift, so my dad had to come pick me up. That meant my baby sister, Sammy, had to get woken up at 3 in the morning and see her big brother in a crying, vomity mess. I can't let them see me like that again, and I can't let my folks worry about me like that. So I let everyone see me drink a little, then acted up a little. I wander back to the kitchen, where the beer bongs have started. I cheer along with my friends. A small hand wraps itself around my bicep and pulls me toward the living room, where the music is blasting. I look down at the little brunette who has started grinding up on me. She's pretty. Big blue eyes framed by wavy waist-length hair and big pink lips, which are curling up into a sexy smile. I lean down and whisper into her ear to come with me. She blushes and nods, biting on her bottom lip. Fuck, that's sexy. Shame this won't end like she's hoping. I lace my fingers with hers and lead her down the hallway, away from the party to one of the guest rooms. My guest room. The one I always hook up in because it has an ensuite and sliding doors so I can escape whenever I want. Pulling her inside, I lock the door. She leads me over the bed and pushes me down so I'm sitting on the edge. I can't believe I'm in here with AJ McGabe, she says with wonder, licking her lips. And I'm in here with sorry, sweetheart, didn't catch your name. Ashley? My name's Ashley. I'm on the junior cheer squad. That's right. She's a sophomore. Only 15. Definitely not going to happen. I edge away from her, shaking my head. Sorry, sweetheart. I'm just not interested. This is just for looks. So feel free to tell your girlfriends you enjoyed riding the AJ train, because everybody will assume you have once you leave this room. Her eyes glisten with tears, and her bottom lip wavers slightly. I lift her chin with my thumb and first finger. It's okay. I'm not going to kick you out. You can stay in here and compose yourself or whatever. I've got to make some phone calls. I stand and walk into the ensuite. I hear her sniffle and turn on the TV. My mom answers on the second ring. Andy, what's wrong? Hey, Mom, how are my girls? You called me from a party to ask how your sisters are? She makes an exasperated sound down the phone at me, and I grin, picturing her shaking her head. They are fine. Apparently I don't tell stories as good as you do, but Sammy said I'd do in a pinch. She chuckles, and I join in. Now go! Have fun being a reckless teenager for a night. Okay. Love you, Mom. Love you too, my sweet boy. I bring up Jake on my contacts and press dial. What up, dude? He sounds excited. Hey, man, you want to come to this party? Might be good to meet your future teammates. Nah, sorry, dude. My dad just got here with the truck, so George and I are helping unpack. But I'll hit you up later, Kay? Sure, take it easy. Always do, man. I can hear his grin. He is one of the most laid-back guys I've ever met. Typical stoner. I'm not gonna lie, I was kinda hoping he'd invite me to hang with him and his friend, so I could finally meet this George guy. I take a leak, then steel myself to rejoin the party. Ashley has gotten over my rejection and takes my hand again as we leave the bedroom. They always do. I learned a while ago that girls want to save face just as much as guys do.
Georgina. Aren't you a little old for an Iron Man bedspread? I ask as I finish making Jake's bed. He turns around and sticks his tongue out at me. His dad got here today with the truck full of things from their old house, and Jake and I have spent the evening setting up the guest room as Jake's new bedroom. Never too old for Marvel, he chuckles. I sit cross-legged on his bed, leaning against the wall, watching him try to decide where to hang his posters. It took him all of 2 minutes to unpack his clothes, just upending his bags into the drawers until they were full. But he's been fussing over his precious posters for nearly an hour, and so far has only tacked up 2. Come on, Jake. I thought we were going to be watching our second action movie by now. Yeah. He waves my whining off and continues to stare at the wall and the 2 posters of Winona Ryder. His phone rings, and he glances at it before smiling and picking it up. What up, dude? He puts the posters down and leans back on the dresser, crossing his legs at the ankles. Nah, sorry, dude. My dad just got here with the truck. I roll my eyes. Just got here? Boys really have no sense of time. Jake is still talking. So George and I are helping unpack. I snort, and he flicks his eyes up to me, sticking his tongue out. But I'll hit you up later, Kay. He pauses. Always do, man. He answers with a grin. He hangs up and walks over to the bed, flopping down and resting his head in my lap. What's with the frown, Georgie? Me and George are catching up. I try to mimic his deep voice, and he chuckles. Maybe I wanted to go out to party with, I assume, your bestest friend, Andy. Yeah, it was Andy. He traces over my lips with his finger. But I thought you wanted to chill with me tonight, one-on-one. Mano at mano. Just you, me, and the small screen, baby. I laugh as he tries to pull puppy dog eyes on me and push him off my lap. I did, but you've spent the last hour trying to decorate your bedroom. He frowns and looks at his watch. Fuck, I really did. Sorry, Smidge. I groan at his old nickname for me. He always used to call me Smidge because I was taller than him, which hurt his fragile adolescent ego, but only by a smidge, as he'd say indignantly until he turned 15 and shot up to 5'9". I sigh and shrug, wrapping some of his long brown hair around my finger. You can make it up to me by letting me play with your hair while we watch Rocky. Again? What's with you in boxing movies? I just love me some old boxer. I waggle my eyebrows suggestively. Jake mimes, throwing up. Christ, kids! I open my eyes a crack and see my dad with Jake's in the doorway, smiles on their faces. Jakey, is there something you want to tell me, son? Okay, so maybe I got a little carried away last night. In addition to the numerous little plaits which are now situated in Jake's chin-length hair, I painted his nails, fingers, and toes in hot pink and decided to practice my contouring technique out on him. We fell asleep before washing it off, so now a sleepy-looking Jake looks like a confused teenage drag queen, and not a very convincing one seeing as he is sporting week-old stubble. I shove a fist into my mouth to stop myself from laughing as Jake sees himself in the mirror. Georgina May Evans, stop laughing and help me clean up. I don't know, Jake. I think you already look like you've cleaned up real good. My dad smirks. Didn't think I'd have to worry about you going through my daughter's underwear drawer to borrow items. He and James try to hold back their laughter as Jake cuts them a look. I hate all you guys so much right now. He pushes past us and slams the bathroom door. The rest of the weekend is spent with him trying to get me to take the nail polish off his hands and feet. I relent, a little. I take the polish off his fingernails but refuse to do his toes. It's so fun to wind him up. I roll out of bed when my alarm goes off, signaling it's 6 a.m. I do my mini yoga routine before having a quick shower and brushing my teeth. My poker straight hair means I don't have to do any styling, just a quick brush through. I pull out a cute little gray mini skirt from my closet and slip it on over my plain white cotton underwear. Why bother getting sexy lingerie if nobody is going to see it? I team it with a sweater that nearly matches my strawberry blonde hair. After putting my contact lenses in, I sweep a little blue eyeshadow on, outlining my eyes with a thin black line of eyeliner and covering my speckle of freckles with a layer of foundation and blush. As I'm pulling up my knee-length gray socks, Jake pushes open my door, his toothbrush in his mouth. His jaw goes slack as he looks me up and down. Jakey, you're gonna dribble toothpaste on my carpet. Shit, sorry. He wipes his chin. You look different. Good different or bad different? I suddenly feel nervous again as Jake's eyes rake me up and down. Good. Just not used to seeing you look like a girl. He grins. At least my first day sees me walking into school on the arm of a hot girl. He starts brushing his teeth again. Good going, Smidge. He turns and saunters back into the bathroom. I feel my cheeks warm slightly at his compliment. Shaking my head, I put my feet into my Doc Marten Mary Janes and buckle them tightly. You better be ready to go in 10 minutes, Jake, I call through the open door. I can hear him taking a leak in the toilet and grimace. Gonna have to remind him that doors need to be closed when using the bathroom. Too many holidays have seen me stroll in on Jake with his dick in his hand. Thankfully not in a sexy way. No worries, Smidge. And please don't call me that at school. I don't mind George, but everyone calls me Gina here. No worries, Smidge. he chuckles, flushing the toilet and washing his hands before slinging his arm around my shoulders and pressing his lips to my temple. I promise I won't embarrass you in front of all your friends. I'm just psyched to have the dynamic duo back together at last. To be honest, my high school experience has sucked without you. Jakey Poo been missing me? I tease, tickling his waist. He easily grabs my hands and shakes his head with a smile. Nah, I just know that hot girls have hot friends. He is cut off by my hand slapping over his mouth. You are not, I repeat, not hooking up with my friends, Jake Nelson. That's one of the many reasons I hate AJ so much. He's such a little man whore. My friends are stupid enough to have fallen for his silver tongue more than once. I don't need you stepping in to collect his leftovers. Jake nods and makes a cross over his heart with his finger. Jake decides that being the passenger means he's in charge of music in the car. To be fair, his musical taste is much better than Katie's or Macy's, and I actually enjoy his pick, the new record by Kurt Vile. Jake sings along, mimicking the lazy drawl perfectly. It is a perfect day for him to start. My 3 closest friends are off today, traveling back from a gymnastics meet over the weekend. This means another day not having to introduce Jake to the blonde sharks, which are Katie, Macy, and Robin. I walk him to the office to get his class schedule, trying to ignore the buzz in the corridors which surrounds every new student, especially the good-looking ones. I know Jake is gorgeous, and his longer hair has added to his sex appeal, but to me, he is always going to be little Jakey who wet the bed until he was 6 and who threw up all over me the first time we went on a roller coaster. I've seen him in all states of undress over the years, and sure, the abs are nice and all, but I am about as attracted to him as I am to my dad, who, for a guy in his mid-40s, still rocks a tight stomach. Fuck, George, we're not in any classes together. Jake pouts, comparing our schedules. That's because I'm smart, and therefore in smart classes, and you're normal, and therefore in normal classes. I stick my tongue out at him, and he promptly tries to grab it. Point proven. The first bell sounds. You good? Need me to walk you to your first class? Nope. I'm sure I can find a willing victim. Volunteer to help me out. Jake grins, watching a gaggle of girls walk by, not being inconspicuous in his checking them out. They return his flirtatious looks. Give me a hug. I roll my eyes, holding out my arms. He squeezes me tightly. See you at lunch, okay? Be good. Always am. Jake drifts off toward the girls. Girls, nice to meet you all. I'm after someone who can show me to room 101. I sigh. Jake is here. He'll have more friends than me by lunch, I'm sure. As long as none of them are fucking AJ McGabe.
Andrew. As I walk toward the cafeteria, my phone buzzes in my back pocket. Probably just Drew asking me to get his lunch because he's going to be late sucking face with some girl. To my surprise, it's Jake's name on my screen. Sup, dude? Hey, Andy. He pauses, and then his voice drops an octave. Hey, dude, are you wearing a light jacket, like a summer jacket? Kinda grayish blue? And dark jeans? I stop walking and look down at myself. Yeah. Are you fucking psychic, dude? Because that's some freaky guesswork. And are you wearing black Converse with red laces? He chuckles, and then I feel a heavy hand land on my shoulder. I jump and spin around to find Jake laughing at me, his phone still up to his ear. Dick! I push him, then grin and pull him in for a backslapping hug. What the fuck are you doing here? I'm the handsome new transfer student you've no doubt been hearing about. He smirks. I've heard about some reject from Frankenstein's lab transferring here, but no word on a handsome one. Jake pouts for a second before the grin reappears on his face. Fuck you, Andy. Anyways, I'm meeting George for lunch. Wanna come with? Wait, George goes here too? Huh. Must be in a lower grade because I don't know any seniors called George. Jake looks at me funny. Well, come on, let's go meet him. Yeah, let's meet him. Jake chuckles. We walk into the crowded, noisy cafeteria, and Jake looks around. Over there. He points to the back of the room. All I can see is bitch-faced Gina all alone, looking down at her phone. We walk through the throngs of hungry students. We seem to be walking toward her. I look at the other tables near her, but I can name everyone sitting on them. Nobody called George on any of them. "George!" Jake calls out, lifting his hand in a wave. Gina looks up, smiling brightly. She should smile more, her genuine smile, not the snarky smirk she usually wears. "Jakey!" She then notices me next to him and her face falls. "What the fuck is he doing with you?" "This is my friend Andy." Jake sits down, pulling me slightly until I plop down onto the bench next to him. She screws her nose up at him. "Andy is AJ fucking McGabe, the asshole who has made my life a misery since I moved here." Gina's eyes shimmer slightly, and she blinks back what I think are tears. "George isn't a guy. Your best friend is Gina Evans." I shake my head, wincing at all the fucked up things I've said to Jake about Gina at camp. Wait. Jake looks between us. "This is queen bitch Gina, and this is fucking little man whore AJ." He starts to chuckle. Gina opens her mouth, no doubt to poison Jake against me some more. Luckily, we are saved by Drew and PJ loudly making their presence known at the table. I introduce Jake to them while Gina glowers at us. "Why did you tell Jake your name is Andy?" Gina hisses at me. "Because my name is Andy." I raise my eyebrows in surprise that she didn't know that. But I guess she only transferred in freshman year, and most of the rest of us have been together through middle school, if not earlier. "Andrew James McGabe." We shortened it to AJ to avoid confusion. "Andrew Robinson." Drew gestures to himself. "And Andrew Paul Jones." He gestures to PJ, who nods. 3 Andrews in one class gets confusing real quick, so we modified our names. Jake laughs loudly. "I can't believe you thought my George was a guy all these years." I shake my head and grin at him. "You never corrected me when I used male pronouns." He laughs harder. Gina huffs and stands, picking her bag up. "Jake, come on, we'll go off campus to get food." He shrugs and fist bumps with me and the guys. "Catch you guys later, I guess." She really doesn't like you, and now you are going to be fighting her for her best friend's attention. PJ shakes his head in mock sadness, following her with his eyes as she links her arm through Jake's and pulls him out the door. "From what you've said about their relationship, they're really close. I think you gotta get ready for some friend heartbreak, dude." "Nah, man. Gina is not like the George he's described to me. No way he's gonna want to hang with her once he knows how much of a bitch she is. Make some room in the Andrew Club for a little Jake." I'm surprised when Jake texts me to go to Gina's, house after school the next day. After checking that my dad is still at home to look after the girls, I drive to the address he sends me. An older version of my friend answers the door, his brown hair streaked with silver and a full beard on his chin. Familiar green eyes crinkle with a deep grin. "You must be Andy." "Hi, yes, sir. Nice to meet you, Mr. Nelson." I shake his hand. "Call me James." He steps back and motions for me to come inside. "I hear you have 2 close friends called Andy, too. Did Jakey tell you my best friend is a James, too?" I smile and shake my head. "George's dad, but we call him Jimmy, so it's not so confusing, just like you guys." "Dad, stop boring my friend and let him come upstairs." Jake sticks his head down the stairs, his hair flopping over his face. His dad gives him the finger and chuckles. Now I know where Jake gets his laid-back personality from. I walk up to where Jake is impatiently jiggling by a closed door. My room is just through there. I'm waiting for George to exit the bathroom, hopefully before I piss myself. He hits the door with his palm. TMI, dude. I laugh, push open the door, and make myself comfortable on his bed. We spend an hour killing each other on Call of Duty before I need to go to the bathroom myself. After finishing, I pause on the landing. I can hear Gina downstairs talking to her dad and decide to go snoop on her a little. I push open the door next to Jake's and take in her bedroom. It's nothing like I was expecting. I thought it would be all pink and fluffy with a huge walk-in closet overflowing with clothes. In reality, it's painted a teal color, but it's hard to see behind all the posters and framed pictures. So I step in to look at them closer. Signed framed photos of famous skaters and BMX riders cover one wall, and the one behind her bed is overlaid in photos of her family, Lots and lots of her and Jake over the years. She looks so different, happy. The other two walls are dotted with posters of musicians. I pick out Leonard Cohen, Tom Waits, Bob Dylan, none of the shitty pop stars I've heard her exclaim over with the cheerleaders. There is a small closet and a large dresser, which has one drawer slightly open. I peek inside and see neatly folded white cotton underwear. Damn, my favorite. What the fuck are you doing in my room? I spin around to see Gina fuming in the doorway. Well, at least I think it's Gina. She's got her usually perfect hair messily scraped back into a bun, and her miscolored eyes are almost hidden behind a heavy pair of black Ray-Ban glasses. Her face is absent of the normal layer of makeup, and I can actually see the porcelain skin properly. In place of her regular, tight, revealing clothes are baggy sweatpants and a faded Pixies t-shirt. There's a bang, and Jake shuffles up behind her, looking confused. I just got disorientated on my way back from the bathroom. I smirk and brush past her. Nice panties, by the way. I can feel the heat of her glare as she slams the door behind me. Dude, don't rile her up. I'm the poor guy who has to deal with her after you've gone home. Jake pushes me lightly with his shoulder as we walk back into his room. Sorry. Look, I know she's your friend, but she's such a bitch. I sit back on the bed and grab the controller. Andy, don't make me beat you for talking bad about my best friend. Jake puts his hands on his hips, and a look of frustration passes over his face. I've never seen Jake look anything but chilled out before unless we're playing football. Then he's just plain evil. Chill, dude. I'm sorry, okay? No more Gina talk. Strictly bro time in here. Hells yeah! Jake's face breaks into a grin again, easily placated, and he grabs the other controller. Motherfucker! Jake throws his controller down in frustration as I win and capture the flag again. A snort from the doorway makes me turn. Gina is leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. Think you can do better, sweetheart? I smirk, offering her Jake's discarded control. I'll beat your ass on here as easily as I beat your ass in all of our classes. Jake claps his hands. Yeah, right, Ajay. She smiles slyly and walks over to sit next to me, crossing her legs, her knee lightly touching my thigh. With running commentary from Jake, the game is dominated by Gina. When it finishes, I push the control away from me with a growl. Was I just hustled? Yup. Jake pulls Gina in for a tight hug, spinning her around until she squeals to be put down. I can't help but smile as she readjusts her crooked glasses back onto her nose, grinning widely at her friend. George here is kick-ass at kicking ass. Dork. Me and Gina speak together. Jake collapses into laughter as we glare at each other. Her cheeks are slightly flushed, and strands of her hair have fallen out from her bun, framing her face. She's actually kinda cute. Where did that thought come from? This is Queen Bitch, the fucking girl who makes it impossible to get through the day without a snide remark. She thinks she's so much better than everybody else. Whatever, loser. She turns on her heel and leaves, her bedroom door slamming shut a moment later. I manage to do the unthinkable and persuade Coach Johnson to let Jake have a late tryout for the team. Like promised, we play together as one. Him always in the spot I send the ball barreling toward, always catching it perfectly and taking off like a cheetah down the field. I can tell Coach is impressed by our chemistry, and I can see from the fall of Tony's shoulders that he knows Coach will bump him for Jake. During a break, I notice the cheerleaders are looking over at us. I glance over at Jake and find him, topless, chugging back a water. I laugh. Jake, man, you're causing a flood over there. He follows my gaze to the girls and nearly spits his mouthful out. That's nasty. He laughs too. But they're a no-go area, I'm afraid. George warned me off her friends. That's bullshit. If you're playing varsity football, you're going to be going to after-game parties, and there you have to fuck the varsity cheerleaders. Gina would know that if she ever graced us with her presence. Jake frowns and shakes his head. Leave her be, man. I look back across the field and see Gina storm off toward the change rooms, leaving her trio of blonde clones behind to keep eye-fucking Jake. You're lost, dude. The blonde zombies are not much for conversation but can put their mouths to good use elsewhere if you catch my drift. Jake snorts, and his easy grin spreads over his face again. Blonde zombies? AJ? I turn as I get to my car and see Macy, head cheerleader and nearly as big a bitch as Gina, tottering toward me. What do you want, Macy? I sling my bag into the passenger seat. You're friends with the new guy, Jake, right? She drops her weight onto one leg, making her hip pop, and tilts her head to the side, trying to make her eyes look wider. God, I hate them when they try to do things they think we find alluring. Yeah, I'm already beyond bored with this conversation. Well, I think he's really cute. But Gina won't tell me his number or where he lives, and I know she knows him well enough to know. I tilt my head slightly. Oh shit. Gina hasn't told her friends the truth about Jake, hoping to stop them circling him like the sharks they are. I can't help my mouth from turning up. I'm so gonna mess with you, sweetheart. Didn't she tell you he's living with her? I try to sound shocked. Really? Macy scowls and starts to walk away before turning and making her way back to me. Hey, do you know where Gina lives? She looks a little embarrassed. Isn't she supposed to be like your best friend? I really am shocked now. Have you never had a sexy sleepover? We've always gone to other people's houses. None of us have ever been to hers. She shrugs like it's never occurred to her how fucking weird that is. Well, yeah, I mean, of course I know where they live. But maybe Gina has her reasons for not telling people where she lives. Macy gives me a narrow-eyed stare. Just tell me the address, McGabe. She moves closer and leans, so her mouth is closer to my ear. And maybe me and Robin will double-team you again like last year. I picture the two girls writhing around on a bed in front of me. That wasn't a double team. I was barely tagged in, not that I minded. That was the night of the infamous mid-blowjob vomit. Yeah, maybe not, sweetheart. I firmly push her back and get into my Jeep. As I pull out of the parking space, I can see Macy still pouting at my rejection. So why has Gina been so secretive with her personal life with her friends for the last 4 years? Maybe little Miss Bitch isn't quite so perfect as she tries to make out.
Georgina. Well, damn, new boy is sexy as hell, Macy giggles. I look over and see Jake standing next to AJ with his top off, his defined torso glistening with sweat, gulping down a large bottle of water. Katie and Robin have stopped rehearsing and are drooling next to Macy. I roll my eyes. You are friendly with him, aren't you, Gina? Katie twirls her golden hair around her finger. All 3 pairs of eyes reluctantly drag from eye-fucking my best friend and fix on my face. Well, kind of, sure. Across the field, I can see AJ grinning as he talks to Jake. Whatever he says makes Jake nearly lose the mouthful of water he's just taken. His loud laugh booms over the grass, gaining my friend's attention again. So you have his number then, yeah? Macy says over her shoulder. I'm not giving out anybody's phone number without them first agreeing, and I know Jake won't want any of you to have his number. I'm starting to get annoyed at the stupid blonde sharks. Is someone trying to keep the cute new boy to herself? Come on, Gina. We all know you don't have the balls to make a move on any guy, let alone a hottie like that. Macy scoffs, and Katie and Robin titter along with her. I growl and stomp off to the change rooms. I sit down at our usual table in the cafeteria, my standard little bowl of salad in my hand. God, I hate pretending I don't like to eat. Katie is, as usual, attached to her phone. She has a decent-sized Instagram following and likes to read every single comment. It's usually gross come-ons by 40-something divorcees, but she eats up the attention. Robin is painting her nails, and the strong smell invades my nostrils, almost immediately turning my stomach to the point I don't think I can even choke down my sad-looking lunch. Macy, however, looks poised to ask me something. I steadily meet her glare. Can I help you with something, Macy? I try to keep my tone cool. I was just trying to remember if you've ever told me where you live. I freeze, feeling my face pale. Katie, has Gina ever told you where she lives? Katie tilts her head, tapping her chin with her finger as she pretends to think before shaking her head. How about you, Robin? Has Gina ever taken you home to meet the Rents? Robin shakes her head, blowing on her wet nails. Yeah, You know it wasn't until I was talking to AJ fucking McGabe, I'll kill that asshole, that I realized in all the time we've been friends, you've never invited us over or introduced us to your folks or even really ever spoken about your home life. Doesn't that strike you as odd behavior, seeing as how we're supposed to be best friends? I swallow, my stomach really churning now. I try to shrug nonchalantly, but Macy isn't backing down. I can still feel her eyes on me. So, how come you didn't tell us you were close enough friends with Jake to have him be living at your house? Yeah? Don't you know girlfriends share everything? Robin tuts. I was, trying to protect him. He's from a small town. He's innocent. Y'all would eat him alive. The three blondes giggle. So, you'll give us his number now, right? Macy leans forward. I promise I won't eat all of him, just the good parts. She smirks. I hate it when she does that. Her fishy lips go all weird. I said no! Back the fuck off, bitch! I grab my bag and stalk out of the cafeteria, clenching my shaking fists. I avoided my friends for the rest of the week. Jake was really sweet and ditched his new friends to hang with me at lunch. Cheer practice was hard while being frozen out. Jake tried to make me feel better by shouting encouragement at me across the field, but that only got me more catty comments. Thursday, I am last to leave the change rooms and walk into the parking lot to find Macy leaning up against Jake, leaning against my little blue Beetle. I walk up behind them and clear my throat. Hey, Smidge. Jake slides out of Macy's grasp and pulls me into a bear hug. Cute nickname. Macy manages to get her talons around Jake's bicep again and pulls him back off me. So, Jake, I'll see you tomorrow to work on our assignment, yeah? Sure, see you later, Marcy. I fight the urge to laugh at Macy's dismayed face when Jake gets her name wrong. Come on, George, let's roll. As we drive home, I try to bite my tongue, but the curiosity is actually killing me. So, what assignment have you guys been teamed up for? Jake pauses his game of Angry Birds. I know. He must be the only person who still plays that dumb game. Some English thing I don't really know. I wasn't paying attention until the bleached whale landed on my desk. I burst out laughing. Oh my God, Jake, that's so mean. He joins in my laughter. I don't get how she's head cheerleader. She has about 20 pounds on the rest of you. So you don't like her? Fuck no. George, even if she was the goddess herself, Winona Ryder, you told me that your friends were off limits, although I still don't get how you're friends with those blonde zombies. I chuckle. I think you'd be much happier hanging with me and my friends. Honestly, you have so much more in common with the Andrews than you could ever have with those girls. I wrinkle my nose in disgust. Yeah, PJ and Drew weren't so terrible. Drew was actually kind of sweet sometimes, but AJ was a hard no for me. The hot water in my bath has started to cool, so I reluctantly close the Netflix app on my phone so I can wash my hair. Through the sudden silence, I can hear the muffled voices of my dad and Jake's dad calling out to us that they are leaving. They found a local bar that hosts a weekly quiz every Friday, and they have quickly become the team to beat. The routine we have all fallen into is after the Friday night game, our dads take us out for dinner. Then I have a long bath while Jake does whatever he does behind his closed bedroom door, ending the night with Jake and me curling up together in my bed, watching cheesy horror films. Jake spent the dinner this evening regaling us with stories of his terrible partnership with Macy. Over the last few weeks, she apparently tried everything possible to get him to bring her to the house to study alone in his bedroom. He managed to dodge any and all attempts to get them alone, even calling on help from AJ and his friends when she tried to corner him by himself in the library. I still haven't told Jake the full truth about why I didn't want my so-called best friend coming to the house. He doesn't know that Macy didn't actually know where I lived. He just thought she hadn't randomly turned up because of some weird idea of girl code. I noticed my dad glance over at me when Jake was telling us his tales. My dad spent the first few months questioning why I never invited my girlfriends over, and eventually let it be after a week of avoiding and ignoring him. As I wrap myself in a towel, I hear the doorbell ring. Jake shouts out that he'll get it, and he bounds down the stairs. I assume it's just AJ, who has become a regular visitor but has learned to stay away from me when he's here. They'll most likely play computer games for an hour or two before AJ slinks off home. He's never stayed later than 8:30 p.m. I am surprised his curfew is that early, but some people have parents who worry, I guess. I pull on my Batman pajama pants and an oversized hoodie I swiped from Jake's room. After roughly blow-drying my hair and pulling it up into high bunches on either side of my head, I slide on my glasses and rub a little Vaseline onto my lips. And then I freeze at the sound of a girly giggle coming from my door. Oh my God. Well, this is nothing like I expected, Gina. Macy waltzes into my room and makes herself comfortable on my bed, leaning back, bracing her weight on her hands. Jake appears in the doorway, an apologetic look on his face. Whoa, what are you doing here, Macy? I can feel my cheeks redden as her eyes lazily scan my room, taking in the photos and posters on my walls. I just thought I'd stop by and finish off the English assignment with Jake, and it occurred to me that I'd never seen your bedroom, and they say you can tell a lot about a person by their bedroom. She waves her hand around in front of her. And from the looks of it and you, I believe that's true. She smirks. Nice glasses, by the way. My hand automatically moves to my heavy plastic frames and then up to my bunches, my cheeks now burning under her gaze. Behind us, Jake clears his throat, breaking our stare down. I think we should maybe head downstairs and finish that assignment then, yeah? Seeing as how it's so important that you had to invite yourself over on a Friday night. Macy smiles sweetly at Jake and flounces past me, her flowery perfume lingering in my room as she and Jake make their way downstairs. I throw myself onto my bed, hot tears already worming their salty way down my cheeks. Now Macy knows where I live, and she's seen the things about myself I have tried to hide from the girls. I am dreading what she'll do with the information. As big of a bitch as I am to people at school, Macy is even bigger. After a couple of hours, I hear Jake saying goodbye and the slam of the front door before the heavy footsteps pound up the stairs, stopping outside my room. You can come in, Jakey, I sigh. Hey, Smidge. He pokes his head into the room, worried look on his face. I'm really sorry. I didn't think she'd actually come over, seeing as how we had literally like one paragraph to finish editing before we handed in. I sit up in my bed, patting the space next to me. Jake quickly walks over and snuggles up next to me, resting his head on my shoulder. It's okay, Jake. It's just, I sigh again. You do realize it's kind of weird that your friends didn't know where you lived. Macy tried to play it off like you'd moved recently and she couldn't remember the address. He snorted. Yeah, that's because I told them that I'd moved. I shrug a little as he leans away from me so he can look me in the eye. You seriously have never told them in 3 years of living here where you live? Jake raises his eyebrow incredulously. I take a deep breath and sit up straighter, making Jake sit up and lean forward, resting his arms on his knees. I had to change a lot to fit in at school, and I knew these girls wouldn't have stayed friends with me if they knew the real me. A fat tear escapes my eye and slowly trails down my cheek. Jake swipes it away with his thumb and leans over to press a kiss to my forehead. George, you are the most amazing girl I have ever met. I don't understand why you felt that you had to change anything about yourself, and I'm really sorry if I've messed anything up by letting Macy come over. But I didn't know. You never said. I shake my head sadly. No, I'm sorry, Jakey. I should have told you the full reason why I didn't want you to ask Macy over. Well, I think after telling her that her little bitty titties did nothing for me when she was trying to push all up in my face, and her breath smelled like cat food when she tried to kiss me will have put her off trying anything with me again. He grins as I try to stop the laughter bursting out, causing me to snort very unladylike. After a few minutes of laughing at ourselves laughing, we snuggle back together under my sheets and find a new, terrible horror flick to watch. In the flickering light of the TV screen, I find myself grinning at my best friend, squeezing his hand slightly as his green eyes meet my mismatched green and blue ones. The weekend flew past, and Monday finds me sitting in my car in the parking lot, watching the steady stream of students flock into school. A sleek black Jeep pulls up in the space next to me, and Jake gets out of the passenger side, waving to me through the window, followed by PJ and Drew out of the back. They both wave too, and a final slam of the door signals AJ has got out from the driver's side. I smile and wave at PJ and Drew before turning my hand around and sticking my middle finger up at AJ, who scowls at me before quickly turning his head. The other guys laugh at him, PJ bumping him with his shoulder playfully and getting pushed away with some force. He holds his hands up in surrender, still laughing. As they walk toward the front doors, I spot Macy, Robin, and Katie and try to slide down in my car seat a little more. Macy, unfortunately, sees my car and changes direction to walk over to me. I feel the anxiety start to bubble in my stomach, but I grit my teeth, ready for the onslaught of cattiness, and open my car door. "Hey, chick!" Robin pulls me in for a quick hug. Katie smiles and waves from behind her, and Macy grins. "You know, you actually looked good in your glasses. You should wear them out more." Macy pulls me in for a hug too, laughing slightly at my puzzled look. "It's okay, girlie. None of us look as sexy as normal when we are relaxing at home." "So you guys aren't pissed at me for not inviting you over before?" We start walking toward our lockers, Macy's arm linked in mine.
Andrew. The booze was cracked open about 2 hours ago, and my friends are now wrecked. Robin and Macy are getting handsy with each other, and PJ disappeared with Katie a while ago. Drew has his drunken grin fixed on his face, his eyes slightly unfocused on the two cheerleaders who have positioned themselves in his eye line. After telling him about my kinda threesome with them both, I know he wants to have his own tryst. My eyes wander across to where Jake and Gina are dancing together. If I didn't know Jake so well, I'd have sworn they were a couple. All evening they have been bantering and bickering like some old married couple. Now they are slow dancing to Purple Rain, both of them singing along at the top of their lungs. When I first came downstairs, I saw the three blondes in their skimpy negligees, and then noticed Gina in her oversized Tom Waits shirt and skin-tight gray yoga pants. I unexpectedly felt more of a reaction in my pants than I think I would have, had she been half naked like the others. She caught me staring and crossed her arms over her chest. "As if I would be staring at your chest!" She ignored me pretty hardcore while we sat around waiting for the food to arrive, so I settled next to Robin, pulling her legs up over mine and resting my hand high up her thigh. When Macy leaned forward, giving me pretty much a full view of her tits, Gina shot me a dirty look, so I winked at Macy to wind her up more. I smirked as I heard her huff in annoyance. It was so much fun to wind the bitch up using her friends. I tried to listen into the conversation she and Drew had in the kitchen, but Robin was breathing too heavily in my ear. But whatever it was about caused her to give me a weird look when they came back to sit down. My phone buzzes in my back pocket, and I pull it out to see my mom showing as the contact. I quickly answer it. "Hey, give me a sec to get somewhere quieter." I slip out the back door, away from all the drunken noise. "Hi, Mom. What's wrong?" She laughs down the phone at me. "Nothing is wrong, Andy. I was just letting you know that your sisters have both gone to bed and wanted me to let you know they send you sweet dreams." My heart swells with love at my baby sisters. I thought it was the sweetest thing. Were they okay tonight? I sit down on the bench by the back wall. They were little angels, like always, although they still say you read the bedtime stories better than I do. I laugh. "So, are you having fun with your friends? It sure sounds like there's a good party going on." I can hear the smile in her voice. "Yeah, it's been fun, but they're mostly all drunk now." "How much have you had?" "1 vodka and Coke, Mom." I frown. "You know I never have more than 1 drink." "But you're not driving tonight, sweetie. You know you can have more if you want. Just be sensible." I am being sensible by having one. You never know what might happen when you get a bunch of teenagers drinking together. My mom sighs. "I love you. Love you too. See you tomorrow." I hang up and lean my head back against the wall, studying the stars. I hear the door open and someone sits down next to me. "What you doing out here, dude?" PJ leans back next to me. Just talking to my mom. Yeah? The girl's okay? He rolls his head slightly so he can look at me. I nod and smile. How's Katie? PJ grins. Fan-fucking-tastic, and currently passed out upstairs. He chuckles. Don't think she could handle the D as well as she thought. Don't think she can handle the vodka as well as she thought. Your dick ain't that big, dude. PJ laughs. Did you leave her up there alone, man? What if she chokes or some shit? I sit up, looking up toward the upstairs windows as if I can somehow magically see through walls. I may be drunk, but I'm not that far gone. I sent the rest of the girly squad up to look after her. The door opens again, and I look over at Jake and Drew walking out to join us. What's up, sluts? Jake grins and flops down on the lawn in front of me. I kick out my toward him and he pretends to fall back in pain. While lying on the ground, he lifts his hips, rummaging around in his back pocket and producing a little tin. I've hung around with him long enough to know it's the tin in which he keeps his pre-rolled joints. I haven't had any weed for a while, but I know Jake always has good shit. He pops one between his lips and lights it, drawing in deeply and holding it before blowing out a large plume of smoke. Drew sits down next to him and takes the joint from his offering hand. He and PJ both take big hits, not knowing this weed is high class, not like the ragweed that normally gets passed around at parties. I take a lungful, holding the sweet smoke in for as long as I can. The gray clouds swirl away from us and our conversation becomes more disjointed. At some point, all four of us end up lying on our backs on the grass, staring up at the stars. What are you guys doing? Gina's voice drifts out to us. Jake lifts his head slightly and throws his tin over to her. I watch as she catches it one-handed and opens it, quickly lighting a new joint and inhaling deeply. Who knew little Miss Priss got high? As she breathes it out, she makes her way over to lie next to Jake, who immediately puts his arm around her, pulling her close into his side. They start whispering and giggling between themselves, and I feel a spark of jealousy. So, Gina, Drew props himself up on his elbows. Jake here says you are pretty badass on the Xbox. She giggles. Who's Gina? Jake frowns. She giggles again and pushes him slightly. You mean George? My little smidge? He snorts as she throws her head back in a deep belly laugh. Why do you call her that? I sit up, bringing my knees up so I can rest my arms on top of them. Smidge? Jake laughs. Because she was always just a smidge taller than me. Until his stupid hormones kicked in, then he shot up like he was buried in fertilizer. Gina and Jake dissolve into giggles again. They were kinda cute together. Shame she was usually such an annoying bitch. PJ and Drew are feeling the high now, joining in with the giggling duo. I shake my head and decide to make my move to bed. I go to the bathroom to brush the taste of alcohol and weed from my mouth. As I open the door, I am shoved back into the room. Robin pushes the door closed behind her, and I hear the lock click. She leans back against the door, looking me up and down, biting on her bottom lip. My eyes wander over her body, which is barely covered by a baby blue lacy twin set. She has a decent body, tight from the hours of cheerleading and gymnastics. Being that flexible always comes in handy. Her blonde hair is swept back into a high ponytail, unlike before when it flowed over her shoulders, meaning she means business now. I let her walk me back into the bathroom and press her lips to mine. I let her lead the kiss, going at her speed and only responding with tongue when she slips hers into my mouth. My hands wander down over her shorts, gripping her ass lightly. She moves her lips down my neck, her hands starting to unbutton my fly. I lean back against the sink and allow her to get down onto her knees and pull my dick out. Looking down, I've got a good view straight down her top, the tantalizing glimpse of her breasts more of a turn-on than if she was topless in front of me. As her lips wrap around me, I can't stop my mind drifting back to Gina. I close my eyes, trying to concentrate on the warm, wet feeling of having Robin's mouth all around me, but all I can see is Gina's face, her weird, mismatched eyes and her perfectly formed lips. I feel my release coming quickly. I smirk and close my eyes again. Again, I can see her face as I come, moaning slightly as I squirt into the back of Robin's mouth. Gina's horrified face. It's then that I realize the door is open, and she is really standing there in front of me. The door slams shut as Robin starts to gag. I quickly spin her, so she's positioned over the toilet bowl. I put myself away and run a hand over my face. Stupid fucking strong-ass weed. Robin, babe, you should really stop giving head. The whole hurling right after is a huge turnoff. I pat her on the back of the head and leave her retching.
Georgina. PJ saunters back downstairs after having disappeared off with Katie about 15 minutes ago, a toothy grin plastered on his face. Yo, girls, think your friend needs a little, assistance upstairs. He tips a little salute and walks out the back door. Macy and Robin pull away from the pseudo-lesbian display they have been putting on in front of Drew and giggle before grabbing my hand and pulling me out of Jake's lap. I look pleadingly back at my best friend, holding my hand out toward him, but he just laughs, shaking his head, and follows Drew out into the backyard after PJ. We find Katie upstairs in the bathroom, giggling drunkenly, her cheeks flushed and her hair messy. Oh my God, you guys! She grabs Macy and Robin's hands and leads them into my bedroom. I follow slowly, trying to be inconspicuous and looking around to see if I can see any sign of sex having taken place in my sanctum. Thank the Lord my bed is still perfectly made. So, PJ definitely lives up to the stereotype of the BBC. The three blondes collapse in a laughing heap on my bed. Seeing the frown on my face, Macy clarifies for me. It means big black cock. I can't believe you're still so innocent, Gina. And he really knows how to use his hands. I wrinkle my nose in disgust and quickly make my way back downstairs and away from yet another graphic conversation I don't want to be a part of. I find the boys all outside smoking. Jake throws me the tin I gave him a couple of Christmases ago to keep his weed in, and I help myself to a perfectly rolled joint. Jake spent hours watching YouTube videos on how to roll the perfect joint after embarrassing himself in front of the stoners at his school when his first blunt unraveled when he'd tried to light it. After spending some time smoking and shooting the shit with Jake, I notice that AJ has disappeared back inside. Probably past his bedtime. I say goodnight to Jake and trudge tiredly upstairs. Walking up to the bathroom to brush my teeth, I push open the door to find AJ leaning up against the vanity unit with Robin kneeling in front of him, obviously pleasuring him with her mouth. I feel my cheeks rage as his eyes open and meet mine. He grunts slightly, the muscles of his stomach tensing, and I hear Robin gag. Oh, no freaking way did AJ fucking McGabe just come looking into my eyes. So gross. I slam the door shut and press my back up against the wall, my chest heaving with the embarrassment of what just transpired. The door reopens a few seconds later, and AJ walks out and back downstairs, not noticing me standing there. I can hear Robin being sick in the bathroom, so I grab Macy and Katie from my bedroom and we go to check on her. Robin, why do you insist on going down when it always makes you puke? It's disgusting. Macy wrinkles her nose as Robin rinses her mouth with water straight from the faucet. It's not my fault he bolted in my mouth without any warning. It's only the taste that makes me get ill, not the act itself. Robin rinses and spits again, a shudder running down her spine. I grab her a spare toothbrush, and she smiles gratefully. We settle ourselves back in my room, Katie and I sharing my queen bed with Macy and Robin sharing a double air mattress on the floor. In the flickering light of the television, we listen to the boys come upstairs and settle in Jake's room next door. I hate it when guys shoot their load with no prior warning. Katie giggles next to me, and Macy soon joins her. I mean, it's bad enough that they feel the need to push us down by the back of the head, but a little warning is all I ask for, Robin huffs. I blame porn. The girls all hum in agreement with Macy's statement. I stay quiet. I mean, have you watched those disgusting videos of guys shoving their dicks so far down the throats of their partners that they gag all over them? If that's what guys think we like, it's no wonder they spare no thought to not telling us when they are about to finish. My friends continue to talk about this subject, until I feel my throat start to clench and my stomach turn at the thought of some of the awful things they are describing. I excuse myself to escape downstairs to get myself a glass of water, hoping they'll have moved off this topic by the time I come back. Standing lit in the streetlight pouring through the kitchen window, I'm surprised to find AJ filling his own glass. I grab a glass from the cupboard and angrily push past him to get to the sink, making him stumble backward. "What's your problem?" he growls when water sloshes out onto his bare foot. My problem? My problem is that you left my friend when she was being sick because of you. I trail off, feeling my cheeks heat in embarrassment. He catches my hesitation and smirks. Because of me. He quirks an eyebrow. I try to focus on filling my glass, but my hand shakes a little. He leans a little closer to me. "Because I came in her mouth," he says, conspiringly. "You're such an asshole." I push him again, trying to ignore the hard muscles I can feel under his sweatshirt. "Your friend just needs to work on her gag reflex. I'll happily keep teaching her, you too, if you want." He winks and smirks again as he downs the rest of his water and walks back upstairs, leaving me standing with my mouth open. Arrogant little douchebag sexist prick, as if I'd let him anywhere near me. Katie studies the collection of family photos with which I covered the wall behind my bed. She's looking over the pictures of Jake and me when we were little kids, when I was taller than him, and my hair was a brighter red, when he was going through that awkward, gawky stage just before puberty properly set in. Macy's mom has already picked up Macy and Robin to go get ready for their gymnastics meet, and Katie is waiting for her brother still. "How come you don't have any photos of your mom?" she asks, scanning the rest of the wall. I blanch at her inquiry and suddenly become very interested in my fingernails. "Bad divorce? It's okay, my mom is a complete bitch." Katie walks over and sits on the side of the bed with me. "She ran off with the pool boy, like total fucking cliché. But my dad seems happier now, so it's whatever. I just dodge her phone calls." She laughs without humor. "My mom, she died." I force out quietly, kind of hoping she doesn't hear me. Which, of course, she does, flinging her arms tightly around me, pulling my head into her chest. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." I try not to giggle, given the conversation matter, but her over-the-top reaction tickles me. "It's okay, honestly, it happened a while ago." I sit back as she appraises me skeptically. "If that's really true, how come you've never mentioned it before?" What was I supposed to say? "Hi, my name is Gina, and my mom is dead." Katie tries to hold back a smile. It just never came up. I shrug and smile back at her. "So how did it happen? Was it cancer or—" "No, it was a rail accident." My smile drops. Katie gasps at my confession. I wring my hands in my lap. It's been ages since I've had to tell anyone. "It's why we moved here. It was too hard to see the pity on everyone's faces when we were out, and my dad just couldn't move forward." I trail off as a lump forms in my throat, and tears cloud my vision. Katie grips my hand as I take a few deep breaths. The obnoxious beep of a car horn outside breaks our moment, and she grimaces apologetically. "That's Callum. Sorry, but I can't keep him waiting or he'll just leave without me," she says, standing and pulling me up into a hug. "It's okay, really." She gives me one last squeeze and grabs her bag. Maybe it's not so bad to let my friends get closer to the real me. I hide in my room until I hear Jake and his friends get up and relocate downstairs noisily. I sneak across to the bathroom to have a shower. I wrap myself in the biggest towel I can find, but it still barely covers my ass, and make my way back to my bedroom. "Thanks, Jake, for using all the big bath sheets again." "Looking good, Evans! Woo!" I jump and spin around to find PJ leaning on the banister at the bottom of the stairs, grinning.
Andrew. "What the fuck, dude?" I spin around to look at the source of the commotion behind me. PJ is staring at Jake, who still has his towel wrapped around his waist, following the post-training showers, or more specifically, at Jake's toes, which are painted bright red. A lazy grin spreads on Jake's face. Drew leans forward to get a better look. What? Not my color? He wiggles his toes against the tiled floor. The boys snigger. Seriously, though, this is because of you shitheads. How is you exploring your feminine side our fault exactly? I slip my shirt back on and slick my hair out of my eyes. You guys all managed to piss George off on the weekend, so I had to appease her with my body. He chuckles, then points at PJ. You better have apologized to her, or she'll do my fingernails tonight to match. Plus, she's warned me and you guys off her friends. PJ laughs and nods. Yeah, I got you, man, no worries. She said she'd come to the party Friday night, too. For real? Jake high-fives him excitedly. Well, she said she'll see. PJ smirks. Jake looks slightly less excited. And don't worry about staying away from the blonde sharks. I think all of us have been bitten enough by that trio. Drew laughs. I don't know, dude. I'm kinda digging Katie after Friday night. PJ rubs his hands together, biting his bottom lip. Drew chuckles. Hey, how come you give me shit for my beautiful toenails but don't say shit to him about the girly moisturizing? Jake turns to me, motioning toward PJ, who as usual is covering his dark skin in shea butter. Because, my ignorant white friend, have you never heard the phrase black don't crack? PJ smirks and slings an arm around Jake's shoulders, who nods. Well, that's because we moisturize, son. Oh my lord, yes! Jake stretches out on my navy blue bedspread, his hair spread around him like a brown halo, his arms and legs straight until his back clicks. He relaxes his arms and legs, trailing them off the side of my bed. We spent the last 2 hours battling some little pissants in an online COD match, which we won, of course. My little sisters were both occupied in their bedroom across the hall from mine, deep in a very involved game of dolls. Jake quickly got used to watching his language when he came over, but him calling out fudge all the damn time sure makes me hungry. I lean forward to get a better view into their room before nudging Jake's leg. Hey man, you know you said earlier that you had to appease Gina with your body? Jake props himself up on his elbow so he can see my face, a smile playing on his lips. Yeah? So, are you two like friends with benefits? Jake snorts. God, no! He starts laughing. I wait for him to calm down and pull myself up to sit on the bed next to him. It's not that stupid a question, though, right? You guys are together like all the time. When I say she gets my body, I mean she gets to do shit like paint my nails or braid my hair, and she extorts things like ice cream and back rubs out of me. Jake shrugs, a smile still on his face. So she gets all the sappy boyfriend shit out of you, but you don't get the good girlfriend shit back? I smirk. Nope. She gets all the best friend stuff from me, and I get all the best friend stuff back from her. Jake sits up and scowls. This isn't some cheesy teen rom-com where the two best friends actually both have crushes on each other. I love George to bits, but she's like my sister. She's the best person I know. I scoff. Dude, I get you two don't like each other, but lay the fuck off her, okay? She's not had it easy. He checks the time on his watch and scoots off the bed, grabbing his backpack from the floor. Hey, Jakey, I'm sorry, all right? Jake pauses in the doorway. I'll try and be nice. He sighs and the side of his mouth quirks up into a half smile. Knew you loved me enough to get over yourself. He throws me the peace sign over his shoulder as he walks out. Peace out! Please, please, please save me. Jake climbs onto the bench next to me, his long hair loose in his eyes, and tries to duck behind my shoulder. Drew and PJ wander over, laughing. Wednesdays, I have a free period before lunch, so I always go pick my boys up a Subway meal, and Drew sits, quickly devouring his cookie. Shit. Jake runs off again in the direction of the library, and Drew shrugs and picks up the cookie from Jake's lunch. PJ shoots him a look. What? He grins through a mouthful. What's got him in such a spin? I ask. She has. PJ nods toward the cafeteria doors where I spot Gina standing with the worst of her blonde groupies. Macy is looking around the room, and once she spots us, she starts walking determinedly over. She's been practically stalking him, waiting outside the classrooms for him. She ambushed him when he came out of the bathroom, Drew adds, slyly starting on a third cookie. She's been all over his Instagram pics. PJ clears his throat and tries to look interested in his sandwich as Macy reaches us. Hi, guys, she tries to purr, sitting down a little too close to me for comfort. PJ and Drew both willfully refuse to make eye contact with her. Hey, AJ, have you seen Jake at all? She slides a pointy fingernail up my arm, and I try not to shudder for fear that she would think it was lusting, not loathing. Nope. I move away from her. Hey, Macy, Jake just texted me that he was looking for you. He's waiting at the library. Gina taps something on her phone. Macy smiles widely and flounces out the way Jake had just gone, leaving a strong perfume stench in her wake. That's hella cold, girl. PJ shakes his head. Gina winks at him and steps to the side, revealing Jake crouching behind her. Nah, man. George would never sell me out. Jake grins, standing and pressing a kiss to her cheek. A blush colors her cheeks. He sits and pulls her down next to him. So are y'all coming Friday? PJ points between the two of them. Gina shrugs and looks down at her phone again. Hells yes, I'll be there. Heard all about your parties from AJ. They sound wild, man. Jake jiggles excitedly in his seat. Gina scoffs and rolls her eyes. Oh, sorry if our little house parties aren't up to your high standards, princess, I snap. Sorry if watching a gang of horny, sweaty boys pushing up on my friends and seeing an endless river of vapid girls coming out of your hookup room isn't my idea of a thrilling evening, she snaps right back. I'll see you at home, Jake. They hug, and she sends a little smile toward Drew as he waves goodbye. Jake takes a big bite of his sub and shrugs. Looks like I might have to wait a bit longer before getting to experience one of your parties, dude. You're gonna let that little bitch dictate if you can go to your friend's party? I point in the direction Gina stalked off in. Andy, what the fuck did I tell you about talking about her like that, huh? Jake glares at me, all the usual humor gone from his eyes. He pushes his sandwich away and sits back, staring at the table. Drew and PJ look uncomfortable. I roll my eyes and start to apologize, but Jake cuts me off. Nah, man. I'll just catch you later. He mumbles and walks off, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his jeans. Well, that went swimmingly. Drew pulls Jake's discarded food closer to him. Looks like AJ has some serious groveling to do. Jake ignores my efforts to apologize for the rest of the day. He sends me a text the next morning saying he will grab a ride with Gina rather than me picking him up early so we can go to the weight room before class like we have started doing. I pull into the parking lot and slide my Jeep into the empty space next to Drew's shitty Mazda. My two friends are leaning against the hood, engrossed in something on PJ's phone. Probably a nudie shot from another random girl. All of our phones receive at least one a day. The girls around here are so fucking desperate it's sickening. I mean, they must know we share this shit, so why send the same photo to multiple guys? It's fucking beyond me. Gina's blue bug pulls into the car park, some bullshit Selma Gomez song blasting through the open windows. Katie and Gina get out of the front, and I see Jake in the middle of Robin and Macy in the back seat. They pile out, and Jake spots us, trying to extract himself from Macy's iron grip. I notice Gina grimace as Macy leans up to kiss Jake's cheek. PJ chuckles next to me as Jake wipes his cheek, not so discreetly with the sleeve of his hoodie as he walks over to us. Sup, dude? Drew claps his hand and hugs him, slapping Jake's back lightly. PJ holds his fist out for a bump, which Jake returns. Then he turns to me. I've decided that being pissed at you is not worth the torture I've just endured, so it's all good, man. He flashes a lopsided grin, which I return widely, pulling him in for a quick hug. Who'd have thought Macy would be so useful in bringing friends back together, I quip. I never thought that journey would end. Honestly. Jake grimaces and shakes his head slowly. For a start, it's like she fucking bathes in that horrible perfume of hers. Then the god-awful pop shit they insist on listening to and singing along with. Really fucking badly, I might add. And then she wouldn't stop touching me. It was more invasive than the time I got strip-searched at the airport. His eyes are wide, selling the story until he falls about in infectious laughter, the rest of us joining in. We walk together to our lockers, easily throwing the usual banter back and forth. Jake shoves his stuff into his locker, slamming it shut with a triumphant grin before it can spew its contents back out onto the floor. I lean on the door next to him. So, are we really cool? He shoots me a look through a sheaf of hair and shrugs. Look, I get that you two have this academic rivalry and whatnot, but you don't even really know her, and yet you judge her against how she acts with her shitty friends. He rakes his hair back with his fingers and ties it into a ponytail with a band from his wrist. Just cool it with the shit-talking until you know her. A smile creeps across his face. I smile back and nod. There is no way in hell I'm ever going to get to know Gina. I already know exactly the kind of girl she is, even if Jake is blind to it. I just have to get him to see her in her true light. Little miss better than everyone else.
Georgina. All anybody seemed to want to talk about the last couple of days was the upcoming party at PJ's house. I really don't see what the big deal is. He throws parties most weekends. I have no idea what his folks do or why they are so forgiving of the mess that must be left over. I know my dad was upset enough by the leftover pizza boxes last weekend. Macy is currently going through my wardrobe, looking for something that will help her get Jake. We both know she won't find anything suitable, firstly, because there is no way anything I own is slutty enough for her taste, and secondly, because we are nowhere near the same size. It is all just an excuse to be here when Jake gets home from his friends. She's been yakking my ear off about Jake since he started school. How fine he is, how sexy he is, how amazing he smells. It wouldn't bother me half as much if she actually wanted to get to know Jake, but she just wants to have the kudos of being the first girl in school to get with him. She pelted me with questions about him. What music was he into? What kind of girl did he like? What films did he enjoy? At almost every answer, she wrinkled her nose, especially when I answered the girl question with Winona Ryder. Almost her exact opposite. I know I get tarnished with the superficial brush just through association with Macy, and most of the time, I really don't care what people think. I've only got one more year to get through with these cretins, and at this school, I am acquainted with pretty much all of the student body. I wanted the popularity that comes with hanging around with the head cheerleader when I moved here freshman year, but 4 years later, it is like a huge weight around my neck. Jake being here now is making my friendship choices feel even worse. Georgie! My best friend pushes open my bedroom door, the usual grin plastered on his face, green eyes twinkling. He sees Macy, and immediately his grin disappears. Hi, Jake. If only you'd opened that door 2 seconds ago, you would have caught me in my birthday suit. Macy giggles. Jake catches my eye, and I shake my head, miming blowing my brains out. He covers his mouth to try and stop laughing. Macy spins around to me, and I give her an innocent smile. Okay, guys. She smiles like she's in on the joke. I'll see you tomorrow. We're getting ready at Robin's, remember? I nod, resisting the urge to roll my eyes. Once the front door shuts, Jake leaps onto my bed next to me. I pull myself, so I'm lying stomach down over his lap, and he slides a hand underneath my shirt and starts gently rubbing my back. I love having my back rubbed. Not even massaged, just a slow, soft up and down. When I was really little, it was the only way my dad could get me to calm down, and Jake will often rely on it to calm me down still. I hum with enjoyment. So. Jake pauses his hand movement. I roll slightly so I can see his face. Does the hose beast's last sentence mean you're going to the party after all? He raises his eyebrows hopefully. Yeah, the blondes bullied me into it. I huff and wriggle slightly to get him to restart my back rub. Fuck yeah, it's gonna be lit. Jake squeezes my sides. I sit up, pushing his hands off me. Lit? You're such a dork. He pulls me back into a vice-like hug, rocking me slightly from side to side. Yeah, but I'm your dork, and you're stuck with me for life. I stand in the front doorway to PJ's huge house. My friends push past me, waving and smiling as people call out their names. Drew walks over to me, looking me up and down slowly before hugging me lightly. I pull self-consciously at the bottom of my dress. I am used to wearing fairly short skirts, but the dress of Katie's I've been talked into wearing is dangerously short. As in, better not bend more than 15 degrees off-center, or everyone will get a glimpse of the thong I have also been forced to wear due to the skin-tight material. It is a fairly cute dress, rose gold shiny material which matches the shade of my hair almost completely, and a low back which makes it obvious I am not wearing a bra. It has a high neckline, but with a slit down the chest, which gives little glimpses of my small cleavage when I move. Definitely continents away from my comfort zone.
Welcome to the party, girls. Can I get you some beverages?
Drew slides his arms around Robin and Macy's shoulders and smiles. We nod and smile back, and he leads us through the maelstrom of gyrating bodies to the kitchen, where the central island is hidden underneath an array of drinks and red cups. Jake and AJ are playing beer pong in the backyard, which is visible through the open French doors. Jake sees me and waves like an overexcited child. AJ looks around to see who he's waving at and scowls when he sees me, quickly focusing back on the game. Or, more than likely, the half-dressed girl at the other end of the table who is lining up her shot. I scowl back and find a cup thrust into my hand by Drew. I look into it suspiciously.
It's vodka and Coke. Don't worry, I gotcha tonight. My boy asked me to keep you safe when he was indisposed.
He tips his head toward Jake, who is celebrating a shot with AJ. Thanks, Drew. You're sweet. I raise the cup slightly toward him and take a big mouthful. Fuck, that's strong. I spend the next hour watching Macy throw herself without success at Jake. Drew attentively keeps a drink in my hand. PJ and Katie get hot and heavy on the makeshift dance floor before disappearing upstairs. Robin vanishes almost immediately, no doubt hooking up with some random guy. Drew also keeps up an easy flow of chat between us. I am actually having fun at this party. It is a change from all the others where I've been elected DD and left in the corner nursing a cup of water, being largely ignored by my friends until they decide they've had enough and want driving home. Jake finally manages to escape Macy and flops down on the sofa next to me and Drew.
Hey, Smidge.
He throws an arm across the back of my shoulders and gives me a quick kiss to the temple before leaning his head back, lazy grin on his face. Looking mighty fine tonight, I must say.
You too, Jakey.
He has his hair down, tucked behind his ears, the ends just touching his shoulders now. His eyes are droopy and slightly red, showing me he is already quite high, even though the party has only been going for a couple of hours. He is wearing baggy jeans, which have been cut off mid-shin, beat-up black and white checked Vans, and a faded Big Lebowski t-shirt. His grin deepens as he lifts the shirt up, flashing his abs as he scratches his stomach.
Macy sure seems to think so.
Drew chuckles next to me. His leg and arm are touching mine, and I feel his deep laugh vibrate through me. Jake rolls his eyes, shaking his head. Macy spots him and storms over, pulling him back off the sofa and onto the dance floor, pressing her butt up against him and trying to grind on him. He shoots me and Drew a look of despair. Drew stands up and offers me his hand.
Shall we go be supportive of our friend?
I smile and nod, letting him pull me up. Drew is a surprisingly good dancer. I haven't spent much time with him before, due to him always being with the devil, AJ McGabe. He is cute. Pale, flawless skin, very light blonde hair, deep blue eyes. He has a nice smile and straight white teeth. I can feel through his shirt that he has well-defined muscles, as you'd expect from a football player. We managed to turn Macy's grind session into a group dance, adding more people as PJ and Katie reappear. Movement from the hallway catches my attention, and I realize it's AJ walking out of his hookup room, arms slung around the shoulders of two juniors. Damn, my boy's got game. Jake danced his way around the circle of our friends, coming up behind me, effectively blocking Macy from getting her acrylic nails into him. He's a man whore. I told you this. AJ looks over at us as if he can hear us over the loud music and smirks, disappearing into the kitchen. I feel sorry for those two and hope they go get tested this weekend. Jake laughs, spinning me around so we're facing each other.
Someone sounds a little bitter that she's never been invited into AJ's party room.
I roll my eyes so hard it actually kinda hurts. Nope, Never ever would I want to step foot in there. God only knows what disease I'd pick up. AJ wanders over, joining the heaving group of sweaty bodies currently dancing to Jump Around by House of Pain. He catches my eye and winks, licking his lips. Drew and PJ offer him high fives. Jake grabs his arm, pulling him closer so he can start asking questions about the girls. I pull away from Jake and make my way back into the kitchen, suddenly feeling far too sober. I know Jake is a normal teenage boy, but it still makes me feel sick when he starts talking like that. I pick up a bottle of vodka, draining the last bit from it. Only about 2 shots worth. I find a bottle of gin that someone has obviously swiped from their parents' drinks cabinet without looking at what it was. I crack the seal and take a swig. A judder runs down my spine. I drift outside and keep on sipping on the gin. Most people have gone inside now that the temperature has dropped, but the alcohol has made me feel like I'm on fire. I sit on the top of a small wall that runs around the brick patio. I can still hear the loud thump of the bass going on and the shouts from my peers, but I have no desire to go back inside. Looking up at the sky, I see the stars begin to spin. I peer down at the bottle in my hand and find I've drunk nearly half of it, not to mention the I don't know how many strong vodkas Drew gave to me earlier. I stumble to my feet with the intention of finding Jake. He always looks after me when I'm drunk. What I don't remember is that the wall I've been sitting on is up a few steps. As I try to stand, my foot slips out of my stupid high heels and I tumble down the hard bricks, hearing a crack that turns my stomach. I try to stand, but nauseating pain shoots up my leg, causing tears to spring from my eyes. My stomach heaves and lurches, and I manage to scramble to my knees and make my way to the flower bed before emptying the contents of my stomach. Cool hands sweep back my hair and rub softly, gently up and down my back. Jakey, I think, before I lose consciousness.
Andrew. Jake takes another hit on his blunt and passes it on to PJ. We came back to PJ's straight after the game tonight to get it ready for the party. It is now 7 p.m., and we are chilling in the backyard pre-gaming. This means Jake and PJ getting high and chugging down Southern Comfort and lemonades, Drew eating his weight in Oreos, and me sipping on a beer. The kitchen is already fairly full of alcohol, but the partygoers will no doubt bring a shit ton more. PJ showed Jake around earlier, giving him a key for one of the guest rooms if he wanted to hook up with anyone. Jake just laughed and shook his head, declaring us well out of his league of motherfucking players. Hey, can you guys do me a favor? Jake sits up and takes another hit. Look out for George tonight. I think she's nervous about coming, and her shitty friends are likely to just dump her for the first dick they see. He blows out his lungful of smoke. I got you, dude. Drew gets out through his mouthful of cookie. Jake shoots him an appreciative look. PJ nods too, joint to his lips. Jake looks at me and I shrug. He rolls his eyes. How about I just stay away from her? I think that's probably best for everyone involved, yeah? I finish my beer and decide to break my own rules and get myself another one. As we wait for our opponents in beer pong to take their shot, Jake suddenly grins and starts waving like an idiot over my shoulder. I turn to see who it is. Gina is standing in the kitchen with Drew. She looks gorgeous. Her long hair is swept over one shoulder, exposing her back through her low-cut dress. Her dress is daringly short, grazing the bottom of her ass cheeks, almost the same color as her hair. High heels are giving her legs for days. Legs for days? Who the fuck am? I scowl at the fact that she's appealing to me for once. I catch a glare on her face before I turn back to my game, watching the ball bounce over our cups. I nudge Jake in the ribs a little too roughly with my elbow. Ow! What the fuck, dude? He frowns, rubbing his side. Sorry, your shot. I glance back toward Gina. Drew is handing her a drink and sharing a laugh with her. A trickle of jealousy runs through me at how easily they can hang out together. I spent the last hour watching Jake get slobbered on by Macy. When is she going to get the hint that he really isn't interested in her? Drew and Gina are looking real cozy on the sofa. He kept a drink in her hand all night, and I know how strong he makes those vodka and cokes. I've had a couple off him tonight. I'm surprised she's still upright. 2 juniors position themselves in front of me. I think they're called Megan and Callie. I smile and nod a lot. They are both fooled into thinking I'm actually paying them any attention. Jake has joined Drew and Gina on the sofa. I'm again surprised by the flash of feeling when he kisses her forehead. I look away, focusing on the pretty girls vying for my affection. One of them, Callie, I think, has ginger hair. Darker than Gina's, but still similar enough. When I look back up, they're no longer on the sofa but dancing in a group. Gina's arms are around Drew's shoulders, her hips swaying in time with the music. Her dress is tantalizingly high. I start to feel myself get hard. I look back at the redhead in front of me. Close enough. How would you like to come with me for a little bit? It's not really a question. To my surprise, both girls look at each other, then nod excitedly. Oh shit! Impromptu threesome, here we come. I lead them to my room and twist the lock behind us. The few drinks in my system have made me horny, and I make quick work of ridding them both of their panties. I bend them both over the side of the bed, their perky little asses in the air. Gina, in her little shiny dress, is still imprinted in my mind, making my dick rock hard with no prep needed. I slide on a rubber and dive into the redhead's wetness, wrapping her ginger hair around my hand and pulling her back roughly. The brunette next to her is glistening, ready. I slide a finger inside of her, keeping the same tempo as my thrusts into her friend. I don't last long, imagining Gina bending over in front of me instead of whoever this is. This is totally about me getting off, not caring if they enjoy themselves. I pull out and walk into the bathroom, chucking the spent condom into the bin. I wash the sex off my hands and go back to the girls, who are cuddled together, giggling. Well, thank you, ladies. Maybe we can do this again sometime. I flash them my usual panty-dropping smile and gesture toward the door. But for now, let's rejoin the party. My friends are still dancing in a group with Gina and the blonde jackals. Jake is pressed up behind Gina now, his hands on her hips. She looks around and glares at me walking out with my arms around the 2 girls. Jake says something to her, which intensifies her death stare, and she angrily replies to him. I walk the girls to the kitchen and grab myself a glass of water before sauntering over to the dance floor. The living room is packed with hot bodies, jumping to old-school hip-hop. I get to my friends, and PJ and Drew both give me high fives. Jake grabs me and pulls me closer. Yo! 2 girls at once, dude! He slaps my shoulder, grinning. How the fuck did you pull that one off? Or did they both pull you off, huh? Gina rolls her eyes and twists out of his grasp, walking toward the kitchen, pulling down on the back of her dress as she goes. Her walk looks a little unstable. But seriously, man, tell me all. Please. Jake pulls me back to look at him. A gentleman never finger bangs and tells. I waggle my eyebrows suggestively. Jake howls, clapping his hands together. I watch the kitchen door, waiting for Gina to come back. She's been gone going on 30 minutes now. My boys are still on the dance floor. Gina's friends are pushing up on some new, unsuspecting guys. Still no Gina. I walk out to look for her. The kitchen is empty except for a couple leaning up against the counter, looking very close to having full-blown sex right there in the kitchen. The door to the garden is still open. I stick my head out and see her trying to get up off the wall by the patio, a half-empty bottle dangling from her hand. She wobbles, then tumbles down the few steps. I hear a crack and wince. She groans, then desperately scrambles to her knees, getting her face near the flower bed before she throws up. I stride over and grab her hair back with one hand, rubbing up and down the exposed skin of her back while she heaves. She sits back, then drops down dead weight. I only just manage to catch her before her head hits the ground. Shit, she's passed out. I look around to see if anyone else is outside to help. Typically, there isn't. I scoop her up into my arms, bridal style. Her one shoe is hanging off her foot, still connected by the strap. The heel is snapped. That must have been the crack I heard, thank God. You better not throw up on me, Gina. She moans weakly, her head rolling on my shoulder. I hike her slightly higher in my arms and walk around the side of the house to the sliding doors of my room. I lay her gently on the bed, trying not to look too long at the flesh-colored thong, which I first think is bare skin, before I tug the dress down to cover her up again. I run my hands through my already messy hair. This wasn't the way I wanted to get her in my room. I get a glass of water and a couple of aspirin from the bathroom and put them on the table next to her. I'm gonna go get Jake for you, okay? She doesn't stir. I lock the door behind me and push through the crowd to find Jake, who was, once again, in Macy's clutches. I grab his arm and pull him away. He's so fucked he stumbles a bit with the force. I right him before leaning into his ear, my hands still on his chest. Dude, I've got Gina passed out drunk in my room. In my defense, if I weren't half drunk myself, I would have worded it better. But in Jake's defense, it really did sound a lot like I was bragging and wanted to get him in on the action. But the swiftness that his fist connects with my face is kinda disconcerting. I step back from the furious look in his eyes, my hands raised in surrender. Jake! Fuck, man, not like that came out so fucking wrong. I taste blood. Fucker must have split my lip. Just come with me. I grab his arm, but he yanks it out of my grasp. When we get back to my room, Gina isn't on the bed any longer. Gagging from the bathroom alerts us to where she actually is. Jake immediately is in there. I lock the door and sit on the edge of the bed. I can hear him talking softly to her, only answered by the wet sound of vomit. After a long period of silence, Jake appears in the doorway, shirtless. Sorry, guy. He motions to my face, wincing. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. She okay? The shower starts up behind him. Yeah. Think she's got most of it out. Is it cool if we stay in here tonight? I really don't think I can get her past her dad in this state without getting my ass handed to me. Yeah, no worries. You two can take the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Jake nods and sits down next to me. We both tow our shoes off. I nod toward him. She throw up on you? He looks down at his naked chest and laughs. Not on me she didn't, but because I'm kind, I'm lending her my top. And you can fit on the bed too. It's fucking huge. It's no problem. The water stops, and Gina weakly calls out to Jake. He goes into the bathroom and comes back with Gina in his arms, dressed in his t-shirt, her head lying on his shoulder. He lays her in the middle of the bed and covers her in the sheet, climbing in next to her. She immediately cuddles up to him, eyes already closed, her wet hair draping over the pillow next to her. He presses his lips to her head and closes his eyes, too. I hit the lights and lie down next to her, on top of the sheets. The pillow is a little cold and damp from her hair. I slip my t-shirt off and lay it down to give some protection. Sorry, I thought you had her in here to take advantage of her, dude. Jake whispers in the darkness. If it's any consolation, my fist really fucking hurts now. I can hear the laughter in his voice. I know I fucking hate her at the best of times, but I'm not that much of a scumbag. I know you're not like that, dude. He yawns. It was just like fucking deja vu. He trails off. Deja vu? What the fuck does that mean?
Georgina. My head feels like I've got a rock concert going on inside it. I crack open my eyes and see an unfamiliar room. I turn my head slowly to the side and am met with the sleeping form of AJ fucking McGabe. Topless. His black hair is a tousled mess. His one arm is under his head, making his bicep bulge. Topless! It's undeniable that he's hot, especially laid out like this, with his smart mouth shut. But what the fuck am I doing in bed with him? Did I mention he's freaking topless? Someone moves behind me and my eyes widen. Did I really get so drunk I had a threesome with AJ and one of his asshole friends? I tentatively look around the other way and let out a huge sigh of relief when I see the lightly tanned face of Jake, who is also topless. I pull the sheets back a little and find myself dressed in Jake's Big Lebowski t-shirt. Thank fuck for that. I slowly start to climb out from between the sleeping boys. As I get out from between them and onto all fours, someone clears their throat. I freeze. Nice thong. AJ, why couldn't it be Jake? I turn around to look at him. He has a smirk on his face. He also has a split lip and bruised jaw. What happened to your face? Someone else agree with me on you being an asshole? I sink back into bed next to Jake, and he slides his arm around my shoulders, linking the fingers of his other hand with mine.
Nope, your boy here was protecting your honor.
AJ chuckles. I turn Jake's hand over and notice his knuckles are bruised too. He shakes his head, and I feel his lips on my hair. It was a misunderstanding. How are you feeling, Smidge? Awful. My head is banging, my stomach feels sore, and my leg is really painful. AJ leans over and produces a glass of water and aspirin from beside him. I mutter thanks and gratefully down the pills and the whole glass of water. Jake pushes the sheet back and runs his hand down my leg to my ankle. I yell as his fingers get near it.
George, I think we need to get you checked at the hospital.
He scoots down the bed to be closer to my foot. I look down, and my right ankle is swollen to nearly twice its normal size and is bruised so badly it's almost black. Can you move your toes? I try, but they only twitch slightly and cause shooting pain all the way up my leg, making me feel queasy and groan again. I think you've broken your ankle. I heard something crack last night, but I just thought it was your shoe. AJ picks up one of my heels, which now has the heel pointing at 90 degrees to the sole. Okay. Jake paces the room, raking his hands through his hair, his face pale. AJ grabs him by the shoulders and stops him. Go grab a shirt from PJ and some shorts, too, for Gina. His cheeks seem slightly flushed. Jake nods and runs out of the room. AJ pulls his shirt back on and looks at me with his hands on his hips. Do you need to, His eyes flick toward the bathroom. My bladder is near bursting, so I nod. He puts an arm across my back and the other one under my knees, carrying me into the ensuite. He sets me down on the toilet and then stands back. I got it from here, thanks. I'll call you when I'm done. I blush again, and surprisingly, his cheeks go red too. He quickly backs out of the room, closing the door behind him. I manage to shuffle my panties down and pee, but can't seem to pull the one side back up properly. The toilet is frustratingly not close to anything I can lean my weight on. After a few seconds of struggling, I give up and call out. AJ comes back. Is Jake not back yet? Nope. What's wrong? I sigh and drop my head. They won't go back up unless... I stop as an unexpected sob threatens in my throat. AJ steps forward, helps me back up from the toilet, and gently pulls my thong back into place. He then scoops me up again and deposits me back on the bed just as Jake comes back in, closely followed by PJ and Drew, both of whom are topless, wearing baggy gym shorts.
What is it with the abs on display today?
Jake has another pair of black gym shorts in his hand and a white wife beater on.
Do we need to call an ambulance or something?
PJ looks worried. Drew walks over and looks closer at the swollen monstrosity at the end of my leg. AJ shakes his head, frowning, and pushes Drew back from me. Dudes, turn around so I can help Gina put these on. The three boys dutifully turn toward the wall, and with Jake's help, I slide the shorts on. His t-shirt actually comes down longer than the dress I was wearing last night did, but I suppose if I'm going to be carried around, then my assets will be on full display. It was actually really thoughtful of AJ to suggest getting me some shorts. Fuck! They all spin around to me, panic etched on their faces. What happened to my dress? I mean, Katie's dress really, but she'll kill me if I don't return it to her. You puked on it, girlie. I dumped it in the trash. Jake shrugs.
We'll buy her a new one if she really gives that much of a shit.
AJ insisted on carrying me to his Jeep, and then from his Jeep into the ER. Jake called my dad from the car, and both my dad and his met us there. It took a lot of persuading to get AJ to leave, especially once we got the results from the x-rays confirming that I had, in fact, broken my ankle. While we waited for the technician to come, our dads went to grab a drink from the cafeteria. I think Andy feels guilty. Jake spins himself around on the wheelie stool.
You know, for not realizing last night that you'd broken your ankle.
What actually happened last night? I don't remember much after dancing with all you guys. I look down at my slightly scabby knees. Jake stops spinning and makes his way, slightly wobbly, to sit next to me on the bed. You disappeared for ages, and Andy went looking for you. He said he found you in the garden, and you were hammered, like beyond drunk. You fell down the few steps there, where he thought you'd just fucked up your shoes, then you puked into PJ's mom's flowers. He took you around the back to his room, and he came and got me. So it was AJ who was rubbing my back, not Jake. I've not seen you that bad for a long fucking time. I was worried when he said he had you passed out drunk in his room. Jake swallows hard and shakes his head. I squeeze his hand, and we sit in silence for a few minutes. Got his face something good, though, right? He grins down at me. After my leg is wrapped in plaster, dark green to match Jake's eyes as he insisted, we slowly make our way back to my dad's truck. Getting used to walking with these stupid sticks is going to take time.
Well, you do know this is the last time you go to any parties, and definitely the last time you will undertake underage drinking, Georgina.
My dad shakes his head. There are dark circles under his eyes, and his auburn hair is speckled with more white hairs than I remember. He tucks my hair behind my ear and runs his thumb down my jaw, stopping at my chin. I was so worried about you when you didn't come home last night. All sorts of things ran through my mind. He sighs heavily. And you, young man, you could have at least sent your dad or me a text to say you were both okay and staying at PJ's.
Yes, sir,
Jake mumbles. He meets my eyes in the mirror on the back of the passenger's sun visor. I stick my tongue out and cross my eyes at him. He chuckles and gets a firm hit across the sternum from his dad, who is driving us home. Ouch! Dad, not fair, it was George. James Nelson shoots me a look in the rearview mirror, and I smile back sheepishly. The two of you are nearly 18, and it's time you started acting like it. His green eyes, so like Jake's, look back at me and soften slightly. You two are all we've got, so you both have to put up with us being a touch overprotective. My dad puts his arm around my shoulders and pulls me in for a tight hug. Now, who's up for IHOP? My Sunday morning is rudely interrupted by the arrival of Macy. So how come I'm hearing stories about you spending the night in AJ's room with both AJ and Jake? She paces my room. Clever girl, though, getting AJ to sneak you in through the back door so nobody sees you go in there, protect your perfect image. I just wonder how many times you've done it before. I sit up straighter in my bed and wait for her to stop talking. And don't think I don't know you've told Jake to stay away from me, jealous little bitch. Just because he doesn't look at you that way, you don't want anyone else to have him either. In fact, I don't think any of Jake's friends looked at any of us last night. Did you cock-block all of us and keep them for yourself? Macy, sit down. You're making my neck hurt. Macy shoots me a dirty look but plonks herself down on my desk chair, which protests slightly. Firstly, I got so drunk I passed out, broke my ankle, threw up in front of AJ, and was carried by him into his room. I pull back my duvet so she can see my plastered leg. Jake and I slept in the room with him, but only because I was too drunk to be moved anywhere. She opens her mouth, but I hold up a finger to silence her. Jake is not interested in you. That's nothing to do with me. And I'm pretty sure Katie hooked up again with PJ last night. So I think what you are really saying is that none of the boys you wanted paid you any attention last night. Macy scowls and opens her mouth only to be interrupted again by my door opening. Jake and Drew pile in, arms full of candy. Behind them, I see PJ and Katie standing on the landing. Macy immediately repositions herself onto the bed next to me, plastering a huge smile on her face. Hi, Drew. Jake, I was just making sure Gina here was feeling okay after Friday night. She smiles wider, leaning slightly closer to me and tilting her head toward me. Jake rolls his eyes and snorts. Yeah, okay, Marcy. Her face drops and I hear her correct him under her breath. Anyways, George, these miscreants wanted to make sure you were okay. Drew drops the candy into my lap and backs away with a smile. Sugar always makes me feel better. I'm still surprised you don't have diabetes yet. PJ sits on the chair Macy vacated, pulling Katie down to sit on his lap and resting his chin on her shoulder. Hi, guys. That's really nice of you to check up on me. Where's AJ? I realize he's not with his friends like normal. Drew and PJ share a look. Is he okay? Yeah, it's all good. Just, Family stuff. Yeah, family stuff. Drew picks up a pack of Oreos off the pile he gave me and opens them, shoving a whole one in his mouth. All three boys look a little sheepish, and Jake quickly makes excuses and drags them next door, where the loud sound of violent computer games soon erupts. Macy and Katie don't hang around long once the boys have retreated, and I am soon left on my own again. I wonder what is really going on with AJ. Family stuff my ass.
Andrew. I can't believe I didn't notice Gina had broken her fucking ankle last night. Drew and PJ tried to get me to go with them to visit her today, but my mom is sick in bed, which means my dad has to stay at the hospital until she is better. He is an ICU doctor, so any risk of him catching a stomach bug is taken seriously. So that leaves me with looking after a sick mom, 2 little kids, and making sure the house is not a complete shit show. I've finally got both my sisters asleep. I changed my mom's bed sheets when she didn't make it to the toilet before she hurled, put the dirty sheets into the wash, cleaned the kitchen after dinner, and am currently folding the clean laundry from this morning's wash. My phone is blasting Tom Waits in the background. As I sort the underwear into piles per person, I can't help but think back to the sexy flash Gina had given me when she tried to crawl off the bed yesterday. After seeing her underwear drawer that one time, I was kinda shocked to see her sporting a thong. I can't help but grow a little hard thinking about how her skin felt as I slid her panties back up after she'd been to the bathroom. I shake my head. This is fucking Gina, for fuck's sake! Christ, I wouldn't be surprised if she was all hymen up in there. My phone dings with a text message. Hey, just wanted to say thanks again for George. No probs, dude. Hope she's feeling better. Hope your mom gets better soon, man. Upstairs, I hear my mom run across her room to the bathroom. I sigh, click my phone off, and grab a glass of water for her. Something tells me it's going to be a long night. When my alarm sounds at 5 a.m., I've had a grand total of 3 hours of sleep. I groan and slap it quietly. I lie in the half-light contemplating whether I can get away with skipping my morning run when I hear Lottie start crying. I trudge across the landing to my little sister's room and find Charlotte sitting in her bed, tears running down her cheeks, her sheets covered in puke. Fucking brilliant! I scoop her out of the mess, trying to calm her cries. She goes silent, and I relax slightly before I feel hot wetness on my chest. Sanuva! I hold Lottie out at arm's length, trying not to vomit myself at the puke dripping down my naked chest. She starts crying again. Lottie, baby, it's okay, I coo, carrying her into the bathroom. I manage to calm her down and clean us both up, putting her down in my bed while I change hers. All the noise wakes Sammy up, and she's looking a little pale and clammy too. Managed to find 2 more old bowls in the pantry and place them next to my little sister's. Sneaking into my mom's room, I find her passed out asleep still, her skin covered in a sheen of sweat. Walking down to the kitchen, I pull up my dad's number on my phone and wait for him to pick up. What's up, kiddo? I think Lottie and Sammy have gotten Mom's stomach bug. I need you to phone our schools and tell them we won't be in for the next few days. I hear my dad sigh heavily down the phone. I'm so sorry you have to deal with all this, Andy. You know I'd be there if I could. Yeah, I know, Dad. Don't worry about it. I'll call you after my shift, okay? Okay. He disconnects, and a few minutes later he sends a text telling me he's notified school. Fuck. I suddenly remember that I told Jake I'd take him and Gina to school because he can't drive manual, so her car is out of commission until her cast comes off. Dude, I'm real sorry, but not coming to school. Sister's sick now. 20 minutes later, he replies, No worries, Drew, okay to get us. You need anything later? Andrew, nah, man, I'm cool, Andy. Man, for little kids, my sisters can produce a fuck of a lot of bodily fluids. I spent the last 3 days cleaning up shit and puke. They're lucky they're so freaking cute the rest of the time. My mom was nearly better, but still not strong enough really to get out of bed and do anything. She was, however, insisting that I go back to school tomorrow, so I don't miss an entire week. So I get up on Thursday morning and spend my time before school relocating Lottie and Sammy into bed with my mom. I stock the room with bottles of water, crackers, and Disney DVDs. I kiss all three of their clammy foreheads and send Jake a quick text. I'll be at yours in 10. I grab my bag and wobble for a moment, feeling lightheaded. Shaking off the feeling, I head out to my Jeep and set off for Jake's.
Georgina. Jake knocks on my door just as I finish pulling on my light blue t-shirt dress. He's still wearing his Avengers pajama bottoms, slung low on his hips, showcasing his abs, his long brown hair a mess cascading in front of his eyes. He looks pale. Georgie, I'm dying. He leans his head against the doorframe. What's wrong? I walk over to him and put my hand on his forehead. He feels slightly warm and clammy. Think I've got this stomach bug that's going around. I've spoken to Dad and he's told me to stay home. Okay, feel better soon, Jakey. He turns to walk back to his bedroom. I follow after him. Oh, how am I supposed to get to school?
Andy texted, said he's on his way.
Jake slumps back into his bed. I can't get a ride on my own from AJ. Macy already accused me of hooking up with him on the sly. If she sees me getting out of his car on my own, she's really gonna think I'm lying.
Sorry, Smidge, it's Andy or walking. Jake pulls his sheets up under his chin. You'll be fine.
Still grumbling to myself, I grab my backpack and make my way to the end of my drive to wait for AJ. 2 minutes later, his black Jeep pulls up. I hobble around and get in the passenger side, tucking my crutches down beside the door. AJ looks me up and down, then looks back at the house. Where's Jake? He didn't tell you? We scowl at each other. He shakes his head. He's sick. Oh, okay. AJ frowns and puts his car into drive. The entire drive to school we sit in silence, a frown etched on AJ's face the whole way there. I had thought after the way he'd acted at the weekend, we might have actually been able to start acting civil toward each other. I feel myself getting more and more pissed off at him. He was the fucking asshole, not me. Okay, what the fuck is your problem, McGabe? I finally explode. He turns toward me in surprise. You were actually kinda sweet to me last weekend, and then you disappear all week, and now you're just gonna ignore me completely? His eyes widen, his face blanches, then goes slightly green. Abruptly, he pulls off into the parking lot of a 7-Eleven and swings his door open only to empty his stomach onto the asphalt. Gross! Oh, God, he weakly says, leaning his head back against his headrest. He gags again and leans back out the door. I hear more wet splats and feel my stomach turn a little. When he sits back this time, his eyes roll a little in his head. AJ. I lean toward him. He's shivering slightly, even though he's wearing a jacket and a hoodie, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. AJ, I think I should take you home, he groans in response. I manage to get out of the Jeep and make my way slowly around to his side of the car, trying my best to avoid the puddle of vomit. I push him slightly, and he drags himself over to the passenger side. I get in and adjust the seat and mirrors. Thankfully, he drives an automatic so I can actually get us safely back to his place, wherever that is. Thank the Lord for SatNav. Pressing on the go-home button, I navigate back to his house. Leaving him half passed out in the Jeep, I slowly make my way up to his front door, hoping someone is in. After a couple of minutes of me ringing the doorbell, it opens, revealing a really pretty, young-looking woman still dressed in her pajamas, wavy blonde hair pulled back into a low ponytail. Huh, he must have an older sister. Hi, can I help you? Yeah. I go to school with AJ and he got sick on the way in. She leans out, looking past me to the driveway. I need some help to get him out of the car. I gesture to my plaster cast. Of course, 1 second. She grabs a coat, and between us we manage to wrestle the semi-conscious AJ into the house and up to his bedroom. Not very easy when one of us only has one working leg, and the other one, turns out, is getting over the same sickness bug. Once we have him on his bed, she turns to me and smiles. You must be Gina. Yeah? Don't look so shocked. The red hair gave it away. When someone can give my son a run for his money when it comes to getting top grades, you best believe their name is going to come up in many conversations. I thought you were his sister. She only looks about 25. She throws her head back and laughs. Thank you, sweetie, but no, just the age-old tale of a teen mom. She smiles lovingly down at AJ, running her fingers through his mess of black hair. A noise downstairs catches her attention. Do you think you can take care of him for a minute? I nod and she pads back downstairs. AJ moans and starts to gag again. I grab his bin and thrust it in front of him just in time. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I shudder as some of his vomit splashes my hands. He finally stops heaving and lies back down. Using one crutch, my other hand holding the bin as far away from myself as possible, I make my way slowly into his bathroom and empty it away. After swilling it with water, I place it next to his head. I decide to pull his boots off, drop them by the foot of his bed, and pull his comforter up over him. He stirs a little but doesn't open his eyes. Oh, thank you, honey. AJ's mom reappears in the doorway, a toddler with short blonde curly hair in her arms, sucking on her thumb. I would run you into school, but I've got 2 more sick munchkins to look after. The little girl giggles and buries her face in the crook of her mom's neck. I smile back. That's okay. But do you think it would be okay if I borrow AJ's car? I'll bring it back after school. I can even bring him his missed assignments from this week. That would be wonderful. I know he's worried about the school he's missed this week looking after us all. I look down at AJ. He spent the week looking after his sick mom and siblings? That's kinda sweet. Not at all what I would have expected from AJ fucking McGabe. He probably won't be in school tomorrow either. Why don't you keep his Jeep and drop in after school tomorrow instead? I'm sure he won't mind. She looks back down at him, then flashes a grin at me. Too much. I'm sure he'd hate it, but thanks. I grin back. That would be amazing. I missed the first period of school on Thursday, but Mrs. McGabe had already phoned the school and explained what happened, so I was given a pass. I had a few funny looks driving AJ's Jeep, and Drew and PJ thought it was hilarious that I borrowed it without him knowing. Macy ignored me all week. Robin too, but only by default of being with Macy all the time. Katie spent more time with PJ, so I sat with her and the boys at lunch. With Jake being off sick, the last couple of days felt a little like a double date with Katie and PJ not holding back on the PDA. Drew was getting a little flirty with me. It was nice. He's kinda cute. Luckily, there is no football game on tonight as half the team is sick with the stomach bug, and I am obviously excused from cheer practice. After I pull up to AJ's house on Friday, I gather together all the assignments I collected from our teachers for the week. He's so lucky he looked after me last weekend, or I would have never gone out of my way to help him keep his stupid grades up. His mom lets me in with a smile. Hey, Gina, sweetheart. Thank you so much for bringing Andy's assignments by. I have a huge favor to ask. She bites her lip worriedly. That's no problem, Mrs. McGabe. What can I do for you? I flash my sweetest smile at her. I need to run to the supermarket, and the girls aren't really well enough to take with me. AJ is still sleeping. Would you mind hanging with them till I get back? I'll be an hour tops, and I can run you home after. Sure, I'd be happy to. AJ's mom pulls me in for a tight hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She leans back and yells into the living room. Girls! The toddler I met yesterday appears in the doorway together with a slightly older version. They both have the same blonde hair as Mrs. McGabe, but curlier, nearly in ringlets. All 3 of them also have the same bright blue eyes. Girls, this is Gina. She's a friend of Andy's, and she's going to watch you while I go to the store. They both smile at me, and I wave at them. The older one waves back shyly. The younger one is Charlotte, and the older one is Sammy. They'll be fine. Just sit them down in front of the TV with a Disney film. She laughs. Immediately after the front door closes behind her, the questions begin. What's that on your leg? How did you hurt your leg? Why is it green? Do you play Barbies? Do you play computer games? Do you kiss Andy? The very stern answer to that one was obviously no. They don't want to watch TV, so they lead me upstairs to their bedroom opposite AJ's. I peek into his room as we go past. His is dark, but I can make out the shape of him under his sheets, his foot poking out the end. I pull the door closed to try and stop the noise of his little sisters waking him. I am sitting on the floor in front of Sammy, who is cross-legged on her bed and playing with my hair. I have Charlotte on my lap, book open, reading out loud to her, doing the gruff voice of Captain Hook when I hear a chuckle from the doorway.
Andrew. I wake up in a daze, and the first thing I notice is that my door is closed. I never close my door just in case my sisters need me. I chug the glass of water my mom has left for me and make my way to my sister's room. As I push my door open, I frown at the sound of someone reading out loud. Sitting on the floor having her hair played with in front of Sammy is Gina, Lottie curled up in her lap with a book. She turns another page of the book in her hands and starts reading, putting on a deep voice for the part of Captain Hook. "Good form, Mr. Smee. Blast good form. Did Pan show good form when he did this to me?" Gina looks relaxed and content, even with my little sister messing up her usually perfect hair. I try to hold back, but a chuckle escapes my lips. "Andy!" Sammy drops Gina's hair from her little hands and runs over to me, Lottie not far behind. Gina looks around, eyes wide and a deep blush on her cheeks. I scoop up my sisters and hold them in either arm, their little arms locked around my neck. "Hey, Munchkins, what you up to?" "Gina is looking after us." Gina stands up awkwardly, seemingly out of snarky comments for once, combing her fingers through her hair. "Yeah? That's surprisingly nice of her." I wink at her, and she scowls. I set my sisters down and motion for Gina to follow me. Surprisingly, she does, albeit slowly on her crutches. I sit down on the edge of my bed and rake my fingers through my hair. She perches on the edge of my desk and narrows her eyes at me. "What the hell are you doing here, Gina? Your mom asked me to stay and babysit when I brought your homework over." She brought my homework over. Who knew the ice bitch Gina had a heart? "By the way, thanks for lending me your car." She smirks at me. "Excuse me, what?" "Yeah, after I got you home and dragged your ass up the stairs, put you to bed and cleaned up your puke, your mom said I could use your car for the next few days." She pulls the keys out of the pocket of her skirt and twirls them around her finger. "I wonder if she'd let me keep it over the weekend, seeing as you're not going to be using it." I growl and launch myself at her, trying to grab my keys. She squeals, and we both crash off the desk to the ground in a tangle of limbs. "Get off me, McGabe!" Gina's skirt has ridden up a little in our skirmish, giving me a glimpse of her white cotton panties. I feel myself getting a little excited in my sweats. She obviously feels it too, as her eyes flick down to where our bodies are touching, and then up to my eyes with a raised eyebrow, her cheeks slowly getting redder. We both hastily try to disengage ourselves, but her plastered leg catches my balls. I hiss and roll away from her as the sick pain grows in my lower guts, and my nuts start to throb. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, AJ!" I can hear the laughter in her voice. I hobble back to my bed, hands clutching my bruised balls. I roll over to face the wall, groaning, and hear her leave. A couple of minutes later, she comes back, holding a bag of frozen peas and a stack of paper. "Here." She offers me the cold pack, and I gingerly place it on my crotch. She sits down on the end of my bed and holds out the papers. "I got you all the assignments from this week, and I put copies of my notes from class too." "Thanks, Gina. You didn't have to." I flick through them, Gina's neat handwriting annotating the printed handouts from the teachers. "I know I didn't. I'm just that nice." She flashes a shit-eating grin at me. I scoff. "Yeah, right." Her face falls. I actually feel kind of bad. "Well, I guess I'll leave you to it then." She goes back to my little sister's room, pulling the door closed behind her. Well, fuck. Who'd have thought I could hurt Gina the bitch's feelings? An hour or so later, I hear my mom thanking Gina for watching Lottie and Sammy. Gina gushes about how cute and sweet they both are. My mom shouts up to me that she's dropping Gina home and will take Lottie so to keep an eye on Sammy. As the front door closes, Sammy creeps into my room and curls up on the bed next to me. I really like Gina, she whispers into my ear. She looks like a princess. Yeah, she does, I whisper back, squeezing my little sister till she giggles. I can't stop thinking back to that innocent flash of underwear I saw earlier. Damn, am I starting to like Queen Bitch herself, Gina? After a weekend in bed, I am actually looking forward to going back to school on Monday. Not gonna lie, I never thought I'd say that sentence. Missing a week at school sure seems like a lifetime at my age. So much can happen in a week. I am beyond shocked to find we had Katie and Gina at our lunch table. Well, not so surprised about Katie. She was all PJ had been talking about since his last party. But Gina, especially when she was cozied up to Drew. Now that was a fucking surprise. Even more surprising is the trickle of jealousy that I feel as she grabs his hands when he tries to tickle her, the two of them laughing together. I drop my lunch tray onto the table with a clatter. What the fuck is she doing here? Dude, chill! PJ shakes his head. The girls excuse themselves to go get food. Smooth, man, very smooth. Thought you were a fucking ladies' man? Yeah, lay off George. She's actually pretty cool. Drew waves his phone in front of me. Check out this TikTok of her and Jake skateboarding. I frown and push his arm out of my face. I don't give a shit if she can stand up for more than 30 seconds on a skateboard. I have to deal with her in every fucking class. I just wanted an hour to chill with my friends. I catch Gina glaring at me from the lunch line. Fuck this! I'm out! I grab my things, ignoring my friend's pleas for me to stay. By Wednesday, everything is back to normal. Jake is back at school. The girls have migrated back together, although it still looks a little frosty between Gina and Macy. After a particularly grueling football practice, the four of us are trying to catch our breath, watching the cheerleaders finish up. So boys, what's the plan this Friday? My folks are actually both off work, so I'm free for once. Drew and PJ look at each other. Sorry, dude, but we're out on a double date after the game. Looks like it's just us. Jake swings his arm around my shoulders. Marvel Marathon? His wide grin is infectious. You're such a fucking nerd. I laugh. Yup. After 3 films, I'm fucking done. Jake lives for all this comic book shit. The first summer we met at football camp, I ripped the piss out of his collection of superhero boxer shorts. He proceeded to give me a full and extensive history lesson in who was best and why. He said the one thing he and his friend George ever really fought about was which was the better label, Marvel or DC. Especially after finding out that George is Gina, I'm even more surprised she's into all that dark Batman shit. Jake is spread out hogging most of my bed, and he spent almost all of the last movie glued to his phone. I pull myself up off my beanbag and nudge his overhanging foot. You made me watch this shit and you've spent like the last hour on your phone. Sorry, bro. He flashes me a grin. But this girl started following my Instagram and we've got a bit of banter going on. He sits up and pats the bed next to him. He pulls up her page and I admit, she looks cute, kinda like a young Winona Ryder. Hey, doesn't she go to our school? I pluck the phone out of his hand and scroll through her posts. There's one of her and her friends in the library. I think she's a junior. She's definitely your type, dude. Go for it. He takes his phone back and smiles down at it. Yeah, I think I will. I need to expand my social group, especially if tonight goes well. What do you mean if tonight goes well? I look around at him. With the double date? He shrugs. Double date? Are you a fucking echo? Jake laughs, lying back down. Yeah, the one going on right now with PJ and Katie and Drew and George. Excuse me, what now? Drew has gone on a date with Gina? Jake laughs louder. Yeah, Drew and George, you jealous, bro? He pokes me with his toe. I slap his foot. He pretends to look hurt, but can't stop laughing. I knew all that bickering was just a front. You like her, and you're just pissed she won't give you the time of day. I run a hand down my face. Is that true? Am I really just pissed she won't let me get in her panties, or am I starting to catch feelings? I don't know, man. I mean, she's fucking hot and everything, but she's so vapid. Nah, my George is nothing like the Gina you think you know. He taps on his phone again, then chucks it at me. His TikTok page is up, and I watch the videos he's posted of him and Gina. Videos of them doing tricks on their skateboards, videos of them goofing around in the sea, videos of them playing on the computer. In all of them, she looks nothing like I see her at school. Her hair is messy, usually tied up under a snapback. In none of them is she wearing a dress or a skirt or a tight top. In all of them, she wears a genuine smile, one that warms her whole face. I realize how lackluster she actually is day to day. Jake smiles smugly at me and nudges me with his toe again. She's totally worth getting to know better, and if you're kinda sorta at all interested, I would suggest doing so before Drew gets much further. Fucking Drew better keep his grubby little hands to himself.
Georgina. I can't believe AJ saw my panties. Even more unbelievable was him getting hard against my leg when he saw them. They were just plain white cotton panties. I'm sure with his vast body count, he's seen much sexier lingerie. I feel my cheeks blush, remembering my body's response to feeling his length pressed against my thigh. Maybe he does want me like he wants every other girl in school. Ugh, do I even really want him to want me like every other girl? I guess if I'm being completely honest with myself, it's not even that I actually want him. After changing myself so much to fit in, I just want to feel like he would at least look at me that way. You know, it's good to feel wanted, even if it's by an asshole fuckboy. Talking of feeling wanted, I was very surprised when Drew and PJ asked Katie and me out on a double date. I enjoyed hanging out with Drew. He was the nicest of Jake's new group of friends. He always took time to pop his head in and say hi when the boys came over to hang with Jake. But sitting here in the dark cinema, as his hand slowly inched closer to mine, I couldn't help but tense up. I shift over in my chair more toward Katie, who leans over to me to whisper about the hot lead actor. I'm really worried about the ride home. I really hope Drew isn't expecting anything. Don't get me wrong, I am not as innocent as people think, but I have had bad experiences which have made me wary. The bonus of Drew driving is the fact I get to sit shotgun because PJ and Katie want to get handsy in the back seat. The downside is PJ and Katie getting handsy in the back seat. With every little moan and giggle, I can feel my cheeks get hotter. Glancing at Drew, who keeps glancing in the rearview mirror at them, is getting me more annoyed by the second. Who in the hell actually pervs on their friends getting off with each other? Hindered by my stupid crutches, I don't manage to get out of the car before Drew runs around to help. He slides his fingers down my arm, takes my hand, and smiles sweetly at me. I smile back before turning and shouting bye to the two horny teens wrapped around each other on the back seat. He walks me up to my door, carrying one of my crutches for me. So I had fun. Thanks for inviting me out. I smile and squeeze his hand slightly, trying to ease myself away. Yeah, me too. The side of Drew's mouth turns up. He squeezes my hand back, tightening his grip on me. With his other hand, he sweeps his blonde hair back off his forehead. Before I have time to react, his lips are pressing onto mine. I feel myself freeze as his hands find their way onto the sides of my face. He pulls back, looking puzzled. Hey, are you not into this? And no, my voice trails off, keeping my gaze down. Hey. He cups my chin, lifting my face up to meet his. It's okay. I just read the signals wrong. It's cool. He smiles. It's all gravy, baby. I can't help but smile back. He pulls me in for a hug. The stereotypical teenage boy smell of Axe body spray invades my nostrils. I feel kind of bad seeing as he's being so sweet, so I squeeze him back, feeling his strong muscles flex. You're a really sweet guy, Drew. You'll make someone an excellent boyfriend, but I'm just not looking for anything like that right now. I pull back and give him a light peck on the cheek. Jake is lying on my bed when I finally get upstairs. I crawl over to him and rest my head on his chest. His fingers immediately twist into my hair, his fingernails lightly scratching my scalp. How'd the date go, Smidge? I sigh. That good, huh? Jake chuckles. He kissed me, and I froze. I push myself off him and make my way into the bathroom to take my makeup off, quickly wiping away a rogue tear. George. Jake sits on the closed toilet seat next to me, pulling his knees up and resting his chin on top of them. You know I'd never let anything bad happen to you again, right? You know it kills me. I slap a hand over his mouth, and he looks up at me with sad eyes. Jakey, I don't want to think about that night, much less talk about it. He nods under my hand. I finish getting ready, sticking on my glasses, and quickly change into an old pair of Jake's sweats, which he outgrew several years ago, and one of my dad's old Rolling Stones t-shirts. Cuddling up to Jake in my bed, watching Beetlejuice for the 1,000th time, I'm distracted by him fiddling on his phone every 2 minutes. What the fuck are you doing? I snatch the phone out of his hand before he realizes what I'm doing. His Snapchat is open, showing a cute petite brunette wearing a Captain Marvel costume. And just who is this, Mr. Nelson? Jake blushes, grabbing his phone back. He sighs heavily and closes the app. Her name is Layla. She's a junior. We started talking a couple of days ago on Insta. I think I'm gonna ask her out on a date. Jake, that's awesome! I sit up excitedly. Just don't forget about me when you are all loved up. Nah, you know you'll always be my #1 girl, Smidge. He pulls me back down and wraps his arms around me, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. You'll find someone you feel safe to feel that way about too soon. Since the accidental panty flash, AJ has pretty much ignored me. Kind of. I've caught him staring at me in class a couple of times and felt the heat of his eyes when I've spoken to Drew in passing. Macy, on the other hand, has practically become my shadow. I preferred it when she was ignoring me. I wasn't used to her being this nice. She'd offered to drive me around while I was still incapacitated, and we spent more time than before hanging out, just the two of us. We were currently in her bedroom getting ready for another party at PJ's. She and Robin are giggling in the corner together, and I'm straightening Katie's hair and listening to her talk again about PJ. I know far too many of the personal details of that boy. My dad reluctantly agreed to let me go to this party after much pleading and begging by both myself and Jake. I promised to stay away from the alcohol, and Jake promised to get us both home before 11 p.m. I know for a fact both our dads are going to be waiting up for us. Jake asked that girl, Layla, to meet him at the party tonight, so he was hyped up all day. I was kind of glad he went straight to PJ's house after the football game this afternoon. He needed to smoke a couple of joints and chill out, so he didn't freak her out with his crackhead energy. Macy and Robin's giggling and whispering continue up until we enter the party, where they promptly disappear. However, Katie soon latches on to PJ. I hobble through to the kitchen where I find Jake, his red eyes and huge grin a sign that he has had a smoke. Standing with him, looking around with wide eyes, is the girl from his phone. I smile and wave at them but get a scowl off her before she turns back toward Jake. Bitch! What the fuck did I do? I grab a water bottle and wander back to the living room where people are dancing. I sit on the couch and people watch for a bit. AJ is leaning up against the wall opposite, smirk in place as per usual, sipping on a red Solo cup, one of the other cheerleaders pressing herself up against him. I don't get how his sisters are both so cute, and he turned out as he did. The music cuts off suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. Hi, guys! Macy stands next to the music dock. I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to a little something and dedicate this next song to my best friend, Georgina Evans. She presses the button, and Limp Bizkit's Counterfeit starts playing. Robin is standing next to her holding card, which she hands to Macy with a grin. Flipping around the card, I'm horrified to see it's a large photo of me from when I was 13, going through a gawky stage. Large glasses, bunches, freckles, boys' shorts, dirty t-shirt. This is what our lovely Gina looked like when she first started high school with us. No wonder she quickly decided to completely change her whole personality to try and fit in. She flips around another photo. It's of my mom. My heart is pounding. I feel like I'm drowning. This is Gina's mom. We, her closest friends, were obviously not good enough friends for her to tell us what happened to her. Are we, Gina? She flips another card. It shows the newspaper article detailing the suicide of my mother. Gina's mom selfishly walked out in front of the commuter train. She obviously couldn't cope any longer being the mother of a liar like Georgina. "Macy, shut the fuck up!" I hear AJ bark at Macy through the loud buzzing in my ears. "I think I'm going to pass out." "But AJ, I would have thought you'd love to know how much of a bitch Gina really is. Georgina Evans is such a bitch that she ruined someone's life." No, 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 no. Macy flips around another card. "This is the poor guy who got sucked into Gina's cesspool of a life and was accused of Before she can finish the last word, AJ hits the music off, and Jake appears, snatching the cards from her hands and ripping them in half. The room stands in silence, eyes flicking from me to Macy. I can feel tears streaming down my cheeks but make no move to wipe them. Macy smirks at me. I turn on my heels and run as fast as I can with my stupid fucking plastered leg and crutches. I manage to make it out of the front door and halfway down the drive before Jake catches up with me. He pulls me into a tight hug, and I can't do anything but sob into his chest. I am aware of other voices behind me, and then Jake sweeps me up bridal style, and I'm jostled into what I assume is a car. I am numb. I think I'm still crying. Before too long, I'm jostled again in Jake's arms, then the familiar scent of my dad surrounds me. I can hear him murmuring my name while he rubs his hand up and down my back. I must have eventually fallen asleep because I'm in my bed when I next open my eyes. Jake is sprawled across the end, and my dad is slumped over my desk. As I sit up, I can see James, Jake's dad, lying on the floor. I lie back down, fresh tears prickling behind my lids. How did they find out all that stuff? And why would Macy want to destroy me in public like that? I thought we were friends.
Andrew. The party is in full swing when I notice she is there. Gina comes from the kitchen looking annoyed, a bottle of water clutched in her hand as she tries to maneuver around dancing bodies with her cumbersome plastered leg and sticks. I have Becky, another blonde cheerleader, pressing her tits up against my chest. I'm not really interested in Becky. She is a well-known prick tease, likes to be able to turn guys down after getting them all riled up just so she can be like, "Guys are only after one thing." Yep, never gonna happen, babe. I watch Gina as I have been doing all week. As usual, she is all alone. The bitchy blondes seem to make it a habit to drop her as soon as they get to a party. Her dark green dress almost matches the green of her cast perfectly, making the redness of her hair stand out even more. The scarlet lipstick has her lips looking even more pouty than normal. I am torn from my daydream about having those pouty lips wrapped around me by Macy announcing she has something to say. To a backdrop of Limp Bizkit, she proceeds to do a fucking show and tell about Gina. I am frozen to the spot initially, watching as Gina slowly breaks down. As Macy makes a really fucking shitty comment about Gina's mom killing herself, I shake myself and tell her to shut the fuck up. I see Drew striding toward the kitchen and grabbing Jake, who got really fucking stoned this afternoon, to try and relax enough to actually talk to his Instagram crush. Gina is pale, shaking, with tears streaming unchecked down her cheeks. Macy turns another card showing a photo of a young guy, blonde, chin-length hair poking out the sides of a backward snapback. She starts talking some shit about Gina ruining his life, and as I get to the music and switch it off, Jake reaches her, face like thunder. He grabs the cards from her hands and rips them all in half. He cups her roughly by the cheeks, making her lips squish together. "Just shut the fuck up, Macy. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about." She stumbles a little when he releases her, eyes glossy. He spins around, scanning the room before locking eyes with me. "Where is she?" I look around the room. Gina isn't there. We both run out the open front door, murmurs starting up between our classmates behind us. Gina is halfway down the driveway. No idea how she's managed to move so fast on those fucking crutches. Jake runs up to her and wraps his arms around her small frame. She immediately buries her face in his chest, heart-wrenching sobs echoing in the stillness of the night. Jake looks up at me, pained. "I promised her she wouldn't get hurt again." His voice breaks, and he tightens his grip on her, his hand on the back of her head, his voice muffled by her hair. I fucking promised. I run a distracted hand through my hair. Behind me, Drew and PJ appear, both looking worried. Dude, is she okay? I'm chucking everyone out. PJ shakes his head. That was so fucked up. I produce my keys from my back pocket and hold them up at Jake, tipping my head toward my Jeep. He nods and scoops Gina up bridal style. We drive to their house in silence. Well, kinda. Gina is quietly sobbing into Jake's shoulder still. He somberly says goodbye and scoops her back into his arms. I quickly get out to open the front door for them. Their two dads are in the hallway almost immediately, Gina's dad quickly snatching her from Jake's arms. He buries his face in her hair, making her cry harder again as her arms snake tightly around his neck. Jake's dad slings an arm around Jake's shoulders, ruffling his hair and pulling him in for a side hug. I quietly retreat from the house, leaving them to look after her. Jake and Gina are absent from school for the whole week. Jake is ghosting me hard, occasionally answering my texts with one-word replies and declining my calls. The hot topic at school is the party. Macy and Robin are acting like they fucking saved us from some heinous dictator or something. No bitches, you just ruined a good party with your jealous bullshit. Katie has completely stopped talking to them, going so far as to quit the cheer squad. I was dubious about her to begin with, but PJ assures us she had no idea they were planning anything. She's been trying to call and text Gina but says there's been no response, and the phone goes straight to voicemail, so she thinks Gina has turned it off. I decide to pay it back and get all of the week's assignments for both Gina and Jake, taking time to copy all of my notes from class for Gina, as she did for me the other week. I skip football practice and drive to their house. After the second time I ring the bell, a miserable-looking Jake opens the door. Hey! I shift my weight between my feet uncomfortably. I thought you guys might, well, probably won't, Jake chuckles, his green eyes lighting up a little. Dude, you know you're kinda cute when you're nervous. I roll my eyes, shoving his shoulder gently. He flashes a genuine smile and steps back to let me in. She's upstairs. He leans back against the handrail, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I think she'd appreciate seeing someone else's face besides mine. He smirks. Nervously, I hesitate outside her bedroom door. I can hear the faint rumble of Tom Waits from the other side. Didn't think anyone else my age actually listened to this. Jake, you can only come back in here if you promise to keep your thieving hands off my candy. I smile and push her door open. Gina is lying on her bed, surrounded by bags of candy. Her unusual eyes, one blue, one green, meet my chocolate brown ones from behind her black plastic spectacles. Oh, it's you, she says in surprise. I thought I'd repay you. I wave the stack of notes at her. She smiles a little and points for me to put them on her desk. I set them down, sit on the end of her bed, and look at her. The skin around her eyes is still a little red, and her face is pale. Her long hair is twisted up on top of her head. She's wearing an oversized hoodie and Batman logo shorts. Her green plastered leg is stretched out in front of her, painted toenails to match. How are you doing? She shrugs, and her eyes start to go glossy with fresh tears. I pluck a bag of jelly beans off the bed and toss them between my hands. Drew would be in absolute heaven in this room right now. Gina snorts, surreptitiously wiping a tear from her cheek. I've never known a boy with such a sweet tooth as Drew. She smiles a little. I settle back a little more, leaning against the wall and toeing off my boots. You know we went on a date, him and me? Her eyes flick up to mine again and I nod. He's great. She trails off, twisting her hands together. So how come you didn't go out again? I grilled Drew already about their date, much to Jake's amusement and Drew's puzzlement. He said there just wasn't that kind of spark between them, but now I suspect it has more to do with the boy from the photo Macy had. Gina clears her throat and pulls the sleeves of her hoodie down over her hands. Jake really never told you anything about me, huh? I shake my head. Come on, for the last few years, I thought his best friend was some dude called George. She half smiles. All I know is you guys are like brother and sister, and he hated the fact you all lived so far from each other. All that she said was true. Gina's voice is practically a whisper. When I was 13, my mom killed herself by stepping out in front of a train in rush hour. I was there. She pauses, swallowing down hard. I saw it all. It was like it was in slow motion. She shudders. Afterward, my dad, he really wasn't coping too good. I didn't help. A tear escapes and winds its way down her cheek. I kinda went off the rails. Dragged Jake off with me too. Partying with a slightly older crowd. Weekends drinking and smoking. There was this guy, Parker. Jake had told me not to go, but he was always so nice to me. He was the cute skater boy all the girls wanted. I said no. She looks up at me. The first couple of times he did it, he was real apologetic. Blamed it on the beer, the weed. Then one night, he kept giving me drinks. I could barely walk. I couldn't stop him when he pulled my shorts down. His friends, they... Fuck me. Gina closes her eyes for a moment. Jake found me, but not before they had finished. He blames himself for not being there. My dad tried to press charges, but Parker's dad had connections, and he managed to get off. She falls silent. So that was why Jake was so quick to sucker punch me when I said I had her passed out drunk in my bed. I jump as Jake speaks up behind me. The fucker spread it round everywhere that she was a slut who was begging for it. His eyes flash with anger. For 2 years I had to endure his shit, but then he went to college and got done for slipping date rape drugs into some girl's drink. Hope he's enjoying getting ass fucked in jail by some huge guy he has to call daddy. Gina giggles, wiping her tears away. I reach over and take Gina's hand. I'm so sorry that shit happened to you. I don't know where the fuck Macy found out about all that, but don't let it stop you from holding your head up high when you walk back into school. You've proven you're a survivor by being able to move on with your life. She squeezes my hand and mouths, thank you. Monday morning, I pull up outside Jake and Gina's house and beat my horn. Jake bounds down the drive and into my passenger seat, grin on his face. She's back, baby! He excitedly bounces in his seat. What? I catch sight of Gina walking out the front door. Her hair is in a high ponytail, her glasses are on, and even from here I can see she's not plastered in makeup like usual. Her skin looks luminous. She's wearing cut-off jean shorts and a pale blue hookups t-shirt, layered over a white long-sleeved tee, battered forest green Vans on her available foot, and backpack slung over one shoulder. She looks hot as fuck. I stutter out a hello. She pulls herself into the back seat with a shy smile. On the drive to school, I can barely concentrate on the road. My eyes keep wandering back to the rearview mirror to look at Gina. Jake annoyingly keeps catching me do it and is grinning so wide I'm positive his cheeks are gonna start cramping soon. I'm obviously not the only one who thinks Gina looks good today. Drew does an actual double take when we walk up to them. Jake keeps his arm around her protectively until the bell rings, and she forcibly has to pull out from underneath it. I sit down on the desk next to her, staring down Craig as he tries to get me to move out of what is historically his seat. With a huff, he finally sits where I normally sit, and Gina looks at me with a raised eyebrow. I smile widely back at her, and she shakes her head with a smile. Sitting next to her in all our classes, I really notice for the first time that she sits in the back far corner every time. As soon as she unpacks all her things, she discreetly slides in a headphone to her one ear. How she manages to make such decent notes and always answer correctly when called on while listening to music, I don't know. Maybe she is smarter than me. We walk to lunch together, which pulls a few looks. Usually, we were bitching at each other. As we stand in line for food, Macy and Robin walk past. I see you've retreated back to the land of dressing like a dyke, huh, Gina? Macy titters. Oh, why don't you just fuck off and work on your collection of STDs, Marcy? Jake says tiredly, grabbing Gina's hand and pulling her out of the queue. Macy scowls, her face turning red. Why did you do it? I ask genuinely. Her face twists into a smirk. Because she's always acted like she's so much better than us. And when we found out how much she'd changed herself to fit in, it was just too funny. Robin flips her hair over her shoulder with an unattractive snort. When I get over to where my friends are sitting, PJ and Drew are arguing as usual about some shit, and Jake and Gina are huddled together whispering. I sit down opposite them and smile, setting down the extra slice of pizza I'd snagged in front of Gina. So what you talking about?
Georgina. After a week of wallowing in self-pity and swimming in gallons of cookie dough ice cream, I know Jake is getting bored. He has been amazing, though. My dad hovered over me for the first couple of days, too. I know he was worried about how I would react to my deepest secrets being broadcast to my classmates. Jake's dad was worried, too, but his way of coping with things is to keep his distance but provide tons of sugary treats. Hence the piles of candy on my bed that Jake has been sneaking. I slap his hand for the 20th time, and he shoots me a hurt look while rubbing it. So AJ wants to know, are we going back to school tomorrow? He scoots himself further up the bed so he can lean against the headrest next to me. I don't know. I lean my head on his shoulder and link my fingers with his. I don't even know who'd I'd be at school anymore. You'd be George, my little smidge. I smile wistfully at him. You'd get to be yourself again, not this weird plastic Barbie girl version you've been pretending to be. I sigh. I guess you're right. I would never have changed myself so much if you'd been with me the whole time. Stupid boys on my first day, making me feel invisible. You know it's AJ's fault, right? Jake laughs and shakes his head. Yeah. I tried to approach the three of them because they reminded me of you, of our friendship, the way they were so relaxed with each other, and I overheard AJ making fun of the new dyke. I was devastated when I realized he meant me. I'm 100% sure he no longer feels that way. There's a mischievous glint to his eye. I felt better for telling my side of the story, even if it was AJ fucking McGabe who I told it to. He was actually surprisingly cool about the whole thing. It made me feel a little bit better about my horrible past being dragged into the present by those nasty blonde bitches. I drag myself out of bed early the next morning and do as much of my yoga routine as I can with one leg in a cast, and then I get washed up. Pulling open my wardrobe, I gaze with disdain at my clothes. Jake is right. I should make the best out of the shitty situation. No more Gina. I was going to go back to being George, tomboy, habitually dressed in beat-up Vans. I pull out my favorite Hookups t-shirt, one with a cute girl on the front and a cat sitting between her open legs. I layer it with a white long-sleeve t-shirt and pair them with light denim cutoffs, which stop mid-thigh, and my one green Van trainer, so it at least kinda matches my cast. Pulling my hair back into a ponytail, I run a chapstick over my lips, and I'm done. I'm greeted in the kitchen by a very excited Jake and my dad, who pulls me in for a big hug and whispers how proud he is into my hair. Outside, AJ beeps the horn of his truck, and Jake practically skips out the door. As I pull open the back door of his Jeep, I catch his eyes widening and a slight blush coloring his cheeks. He stutters out a hello. Am I missing something? Jake looks like the freaking Cheshire Cat the way he won't stop grinning. When we get to AP English, first period, AJ follows me to the back of the classroom and plonks himself down in the seat next to me instead of in his normal desk in the front row. Craig, who normally sits next to me, tries to argue with him, but is met with a glare that sends him running to the open seat in front. Poor guy. He uses this class to catch up with his sleep, usually. I look at AJ quizzically, but he just grins at me. I stick my earbud in and scroll through my music till I find the Kurt Vile collection Jake had loaded onto my phone. AJ proceeds to do the same in the next two classes, too. There are no shitty comments made to me or that I hear about me. A couple of guys try to compliment me on my new look, but AJ glares at them until they shut up and walk away. We stroll to the canteen in silence, but I keep catching him looking at me from the side of his eye. We stand in line to get some food when Macy and Robin walk up to us. I see you've retreated back to the land of dressing like a dyke, huh, Gina? Macy titters. I feel tears prick my eyes and try to blink them back. I'm not going to give her the satisfaction of seeing me cry again because of her. Oh, why don't you just fuck off and work on your collection of STDs, Marcy? Jake says tiredly, walking up behind them, grabbing my hand, and pulling me over toward the table where PJ and Drew are sitting. I see Macy scowl, her face turning red. AJ stays in line and starts talking to her. Jake sits me down with my back toward them, so I don't see what happens next.
Hey, George. Day going good so far?
Drew flashes me a smile, a small dimple popping in his cheek. PJ nods at me, his mouth too full of pizza to talk. Pizza. Damn it, Jake pulled me away before I got any lunch. Yeah, okay so far. AJ has been acting weird, though. Jake snorts with laughter. I frown at him. What? PJ and Drew start bickering over whether or not PJ can borrow Drew's car for another date with Katie after Drew found a pair of her panties shoved down the side of his seat the last time. I lean in closer to Jake. What? That's not the first time you've acted like that when I've mentioned AJ. Smidge, you are so fucking blind. He shakes his head slowly, a grin still playing on his lips. My boy has it bad for you. I push him, feeling my cheeks grow hot. I bet you anything he notices you have no lunch and brings you something over. Okay, fine. I bet you your Xbox he doesn't. I hold out my hand. He wraps his long fingers around it. Cool. If I win, you have to ask him on a date. I only shake because I'm completely sure AJ is still an asshole. The table moves slightly as AJ sits down opposite us and slides one of 2 portions of pizza across the table to me with a smile. What you talking about? Jake cracks up. I kick him under the table as AJ looks between us with confusion. I flash him a smile. It's nothing, AJ. Just Jake being a moron as per usual. I hesitantly pick up the slice of pizza. Thanks for this, by the way.
No problem.
He smiles, and I notice for the first time that he has faint dimples in both cheeks. Maybe it's because he's never really actually smiled at you before. Katie explained to me that she completely stopped talking to Macy and Robin. I've even unfollowed them on all social media, and I quit cheer. It wasn't the same without you there, and listening to that nasally hose beast was just, I laugh at her disgusted face. Seriously, though, if I knew they were planning anything like that, I would have told you right away. It's okay. I know you would have. I stop braiding her hair and lean forward to wrap my arms around her. She pats my arms in front of her chest. I do kind of feel responsible, though. If I hadn't mentioned your mom being dead in a rail accident, Macy would have never started digging. And then she said she'd overheard Drew talking to you about your dressing different when you first transferred here. Hey, it's not your fault she's a psycho. We both giggle. We are hanging out in her bedroom, waiting for the guys to come over with some Taco Bell. She admits to me that she also felt like she had to change a little in order to stay friends with the rest of the cheerleaders. She is the youngest of 4, having 3 older brothers who are all into extreme sports. She changed a few of her posters from cheesy pop stars to hunky, half-naked surfers. She also relaxed her clothing style a little. She is still very girly, more so than me, but her tight tops are now all Roxy or Fox brands. Her bedroom door bangs open, and the boys pile in. Drew is halfway through a bag of churros, a bag of cinnamon twists in his other hand. PJ sits down next to Katie and hands her her food. I scoot over on her bed to allow Jake and AJ to sit down. Jake positions himself on the end of the bed, so AJ has to sit between us. I am acutely aware of the heat from his thigh pressing against mine. Since Jake planted the idea in my head, I can't stop thinking about stupid AJ McGabe, with his stupid mop of black hair, always styled so perfectly, and his plump lips and deep chocolate brown eyes. I realize I'm staring at him and look away, only to find Jake grinning at me. I mouth "fuck off" at him and he chuckles. Jake is finally going on a date with Layla. She is being dropped at our house, and they are going to a midnight showing of some sci-fi film I'd never heard of. He has spent more time in the bathroom getting ready than anyone I'd ever met. There's a knock on the front door, and he yells at me to get it. Hi, Layla. Jake is just finishing up. Do you want to come in? The mini Winona Ryder look-alike scowls at me and shakes her head. What the fuck is her problem? Hey, what is with the attitude? You expect me to be nice to you when you have been nothing but a bitch to me the whole time I've been at school with you? I feel my mouth drop open. I tried to hang out with you all when I was a freshman, But because I wasn't a skinny cheerleader, you all thought it would be fun to keep inviting me out places but never show up. I feel my face grow red.
I don't know why Jake likes you. I really don't. You're nothing but a shallow attention-grabbing.
Jake chooses this time to bound downstairs, his usual grin on his face. Hey, Layla, you two getting on okay? Ready to go? Without waiting for an answer to any of his questions, Jake plants a quick kiss on my cheek and walks out with Layla, pulling the door closed behind him. Wow, was I really that horrible to people? I guess I was. I guess I just went along with what Macy wanted. That's a lie. I was the one who thought it would be funny to invite people places we weren't going to. I don't remember Layla, though. God, I really am such a bitch that I don't even remember the people I have messed with in the past. Another knock on the door pulls me from my depressing reverie. I pull it open to find AJ standing on the doorstep. Hi, is Jakey around? I shake my head no. Oh, okay then. His shoulders slump a little and he turns to go. You can come in and hang out if you want. What the hell am I doing? AJ turns back to me with a smile. There's those dimples again. You sure? I nod and step back to let him past. We walk up to Jake's room in silence, and I switch on the Xbox, handing him a controller. Settling on the edge of the bed, he flashes a grin. You ready to get your ass beat tonight? As if. In your dreams, McGabe. After 2 hours of gameplay, we are getting more relaxed with each other. I can actually see why Jake enjoys hanging out with him so much. AJ has a really dry sense of humor, and once we started playing online, I discovered he has brutally hilarious put-downs too. James and my dad came home from the bar they have their weekly pub quiz in, bearing boxes of pizza. They exchanged a look between them when AJ followed me downstairs. They quickly excused themselves to the living room with plates piled high with steaming hot slices and left me and AJ sitting at the counter. So, hey, thanks for letting me hang with you tonight. PJ and Katie have set Drew up with Katie's cousin, and I didn't realize Jake had his big date tonight. I thought he was going on Saturday. Yeah, he was supposed to, but then he noticed the date was different online than on the flyer he'd seen. I sigh, frowning as I recall my conversation with Layla before they left. What's up? AJ bumps my shoulder with his. Layla had a go at me when she got here. Apparently, I was a complete bitch to her when she started high school. I sigh again, slumping over the marble countertop. One of many, I fear, because I didn't even recognize her. I wish I'd been stronger when I moved here. I mumble the last part into my arm.
What do you mean?
He swallows his mouthful and turns toward me. I take a deep breath and sit up straighter. My first day, I looked like, well, me, I guess. The first people I saw were you, Drew, and PJ. You all were goofing around, throwing a football, joking about Call of Duty. It made me homesick for Jake, so I thought I'd try and make friends. AJ raises his eyebrows. I tried to make conversation with you, but you laughed at me, practically looked right through me. Later on, I heard you joking with your friends, and Macy and Robin, too, about the new little dyke who thought she could just talk to the Alpha group. AJ cringes, his cheeks heating up. I'm so sorry, George. What the hell? He called me George.
I was even more of a dick back then than I am now. His mouth twistens into a smile.
I kinda remember you from that day. But I definitely remember you when you came back to school the next week. Well, actually, I thought you were another new student. I laugh at him. When I walked back into school the next week with my contact lenses in, full face of makeup and girly clothes, I remember seeing your face. He'd looked me up and down, sending a shiver of excitement down my spine that day. You walked straight over to me and asked for my name and number.
And you shot me down so hardcore.
He chuckles. Of course, now I know it's because you knew how much of a shallow bastard I was. You were the first girl to turn me down. Even at that age, I was something of a lady killer, and then you just had to go and be smart, too. Yeah, you being smart made me hate you even more, too. We smile at each other, standing and dumping our plates in the sink. But you're not so bad, McGabe. You either, Evans. But your sisters are both way cuter than you. AJ chuckles and pulls me into a hug. I can feel how solid his muscles are underneath his hoodie, and he smells like cinnamon and wood. We pull back a little, and his eyes flicker down to my mouth. He moves a little closer, and I feel my spine start to tingle like that day he looked at me like he really saw me. Am I really about to let AJ fucking McGabe kiss me? A throat clears from behind us, and we spring apart, both our faces burning red. Jake is standing grinning as usual in the doorway. No, don't let me interrupt, please. I flip him off and stalk past him back to my bedroom. I think I was going to let AJ fucking McGabe kiss me, because I'm really fucking disappointed that he didn't.
Andrew. Gina looks so sad as she tells me about how mean she apparently was to Jake's new girl. Then she tells me how much of a dick I was to her when she first started school. I feel so fucking embarrassed when I realize I was the main reason she felt like she had to change so much. I was the reason we spent the last 4 years hating on each other. What an asshole. She starts to tease me a little, and without really thinking about it, I pull her close and wrap my arms around her slight frame. She smells like vanilla and apples. We move apart slightly, and I can't help but watch her tongue as it slowly moistens her naturally pouty lower lip. I swallow hard and move my head forward slightly. Was I actually going to kiss the fucking Ice Queen? Someone clears their throat behind us, and we spring apart like we've been electrocuted. No, don't let me interrupt, please. Jake stands in the doorway, grinning widely at us. Gina flips him off and pushes past him back upstairs. And what, pray tell, were you just doing with my best friend? Jake chuckles and pulls himself up onto the counter next to me. I shake my head. It was nothing. Nothing, he repeats, swinging his leg so it bumps into my hip. Yeah, right, that was fucking nothing. I could taste the chemistry in the fucking air when I opened the front door. I groan and run my hands up my face and through my hair, letting it flop back onto my forehead. She told me how much of a fucking douche I've been to her since she moved here. And especially after now knowing why she moved here in the first place, fuck. Dude, I feel so fucking bad. I sigh deeply, frowning down at the floor. I'm surprised she talks to me at all. Jake jumps off the counter and stands in front of me, his hands resting on my shoulders, forcing me to make eye contact with him. His deep green eyes flash with emotion. Andy, I know both of you guys better than any other fucker, and if you like her like I think you like her, you have to tell her. Be straight, but be prepared to take it slow. I nod, feeling a smile spread across my face as I realize he's giving me his blessing to make a move on Gina. And also be prepared to feel my fist meet your jaw again if you ever fucking hurt her, okay? He grins, tilting his head to one side. I pull him in for a hug, slapping his back. I know, man. If she wants me, I won't hurt her. I fucking swear to you. Drew groans and bangs his head onto the library desk, which is currently covered in college application forms. Why the fuck do we need to do this now? PJ laughs, trying to push him back into an upright position. Dude, I done told you not to get fucked up last night. Yeah, rookie mistake getting hammered on a school night. Jake smirks. After Gina rejected him, Drew hooked up with one of last year's seniors, but as she was now a college student, that meant he had been, very easily mind you, persuaded to go to a party on a Wednesday night. I feel like my brain is trying to crawl out of my eyes. Drew's voice is muffled by his arm. Jake rubs his hand up and down his face, tucking his hair behind his ears, then untucking it again like he always does when he's stressed. His pen lid is so chewed, I barely recognize that's what it is. I feel like my brain has already fucking left. It's not that fucking hard. I lean back in my chair. I can help you guys with your essays and shit. Just fill in the rest of it. It's okay for you, Mr. Brainiac. Probably got your scholarship to Yale already set, right? Drew squints at me. Follow in Daddy's footsteps. I scowl. Fuck you, dude, I snap, pulling together all my stuff, pushing it angrily into my bag. Hey man, calm down, he's a hungover dick. Ignore him. PJ puts his hand on my arm. I pull it away, shaking my head. Drew does have the decency to look sheepishly at me as he realizes his fuck-up. Nah, man. You can sort your own fucking applications out. I'm done. As I stride out of the library, I hear my friends call out for me to come back, but fuck them. I make my way to my next class and sink down in the chair next to where I know Gina will be sitting. I pull out my Yale acceptance letter and stare at it for the remainder of my free period. I'm not aware of anyone else until Gina pokes me in the side. I quickly shove the letter into the pocket of my hoodie, hoping she didn't see it. So, Yale, huh? Early acceptance, right? Fuck. She had seen it. I glance over at her. She's leaning over toward me, a smile on her lips. Yeah? Pissed you haven't got yours yet? I smirk. There was always somewhat of an expectation for one, if not both of us, to be accepted to an Ivy League school. Gina scowls and sits back in her chair, pushing her headphones into her ears. Fuck you, McGabe. I really wish you would. So, what the fuck was up with you earlier? Jake pulls himself into my Jeep and slams the door shut. Dude! He raises his hands apologetically. Sorry. Don't know my own strength, obviously, he chuckles. But seriously, I've never seen you go off like that at Chow Boys before. I sigh, leaning my head back on the headrest. Two things Drew said pissed me off. Firstly, telling me I'm going to follow in Daddy's footsteps. I glance over at him. Jake winces. My friends are well aware my real dad is a fucking loser. He got my mom pregnant when she was only 15. Because he was 20, my grandparents pushed for him to be charged with statutory rape. He found out and fucked off back to Puerto Rico to escape any charges. Unfortunately, my genetics are all him and none of my mom, hence the black hair and brown eyes. Last she heard from him, he was in prison over there for auto theft. My mom met her now husband, Mark, at Yale where they both studied medicine. He is the only dad I've ever known. Secondly, I would love to go to Yale, but what? Jake leans over. I know you got in, dude. I saw the fucking letter. I can't leave my folks, my sisters. If I was across the country, I mean, who would look after them? My folks both need to work full-time, especially if I was to go somewhere like Yale. I try to swallow the lump which has formed in my throat. Jake pats me on the shoulder. So what are you going to do instead? That, my friend, is the million-dollar fucking question.
Georgina. To be honest, I was actually really pissed off that AJ had received an early acceptance letter to Yale. Not that I wanted to go there particularly, I just wanted to flaunt it in his stupid face if I got offered places in all the good schools before he did. I've seen him wearing an old Yale hoodie before, so I assume his mom or dad went there. I've gone through the motions of applying to the Ivy League schools and the other big hitters, but I've already decided I want to go to San Francisco State. It means I could still live at home, and it is the same one Jake is applying to. There is no way I am leaving my dad on his own, and if I can experience college life with Jake by my side, that will be amazing. AJ seemed kinda annoyed all day, more standoffish than usual, and while I wait for Katie after school, I see him having a heated talk with Jake in his Jeep. Jake looks at him sympathetically, patting him on the arm. I wonder what that's all about. Katie appears at my side as I watch them pull out of the parking lot. So, I've decided to dye my hair and you're helping me, Katie squeals excitedly, her hands on my shoulders as she jumps up and down in front of me. Oh, okay, calm down. I can't help but grin back at her. So what color are we doing? Pink! Your hair is bright fucking pink. PJ walks slowly all the way around Katie, who is practically vibrating with excitement. It's cool. I approve. Drew raises his soda can in their direction. I giggle, resting my head on Jake's shoulder. Jake kicks Drew's leg. I'm sure Katie is thrilled that the great Drew Robinson approves. Drew flips him off with a grin. PJ runs his fingers through Katie's hair, a smile widening on his face. I like it, my little punk princess. Katie squeals, throwing her arms around his broad shoulders and peppering his face with kisses. You look sexy as hell, baby girl. It did suit her, to be honest. When she pulled the packs of pink dye out of her bag, I originally thought it was a terrible idea. It was a shade darker than candy floss and somehow bought out the green hues in her eyes more. While she corrals me into taking 100 new photos of her for her Instagram, I notice AJ slip into the room. He leans down quietly and says something to Drew, who shrugs before standing up and pulling him in for one of those weird bro hugs. He then fist bumps PJ and Jake and shoots a tight smile toward Katie and me before leaving again. What's his problem today? The three boys shoot each other a look before simultaneously shrugging at me. Okay, so that's not weird at all. Forget about that Marty ass. Let's go get some food. Katie pulls me toward her bedroom door. Saturday morning finds me cooking breakfast for Jake and our dads. Last night, I broke the news to my dad that I wanted to go look at San Fran State and was hoping pancakes and bacon would help sweeten the disappointment. My dad shuffles into the kitchen, still blinking the sleep from his eyes, and makes a beeline for the coffee pot. Coffee, James, Jake's dad, appears behind him like a caffeine-driven zombie. His brown hair is sticking up all over the place, and his eyes are still half closed, his arms outstretched toward the steaming mug my dad is now offering. They sit down at the table, dividing up the newspaper like an old married couple. I place the plates loaded with breakfast goodies in front of them and get murmurs of appreciation as they help themselves. Jake soon bounds downstairs, already dressed, his knees poking out of the rips in his jeans as he sits next to me. As he leans over me to get to the food, he presses a quick kiss to the side of my head. Thanks for this, Smidge. So, my dad clears his throat and leans back in his chair, fixing his gaze on me. You absolutely sure you want to go to San Fran State? You could get into any university you want. You know this. I sigh, laying down my cutlery. Yes, Dad, but I can't think of anything worse than being miles away from you. And think of the money I'll be saving you by living here. Thousands of dollars not being spent on dorms. Plus, I get to stay with Jakey. I mean, college parties can get pretty out of hand. My dad narrows his eyes at me. Not that I would be going to any parties. I flash him a sickly sweet smile. His eyes soften. Georgina, I love you with all my heart, and all I ever want is for you to be happy and safe. And if you feel happy and safe staying here, then I'm certainly not going to stand in your way. I walk over to him and wrap my arms around his neck, burying my face in his familiar scent. He pats my hands.
But at the same time, I don't want what happened to you to determine the rest of your life. Honey, you can't live in fear, and you can't rely on Jake always being around to look after you. Where the hell else am I going to be? Jake asks indignantly. James shoots him a shut-up look. Sweetheart. My dad pulls me down so I'm sitting on his lap, my head resting on his shoulder. He slowly starts to rub my back, and I suddenly have to blink away tears that form in my eyes. It kills me that you went through everything you've been through at such a young age. I wish your mom were still here to help guide us through the next chapter of your life. If you strip away the bad stuff, the things that scare you about moving away, honestly, do you still feel this is the best choice for you? I sniffle, wiping away the treacherous tears that have escaped, and give a little nod. My dad gives me a sad smile and presses his lips to my forehead. Well, okay then. I guess it's a family day out on campus. Ah, hells yes! Jake puts up his hand for a high five, slowly retracting it after his dad glares at him over his coffee mug.
Andrew. I check my phone again, seeing another text from Drew apologizing for putting his foot in his mouth, and one from PJ saying they are going to Katie's after practice. I skipped again. My mom was called in to cover another shift and Dad was already at work, so I had to collect my sisters from their after-school club. I got them home, fed them both, and plonked them in front of some shitty Disney film. Now, lying on the sofa, I grab for my phone as it buzzes again in my front pocket.
Hey, baby boy, I'll be home in an hour.
Okay. I feel like a bit of a dick with a one-word answer from my mom, but I'm pissed off. The letter from Yale is still in my front pocket and scrunched every time I shift on the couch. I yank it out and shove it down the side of the sofa cushion. Lottie pulls herself up next to me and snuggles into my arms. I bury my face into her soft blonde curls, breathing in the baby smell she still retains. She giggles and squirms, alerting Sammy to the fact that we are having cuddles without her, and she jumps on top of us. I manage to settle them both down, my arms wrapping around each of them, and soon they are back to being engrossed in the film. I look back at my phone, clicking on the website for San Fran State. They are having an open day on the campus this weekend. The courses on offer there are as good as anywhere else. Even if they don't come with the prestige of an Ivy League education, it looks pretty cool. I submitted my application to them when I sent out all my others. At least if I go there, I can be close enough to home if my folks need help with the girls. Jake mentioned that he applied there for the same reason, to stay close to his dad. I kill some time scrolling through Instagram, more specifically, Gina's Instagram page. The guilt of being such a dick when she moved here grips me as I swipe through the countless duck-faced poses of her and the blonde bimbos who pretend to be her friends. She has always been beautiful. Her different colored eyes and red hair make her stand out from the crowd, but seeing her be herself is so much sexier. Even in photos, I can see the difference in her smile from when she was pretending to now. I zoom in on a photo of her and Jake after they crashed on their skateboards, her shirt rucked up, exposing her stomach and a little bit of her bra, wide smile on her face. I feel my dick start to harden, and I try to adjust it subtly without disturbing my little sisters. That is so not a conversation I wanted to have, ever. My mom eventually arrives home, full of thanks for my babysitting. She goes to the kitchen to start cooking dinner for us, and the phone rings. A couple of minutes later, she emerges with an apologetic look on her face. "Andy, I'm so sorry, but they've asked me to go back in." I sigh deeply, ruffling Sammy's hair. "It's okay. Can I just run to my friends for a second? I need to apologize to Drew." "What did you do to Drew?" She frowns, sitting next to me, immediately ending up with Lottie crawling onto her lap. I kinda blew up at him. It was nothing, really. I was just being sensitive. I run my hand through my hair and down my face. But I really need to tell him face to face that I'm sorry. She fixes her gaze on me for a second before nodding. "Don't be so hard on yourself, my love." I smile thinly and press a quick kiss to her forehead. "I have an hour before they need me back, so I'll finish cooking for when you get home." I quickly drive to Katie's, and one of her brothers lets me in, pointing with a grunt up the stairs. I can hear Katie's voice coming from behind one of the doors, directing Gina in taking photos, probably for her Insta page as usual. I push open the door and quietly walk over to where Drew is sitting. I lean down to talk to him. "I know you didn't mean anything earlier. I was being a sensitive pussy." "Nah, man, honestly, it was my fault. I blame the college girls, dude." Drew quirks up the side of his mouth. I shake my head. "No, I'm sorry I went off on you. I know you don't think like that." Drew stands up and pulls me in for a hug, slapping me good-naturedly on the back. "You gonna hang for a bit?" "Nah, can't." I bump fists with PJ and Jake and shoot a quick smile to the girls before slipping back downstairs and making my way home. I call out that I'm back, and my mom appears from the kitchen, a weird expression on her face. She reaches into the pocket of her apron and pulls out my crumpled Yale letter. "What exactly is this, young man? And why did I find it shoved down the side of the sofa?" She can't keep the grin off her lips. "I take it you read it then?" I toe off my sneakers and drop onto the sofa, picking up the remote and starting to flick through the channels. She humps and snatches the remote out of my hand. "Andy, this is brilliant news. You got early acceptance to Yale. Your dad is going to be so proud." "I'm not going," I say lowly. "I'm sorry, what?" My mom's grin is swiftly replaced with a frown. "I'm not going. We can't afford it right now, and I'm not leaving you and Dad to look after the girls on your own." I shrug, pulling at a piece of thread hanging from the sleeve of my hoodie. "Honey, yes, it would be tight, and we'd have to apply for a student loan, but if you want to go there, we will find a way. And as for leaving us to look after the girls, that's not your job to worry about. You're still one of our children too, remember?" At that moment, Her beeper goes off, and she curses. Yeah, right. You guys can cope fine with looking after the girls. I smirk. My mom flicks the end of my nose. We're not done talking about this, young man. But yes, I have to go. She springs off the sofa and grabs her bag. And much as we appreciate your help every single time you stay home for us, we would figure that out too if you went to Yale. Go to work. I shake my head. Love you. Love you more, baby boy.
Georgina. San Fran State College is amazing. The campus is full of life. The student center and the library are bustling with prospective students. My arms, well actually my dad's arms, are full of leaflets about student activities, different courses, and at his insistence, student accommodation. Jake seems as excited as I am, which surprises me as he didn't appear too interested in college. It was his dad who insisted he get a business degree to help with the family business later on. I link my fingers with his, and we pull each other back and forth across the whole campus, getting acquainted with its layout, even knowing that we are about to go on the official tour. We gather with the other nervously excited students, waiting for the tour to begin, when suddenly Jake darts off. A couple of seconds later, he reappears with none other than AJ fucking McGabe by his side. He at least has the decency to avoid making eye contact with me. Since our little almost kiss, he's gone back to being his usual dickish self, still sitting next to me in his new position in all our classes. But he all but stopped talking to me. I hang back a bit, choosing to walk with my dad and Jake's rather than have to be close to that asshat. Jake and he seem deep in conversation as the perky blonde college girl shows us around. I notice her taking furtive glances at AJ as we trail behind her. My dad touches my shoulder and motions that he and James are going to go get a drink. I smile and wave before grimacing and moving closer to Jake and AJ.
Dude, if your mom is saying they'll figure out a way for you to be able to go to Yale, fucking take it.
Jake has his arm slung over AJ's shoulders as he talks quietly into his ear. I sneak a little closer to hear AJ's response. I can't do it, man. Plus, if you're here, that'll be fucking awesome. Imagine the parties, dude. I snort, alerting them to my eavesdropping. Jake drops his arm from AJ and instead pulls me closer. Don't forget our little George here will be attending also. AJ looks down at me puzzled. I thought you were applying for Ivy League schools. Yeah, well, I shrug. I thought you'd already been accepted to your dream school. What are you doing slumming it here with us? His eyes darken slightly. Too bad you broke your ankle and missed out on all those lucrative cheerleading scholarships. It would have been the only way you'd have been accepted to Yale. Jake pushes between us, making me aware of how close we'd gotten. Chill, guys. Jeez, I thought you were getting on now. We both shrug, making him roll his eyes at us. I cross my arms, moving so Jake can't put his arm around me again. He sighs, and I see him nudge AJ, shaking his head slightly. The tour finishes at the student accommodation. The perky blonde, Ashley or something, rounds off her little speech about how living in the halls is an experience not to be missed, keeping her gaze fixed on AJ. He smirks back at her, biting his bottom lip at her suggestively. The group starts to disband, and she saunters over to us, flicking her hair over her shoulder and licking her lips as she eyes AJ up and down. AJ crosses his arms in front of his chest, making his arm muscles flex slightly, his smirk growing wider as her cheeks turn slightly pink. Hi, she says breathlessly. Hey, AJ winks, fucking winks, at her. God, cringe much? Nice tour. Fancy giving me a personal one now? Sure. I think her face is gonna split with how wide her grin is. He puts his arm around her shoulders and turns to smile at us. Catch you later, guys. Jake chuckles. Ugh, he's such a little fuckboy. Jake laughs louder. What? He couldn't keep it in his pants for a whole day? You've never given a shit what he's done before, so why are you so riled up about it today? Jake grins down toothily at me as we make our way back outside. I'm not, it's just I think I maybe kinda sorta like AJ fucking McGabe, and why is he even here? He got into Yale for fuck's sake. He doesn't want to leave his family. Jake's face falls a bit. He's worried they won't cope without him around to look after his little sisters. See? Now that's kind of sweet. Why can't he just be a decent guy all the time? I glance up at the floor we'd left him on with that girl. I wished it was me.
Andrew. As soon as her dorm room door closed, Ashley whipped her top off. Her small, perky boobs were already braless, the pale pink nipples standing to attention. I can't help but wonder what Gina's breasts look like, free from clothing. The blonde girl slides my t-shirt up and off over my head, pressing herself up against my chest. Her lips move frenetically against mine. She tastes faintly of coffee and cigarettes, the taste of a student, I guess. Her tongue practically choking me. She sticks it so far into my mouth. I gently ease her back, walking us over to her messy bed. She turns us around and pushes me back, so I end up lying on her dirty sheets. She tries to look sexy while crawling out of her skin-tight jeans. I glance around the room, taking in the piles of clothes on the floor, the stack of empty takeout packaging, the empty condom wrappers on the bedside table. An unwashed smell permeates the sheets I'm lying on. I swallow the nausea down. Hey, Ashley, I really have to go, actually. I have a meeting with the football coach. Are you fucking kidding me? She kicks her jeans off, standing in front of me, fully naked, fully shaved, looking like an angry Barbie doll. You are seriously turning down a hookup with a college girl right now? You could be a fucking legend at your high school for getting with me. She leans over me, walking her fingers down my abs. You can even take photos if you want. I cough to hide my laugh and sit up, pushing her hand off my stomach. Thanks for the offer, but I'm already a fucking legend at my high school. I pull my t-shirt back on and flash the frowning girl a grin. Maybe you could use this unexpected free time to tidy your room? I manage to pull the door shut before her shoe reaches me, thudding against the flimsy wood. I'm still chuckling when I catch up with Jake and Gina, who scowl at me. So, how was your first college hookup, man? Jake grins, rubbing his hands together. Firstly, who says it's my first college hookup? Gina tuts and rolls her eyes, making me and Jake grin wider. And secondly, it was so fucking dirty, dude. Yes, you, sir, are a fucking legend. Jake high-fives me. That's what I told her. Jake hoots with laughter. You're fucking disgusting. Both of you. Gina flashes her glare toward Jake, too, which makes him quiet down. She huffs and storms off as quickly as she can with her crutches. Shit. Maybe we should have waited till she was gone before we started talking. Jake, man, I didn't even hook up with that girl. It's just too easy to wind her up. I grin, pulling myself up onto the wall next to him. I thought it was a done fucking deal the way she pounced on you. It was, but her room was really fucking dirty, like really fucking dirty. She had a pile of used condom wrappers next to her bed. The floor and all other items of furniture were covered in clothes, which I'm assuming were dirty due to the smell coming off them, and she tasted so bad. If she's that bad on the outside, I can't even imagine how crudded up she is on the inside. I shake my head, trying to rid myself of the memory. Jake howls in laughter, almost rolling himself off the wall, arms clutching his stomach. Anyway, we've got that meeting with the coach. Can't be late for that. We jump off the low wall, Jake still chuckling and shaking his head. In the distance, I spot Gina with her dad and Jake's. Her hair looks like gold in the sunlight, shimmering down her back. I watch as she pushes her cell phone into her back pocket, making her jeans tighten around her butt cheek. Dude, stop drooling. Jake pushes me out of my daydream. Fuck you. I push him back, my eyes wandering back to Gina. I think I'm in trouble. The coaching team is very impressed with both Jake's and my show reels. One of their new coaches trained us together at camp, so they were very excited at the prospect of gaining a quarterback and running back who already had great chemistry and history together. They basically told both of us we would definitely be granted at least partial football scholarships if we agreed to play there. I think Jake is as relieved as me that he can alleviate some financial burden from his dad's shoulders. We managed to have a family dinner for once on Sunday night, and I excitedly relay all the things I found out about the college yesterday, heavily emphasizing the part about the scholarship. My folks are quiet throughout, which is never a good sign. Andy. My dad puts his cutlery down and clears his throat. I believe that if you think this is truly the best fit for you, and you're not just making this decision because you think it's the best thing to do to help us, then I support you, son. I smile at him and open my mouth to say thanks when my mom interrupts. No, Mark, this is bullshit. Her fork clatters against the dinner plate. My little sisters giggle at the curse word. Andrew, you have worked too damn hard to throw away this opportunity just because you think we won't cope without you here. This is Yale we're talking about. Think of all the doors that will open up for you in the future, and we have money put aside for paying for your college. Mom, do you not remember how expensive it is there? It's about $50,000 per term. Plus, you'd have to pay for accommodation for me and give me some spending allowance. Not to mention books. Okay, I get it, Andy. My mom slumps down in her chair, her blue eyes glittering with unshed tears. I just want you to have every chance you possibly can. I get up and walk over to wrap my arms around her shoulders. I know you do, Mom, but I honestly feel I can have all the same chances at San Fran State, plus still see you and the girls every day. She sniffs and nods. Fine, if it's really where you want to go. I kiss her on the cheek. Love you, Mom. Love you more, my baby boy.
Georgina. I am still giving Jake the silent treatment after the way he and AJ spoke about that girl yesterday. I mean, sure, she was kinda skanky to hook up with a high school senior on a campus tour, but she still deserved a little more respect than they showed her. Jake so far has not apologized, which is making me madder. He doesn't even seem to care that I am ignoring him. I was sure I would have at least managed to get a free ice cream from him over this. I hear the doorbell chime and Jake's heavy feet bounding down the stairs, followed by the deep timbre of AJ's stupid voice floating up from the hallway. They make their way back up to Jake's room, and soon the usual stream of shooting noises and insults fill the air. I quietly push my door open so I can hear their conversation better. I still can't believe what you said to the chick yesterday, dude. Jake chuckles. I'm already a fucking legend, huh? Goddamn straight, you're a fucking legend. Who else would have the balls to turn down a fucking naked college girl? No one, that's who. It's all about quality, my young Padawan, not quantity. Yeah, right, Jake scoffs. All I hear at school is how many chicks you've hooked up with. I mean, who else would have their own party sex lair? I hear AJ's voice get closer to the door and hold my breath, hoping he doesn't open it to find me crouching on the landing like some creep. I'll let you in on a little-known secret, Jakey. The majority of the girls I take in there don't even get to first base, let alone all the way. What the actual fuck? So what is your actual body count then? Like 5, I think? Probably like 8 if you count fooling around. So I've slept with nearly as many girls as the great AJ McGabe. Jake sounds a little smug. He is very proud of his 4 sexual conquests. Dude, you do know people think your body count is up in the 50s. AJ snorts with laughter. Smoke and mirrors. What? Smoke and mirrors. People see me at 1 or 2 parties a month, but because my friends are at all of them, people just assume I'm there somewhere too. The ones I do go to, people see me have 1 beer, then walk around with a red Solo cup the rest of the evening, so assume I'm always drinking beer. I'm not. It's just water after the first one. Then people see me lead a sexy piece into my room where we stay for a period of time, and everyone assumes I fucked them. There's a pause while he takes a drink, the sound of the liquid sloshing in the can. I found out early on that girls don't like to admit they've been turned down for sex any more than guys do, so they'll happily lie about it too. Damn. Dude, you are like the fucking king. I quietly sneak back to my room, my head reeling from what I just heard. AJ fucking McGabe wasn't actually a man whore, just a great pretender. It had been a long 8 weeks, but the doctor had finally given the go-ahead for my plaster cast to be removed. I was beyond happy. No more lifts to school with AJ. Being wedged in the back of his car, listening to that awful rap music was pure hell. Although I had been surprised to discover it was mostly all PJ's CDs that were played. After hearing that conversation in Jake's room, I started to look at AJ a little differently. We are still basically ignoring each other, even though we are always together, especially with PJ and Katie still going strong as a couple. But I am definitely making more of an effort not to be so catty toward him, although it is hard, and I get the impression he is trying not to be such a dick toward me too. Jake is once again spinning himself around on the wheelie stool while we wait for the technician to come back in with my final x-ray. Now the cast is gone. My newly exposed leg is disgustingly hairy, and I am currently wishing I brought a pair of jeans to put on rather than just my shorts. His dad dropped us at the hospital but left for an appointment at his solicitor's to finalize the divorce. Jake's phone beeps, and he pulls it out of his pocket, managing to drop it on the floor in the process. Shit, George, my dad won't be done for like another couple hours, so he can't pick us up. Well, my dad can't come. He's out of town all day, I whine. Jake chews the inside of his cheek while he texts. Andy said he's free. A smile spreads on his face until he sees my thunderous look. What? I'm not letting AJ fucking McGabe come and pick me up when I look like this. I gesture widely at my unshaved leg. Shush! I don't see the big fucking deal. Your leg hair is so light you can barely even see it. He moves closer to me and runs his hand over the offending hair. Some guys find it sexy. Yeah, weirdos. I push his hand off.
Well, Andy will be here in like 10 minutes, so tough. Deal with it, Smidge.
The technician chooses that moment to come back in. It's all good news, and he gives me a strap for my ankle to wear through the day for a week or two and tells me to come back if I have any problems. We slowly make our way out to the pickup bay, my leg feeling really weird in the fresh air, and find AJ's Jeep already sitting waiting for us. Jake climbs in the back seat, meaning I have to pull myself up into the passenger side next to AJ. I notice him glance down at my hairy leg, and I try to hide it behind my other one. Don't mind the Sasquatch here. She'll be okay again once we get her to a razor. Jake squeals as my bag narrowly misses his head. AJ chuckles next to me. It doesn't look that bad. Don't worry about it. I look at him in surprise. Prime teasing fodder, and he doesn't rise to it? Maybe AJ really is trying to change.
Andrew. After struggling up into my passenger seat, Gina awkwardly twists her legs around each other to hide the smattering of light hair on her leg. Jake's teasing causes her cheeks to blush deeply, and she throws her bag into the back seat, aiming at his head. I glance down again. It really isn't that noticeable. Her hair is so fair, not like when my mom doesn't shave. You'd think being blonde, her leg hair would be blonde too, but it is a darker brown, and she always curses the fact that it grows through so quickly. Gina flashes a grateful smile my way when I tell her not to worry about it. I pull up outside their house and Jake quickly disappears inside. I can see Gina struggling with getting down from my Jeep, so I jog around to help her, lifting her out holding under her armpits. She blushes again and mumbles, "Thanks." I reach around and scratch the back of my neck, feeling my cheeks go slightly warm too. "'S okay." My voice comes out kinda raspy. We walk slowly up to the front door, Gina limping slightly still. I hover behind her as we walk upstairs, worried she might lose balance and fall if there is no one to catch her. From Jake's room comes the familiar sound of superhero movies, and Gina tuts loudly. "Some best friend, huh?" she says to me over her shoulder. "I am the bestest of friends, actually." Jake emerges from the bathroom and stands in front of us with his hands on his hips. He takes Gina's hands and leads her into the room. He's running her a bath, bubbles already threatening to cascade down the side. A smile graces her face, and she flings her arms around his neck. Jake winks at me over her shoulder, wrapping his arms around her waist and swinging her around. "It's okay, Smidge. I'm sure I can get over your doubt in my friendship abilities someday. Shut up, you dork. Gina smacks him on the shoulder. And both of you get out so I can get into this luxurious bath you've so lovingly prepared for me. The rest of senior year seems to fly by. And soon enough, it's time for the last game of the season. It is against our biggest rivals, and the whole school is pumped. Last year, we'd lost by a point. A single fucking point. So we are eager to beat their asses this time. It is lunchtime, and I am lying on one of the bleachers listening to my friends badmouth the other team. Gina and Katie are sitting a few rows behind us, Gina trying to help Katie do some more SAT prep. Both myself and Gina took our SATs at the beginning of the year. She had annoyingly scored 1,600. So did I. But I wanted to be the only one in our graduating class to get top score. My phone cuts through the conversation. Jake changed it to play Super Freak by Rick James, and every single time it goes off, he pisses himself laughing. My mom's name flashes on the screen. Hey, Mom, what's up? Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I sit up straight. What is it? Both your father and I have been called into work. I know this is bad timing, but we've got no one to look after the girls. I can't get hold of any of the usual babysitters. The neighbors are on holiday this weekend. Fuck. I rake my fingers through my hair. What's wrong, dude? Jake touches my knee. I cover the mouthpiece with my hand. My folks have got to work, and there's nobody available to have Lottie and Sammy. Well, you cannot play. I can do it. Gina's soft voice comes from behind me. What? I turn to her. In my ear, I can hear my mom asking what's going on. Your sisters loved me. Your mom knows who I am. I can look after them. She shrugs. Are you sure? She rolls her eyes in exasperation and snatches my phone from my ear. Hi, Mrs. McGabe, it's Gina. Yeah, I'd be happy to help. Okay, yeah, I'll get the address from AJ, no worries, bye. She hangs up and hands my phone back with a smirk. Let me know the address of their preschool and give me your house key. My friends laugh at her bossy tone, and I feel my ears burn as I prise my keys from my tight jeans pocket. I drop them into her outstretched hand. I'll take them home and feed them. Then we'll come watch you play and you can take them back home with you after. Okay, thanks, George.
Georgina. After deciding that the booster seats for his little sisters won't fit in my little bug, AJ reluctantly hands over his car keys to me as well as his house keys. I settle myself into the driver's seat. So, where am I going? I find myself gazing into his deep brown eyes for a second too long. He seems to notice, and his cheeks turn a light shade of pink, blinking his eyes a few times to bring himself out of his daze. I'll just... AJ leans over me, his firm chest pressed against my thigh, and programs in the address for his sister's preschool into the sat-nav. Even through his t-shirt, I can feel the defined muscles, and I feel a tingling in the apex of my thighs. There, I'll come find you after the game? Yeah, I'll be the one with the kids. I mentally facepalm myself when he gives me a quizzical look. Good luck tonight. Lottie and Sammy are very excited to see me when I collect them. After taking them home and feeding them, we get ourselves ready to watch the football game. As we are about to leave the house, Sammy starts crying. What's wrong, sweetheart? I crouch down in front of her, anxiously scanning her for anything obviously wrong. Hick. She can barely get her words out through the sobs. It's okay. I rub her arms, trying to comfort her. I wet myself, Sammy wails. I bite my lips to stop from smiling. Thank the Lord it's nothing serious. I then notice the dark stain on her jean dungarees I'd just changed her into. That's okay, sweetie. Let's go get you cleaned up, hey? It doesn't matter if we're a few minutes late to see your brother. And I'm sure he'll take you out for ice cream to cheer you up afterward if you ask nicely. The mention of ice cream stops the tears, and a wobbly smile appears on her pink lips. As I walk up the bleachers to take a seat, Sammy's hand grasped on one side and Lottie held onto my hip on the other, AJ waves to us from the field. His little sisters both frantically wave back, and Drew, PJ, and Jake all see them and wave too, eliciting excited giggles from the little girls. The team does amazing. Thanks to Jake and AJ, we steal the game in the last quarter. They really are the dynamic duo on the field. I hang around near the doors to the changing rooms, watching Sammy and Lottie play with one of the footballs that had been overlooked. Before too long, AJ emerges, freshly showered. His wet hair looks even blacker than usual, falling into his eyes like a GQ model, and his cologne swirls around him in an amazing scented cloud. Hey, where are my two beautiful girls? He's so adorable with his sisters, picking them both up and swinging them around while they both smack little kisses onto his cheeks. I can almost feel my ovaries swoon. Hey, Gina, thanks for doing this. It's really cool of you. It's whatever. I did it to help your mom out. I shrug, trying to act nonchalant, but the rapidly spreading blush I can feel working its way up from my chest isn't really helping. I had an accident, Andy. Sammy pouts. Oh no, not a bad one, I hope. AJ does the same scan of her little figure that I did. She wet herself, I whisper. But Gina made me better, and she said you'd take us all out for ice cream. Sammy grins at me. Oh, Gina said that, did she? AJ grins at me, too, one eyebrow raised. My cheeks are on fire now. Well, I meant you'd take your sisters out. The floor suddenly becomes very interesting to me. AJ walks over to me and leans closer to my ear, his breath on my skin making me shiver slightly. If you wanted me to go on a date, you could have just asked. You didn't have to use my little sisters. He pulls back and winks at me. I wasn't. My indignant rant is interrupted by Lottie slipping her little hand into mine. Ice Keem, Gina come Ice Keem. Well, the master has spoken. You're coming for ice cream with us. AJ chuckles, pressing a kiss on Lottie's chubby cheek. I roll my eyes. Well, if it's an order, I guess I'll have to.
Andrew. I was feeling happy. Really freaking happy for once. We played awesome in the game, snatching back a win at the last minute. And now, we are driving to my favorite ice cream parlor, and I am watching Gina, fucking Ice Queen herself. Evan's sitting in the back of my Jeep, happily playing a very easy game of I Spy with my two baby sisters. She has a content smile on her face as she incorrectly guesses Sammy's something beginning with C. This is the kind of girl I want as a girlfriend. Not having to choose between spending time with my sisters and my girlfriend, but finding a girl who enjoyed spending time with them, too. Gina shifts slightly in her seat, causing her shorts to gape a little at the leg. I can just see the white cotton panties she's wearing up the gap, making me shift in my seat as blood starts rushing down to my little friend. God damn it, why does she have to wear those things? So innocently sexy. She catches where my gaze is in the mirror and quickly crosses her legs with a scowl. I smirk, shrugging an apology. I'm beginning to think my sisters are secretly trying to play matchmaker as they pile into one side of the booth together, meaning I have to sit squashed up next to Gina. Not that I'm complaining. Her soft skin warms mine where our legs touch, and every time she moves, I get a waft of her vanilla scent. But then she decides to moan in near orgasm when she takes a spoonful of her cookie dough ice cream, slowly licking the remains from the plastic spoon. Fuck! I nearly come in my shorts. I'd love to bend her over and be responsible for making her make that noise all night long. I could put that tongue to better use, too. We spend the rest of the time entertaining Sammy and Lottie, interspersed with lots of sideways glances at each other when we think they're not looking. Every time I catch her eye, Gina blushes and looks away. Maybe she is thinking about me too? Our pseudo-date is over all too quickly, and I drop her back at the school so she can pick up her car. Well, thanks for the ice cream, AJ. She smiles shyly. It wasn't altogether awful spending time with you and your sisters. Hey, my sisters are freaking adorable and you know it. I grin back at her. Yeah. She turns and pulls open her car door. Shame about their big brother, huh? Her pink tongue pokes out at me before she flashes a grin and disappears into the blue VW. I stand grinning like an idiot until Sammy rolls down the window and shouts at me to take them home. Dude, who are you thinking of taking to prom? Drew throws himself down on my bed upside down, so his blonde hair just touches the carpet. PJ already asked Katie at a romantic dinner last week, and Jake is planning on asking Layla when he takes her on a date this weekend. I don't know, I might not go. Dude, you've gotta go! You are so gonna be crowned prom king! Drew twists over, sliding off onto the floor in a pile of limbs and sheets with a thump. You can't not go! He looks at me wide-eyed. You're such an idiot! I shake my head, laughing. Drew untangles himself and sits back on the bed properly. Well, I'm thinking of asking George. You gone gay, dude? Is this you coming out? Drew smirks and shakes his head. Nah, man. George, as in Gina. I choke on the mouthful of soda I'd just taken. I mean, she's pretty fucking cool, funny, and smoking hot. I wipe my mouth and stare at him incredulously. Dude, she shot you down pretty hardcore when you went on that date with her? Do you really want to put yourself back out there again? But that was before I knew she'd had boy trouble before. I can be a much better date for her now. That's putting it fucking lightly, I mumble quietly. Jake and PJ reappear back from the kitchen at that moment, arms laden with junk food. What ya boys talking about? PJ dumps the pack of cookies into Drew's lap and sits down next to him. Who we're going to prom with? Drew makes quick work of the wrapper, shoving 3 cookies into his mouth like some kind of blonde cookie monster. I'm asking George. His words are muffled by the mush in his mouth. My George? Jake looks at me. I scowl back at him, shrugging. Yeah, apparently things will be better this time because now Drew knows she's had boy trouble. That's putting it fucking lightly, Jake exclaims. I chuckle. Dude, there's no way she's gonna say yes to you. I feel a slight sense of hope. Maybe I could ask her? She's not gonna say yes to anyone. He continues with a lift of his shoulders. She's scared Macy and Robin are planning some Carrie type of shit. You know, blood-drenching shiz. PJ wrinkles his nose. He's so fucking squeamish. Oh. Drew looks lost in thought for a minute. Well, maybe I'll ask that girl Rachel from geography instead. He and PJ get involved in another drawn-out conversation about the eligible girls in our year. I lean over to speak in Jake's ear. Is she really not gonna go because she's frightened they'll do something? Yeah. He shakes his head sadly. I can't believe I'm finally at the same high school as her, and I still won't get to go to prom with her. I sit back, an idea slowly forming.
Georgina. I lie in bed thinking about the kind of date I had with AJ. Every time his strong leg pressed up against mine, little tingles ran from the point of contact straight to my crotch. I kept catching him looking at me with a smile on his lips, and in the car when he was looking up my shorts. Was AJ fucking McGabe really perving on me? I roll onto my stomach and let my fingers slide down into my shorts until I'm cupping my mons. I imagine what his hands would feel like on me as I start to slowly grind my clit against my hands. What his fingers would feel like if they slid inside me as I slip my 2 fingers inside my warm, wet. My door suddenly slams open and I quickly flip back onto my side, panting slightly, my heart pounding. So I'm gonna ask Layla to go to prom with me when we go out this weekend. Jake throws himself down on my bed next to me. I try to control my breathing and hope to God my face isn't too red. Could you knock? I surreptitiously wipe my fingers off against my sheets. Jake looks at me weirdly. Why? What were you doing in here? He looks around, then down at me with wide eyes. Oh, fuck, were you? He starts to laugh, and I bury my face into my pillow. I'm sorry, Smidge. I didn't even think about girls doing that shit. I wondered what that smell was. I push him hard so he falls off the bed. My dad shouts about the banging from downstairs. There's no fucking smell. I know my face is bright red now, You are such a dick sometimes. Jake tries to stop laughing. I'm so sorry. I'll try to remember to knock from now on. Don't want to interrupt you pushing your button again. Get out! I throw my pillow at him, and he retreats, still howling, back to his bedroom. I collapse back and cover my face with my duvet. How humiliating. I don't know what else I can do to get her to like me. It is Saturday night, and I am lounging on the sofa with Jake, waiting for Layla's dad to drop her off so they can go out on another date. I'm sorry, George, but every time I try to talk you up, she just cuts me off. He sighs and scratches his chin. Maybe if you Apollo. I've apologized so many times, Jakey. I cut him off. I know I was a bitch back then, and I feel so fucking bad about it, but I can't change what I did to her and her friends. The doorbell chimes then, and Jake bounds over to let his girlfriend in. Hi, Layla, I say cheerfully, leaning over the back of the sofa. In response, I get a blank stare. Jake rolls his eyes. I'm just gonna hit the bathroom and then we'll go, okay? Layla smiles sweetly at him, nodding. I try smiling at her again in the awkward silence while he pees but get nothing back again. Well, being ignored is slightly better than the death glares she used to give me. Jake reappears and grabs her hand. As they turn to leave, I notice a dark red stain on the back of her skirt. Oh, hey, Layla, I think you should come check this, thing out, in my room. I jump up and pull her away from a puzzled-looking Jake and push her upstairs, keeping myself close up behind her. What are you doing? She tries to turn and walk back past me. You've bled through, I whisper to her and grab her arm. Her cheeks blaze red. I didn't think you'd want to go on your date looking like that. She bites her bottom lip, eyes watery, and shakes her head. I push her toward the bathroom. There are tampons under the sink. I'll grab you some clothes. I knock on the door with a fresh pair of panties and a skirt that looks nearly identical to her spoiled one. Thanks, Gina. Layla's cheeks are still red. It's whatever. Here. I hold up the skirt. He won't notice the difference, so he will have no idea what happened. I smile kindly, and she tentatively returns it. We walk back downstairs, chatting, and find Jake perched on the arm of the sofa. Finally, what was so important? Layla and I share a look. We were just getting to know each other better. I grin at my best friend. You can't carry on with a best friend and girlfriend who don't get on, right? Right, Layla smiles at me. Have a good night, kids. Jake steps forward and presses a quick kiss on my forehead. Thanks, Smidge, he says quietly, before draping his arm around Layla's shoulders and leading her out of the house. My work here is done. Jake and both our dads spent the last couple of weeks trying to persuade me to go to my senior prom. Even Katie tried to get me to try dresses on when she and Layla went shopping, hoping I'd find something which would magically change my mind. I just couldn't get out of my head all the horrible things that Macy and Robin had possibly planned to do to me. Since that horrible party, Macy has been a complete bitch for the rest of the year, even more than she was before. I found things written on my locker, notes left on my car, and a few times after gym class, I found my clothes mysteriously messed with. After needing to borrow Jake's spare football shirt the first few times, I started locking my clothes in Katie's locker instead. Luckily, Macy is essentially a coward, so at lunch, when I am sitting with Jake and the others, she doesn't say anything to me. But when she happens upon me on my own in the bathroom, she always says something horrible about my mom or about me being a slut. I know Jake and his friends spoke to the other guys on the team, effectively cock-blocking Macy and Robin, which warms my heart slightly. Katie has also caught some of their wrath for being PJ's girlfriend. I am really glad to have her on my side. She turned out to be a really good friend. And after I saved Layla from a potentially embarrassing moment, we've been getting on better. I can see why Jake is so smitten. Jake confided in me that Drew considered asking me to prom, but he told him I was not going. I was surprised Drew would want to ask me out again after our date. I was even more surprised to hear that AJ isn't going to prom either. But after learning more about his family dynamic, it wouldn't surprise me if he had to stay home to look after his sisters. Jake swings open my bedroom door and does a slow turn in the doorway. He looks amazing. His long hair has been trimmed up, so it is once again chin length, and he's tied it back, so his undercut is exposed, which I helped him dye purple to match Layla's dress. His body looks like it has been poured into his black tux, complete with bow tie, which he's left undone around his neck along with the top few buttons on his white shirt, and has his jacket slung over one shoulder. All in all, he is looking like one sexy man, not the scruffy skater boy I am used to seeing. Wow, he grins. Jakey, you look so good. Never knew you scrubbed up so well. You really sure you're not gonna come? He walks over and sits down next to me on the bed and tries his puppy dog eyes on me. I'm really sure. I push his shoulder slightly. Now go. Have fun. Take lots of photos. Talking of photos. My dad leans against the doorframe, waggling his phone, James lurking behind him, grin on his face. Let the proud dads take a prom night photo. Or two. What seems like hundreds of photos later, after waving Jake off in the limo, I lie back on my bed, Leonard Cohen softly crooning in the background, "To Kill a Mockingbird," spread open on my lap. I'm pulled from Scout's adventures by a tapping on my window. I pull back the curtains and peer out into the dusk light. Standing in my side yard in a tuxedo surrounded by tea lights and flanked by two adorable curly-haired little princesses is AJ fucking McGabe.
Andrew. Gina pushes open her window and leans out, a questioning look clear on her face. I clear my throat and spread my arms wide. Miss Georgina Evans, would you do me the honor of attending my exclusive for 4 senior prom? She bites on her bottom lip and nods, a wide smile breaking through. I'll be down in a minute. I just need to get changed. Her strawberry blonde hair catches in the wind slightly as she turns away. She said yes? Gina's dad, Jimmy, steps out of the shadow of the house, grinning. Thank you for this, son. It will mean a lot to her. It means a lot to me too, sir. Lottie tugs on my sleeve, so I scoop her up into my arms. Before going to work, my mom helped me string up yards of lights in our backyard and dress my little sisters in their best party dresses. Sammy, in particular, is very excited at the prospect of spending the evening dancing in her princess dress. A few minutes later, Gina walks out of the house and I'm sure my jaw hits the ground. She has swept her long hair up into some kind of twist, with a few tendrils left loose to frame her face, which has the faintest hint of makeup on it. The only thing that really catches my eye is the red lipstick, which makes her mouth look even more pouty than normal. She's wearing a long, simple, silky dress with thin straps, which is the color I imagine would be produced if the colors of her eyes were mixed together, a light teal. As she walks forward, I realize there are 2 slits up the front of the dress, giving me tantalizing glimpses of her legs. She stops in front of me with a shy smile before crouching down and exclaiming how beautiful Sammy and Lottie are. I feel like I'm in a daze as we pose for several photos for her dad, and before I know it, we are back at mine. She walks out onto the deck, holding onto both of my sister's hands and gasps, slowly turning around to meet my eyes. AJ, it's so pretty. Her eyes shine in the twinkling lights. It's nothing, really. I scoop a wriggling Lottie up just so I have something to do with my hands. I just figured neither of us should have to miss out on prom, so I brought a little prom to us. Andy, Gina steps forward and puts her hand on my arm, causing the gang of butterflies in my stomach to go wild. It's perfect. Thank you. She leans closer and presses a soft kiss on my cheek. After a couple of hours of dancing around the garden to mindless pop that my sisters enjoyed, and stuffing ourselves with the party food my mom cooked for us, the 2 little ones are looking tired. I'll be a minute. I'll just get them quickly changed and put to bed. It's okay. I'll come help. Gina smiles down at the half-asleep Sammy sitting in her lap. We'll do it in half the time, then. Watching as she helps them out of their dresses, I'm struck again at how I totally judged Gina wrong. She catches me staring and pokes her tongue out at me. I chuckle and focus back on tucking my baby sister into bed. We wander back down to the garden in silence. As we cross the threshold onto the decking, Tom Waits comes onto my playlist, Hope I Don't Fall in Love with You. As the opening guitar fills the air, I link my fingers with hers and pull her close to me, swaying in time with the music. She sighs and rests her head on my chest. This is one of my favorite songs. I tighten my grip around her waist as I listen to the lyrics. I inhale her soft vanilla and apple scent, rubbing my thumb slowly up and down the satin material of her dress. Do you ever listen to a song and think, fuck, that is my life right now? I swallow the sudden nervous lump in my throat. Yeah, Gina replies softly. We stop moving, and I lift her chin with my finger and thumb. I think I was really, really wrong about you. She gazes steadily into my eyes before hers quickly drop to my lips, and she absent-mindedly licks hers. I think I was really wrong about you, too, I murmur, before I press my lips to hers.
Georgina. Do you ever listen to a song and think, fuck, that is my life right now? AJ asks as we sway to the music, and I start to feel tingles in my bottom. Yeah, I manage to whisper. We stop moving and he lifts my chin with his finger and thumb. I swallow dryly. I think I was really, really wrong about you. I lose myself in his deep brown eyes before my gaze quickly drops to his lips. I think I was really wrong about you too, he murmurs before he presses his lips to mine. The tingles turn into full-blown fireworks. His lips are soft and move gently against mine. I slide my arms up and link my hands around his neck while he pulls me closer around my waist. Our heads tilt as the kiss deepens, his tongue dancing with mine. Before too long, he pulls back and rests his forehead against mine. Wow, he breathes. I can't help the goofy grin on my face. Yeah, wow, I giggle. If you'd told me at the beginning of the year that I'd be at a special prom at AJ fucking McGabe's house, let alone kissing him, I'd kicked you in the throat. AJ leans his head back, loud laughter filling the cool night. He shakes his head, eyes locking with mine again. Same. He smiles and leans forward to press his lips to mine once again. We eventually move our makeout session inside to his couch. I'm straddling his lap, my dress barely covering my underwear. It's the only time I regret not having anything sexier than plain white cotton panties. His right hand is in my now unraveled hair, his left sliding slowly up my exposed thigh. He moves his kisses from my lips, down my neck, sucking and biting slightly, eliciting a moan from myself that I'd never heard before. A moan full of lust. I feel my cheeks heat in embarrassment. Does this mean you'll finally stop calling me AJ fucking McGabe and start calling me just AJ or even Andy? He pulls back slightly so he can see my face. I'll consider it, if you stop calling me Queen Bitch or Ice Queen. Deal. AJ leans forward, capturing my lips again. It's no wonder he has a reputation if this is how good he is at just kissing. His fingers graze the edge of my panties, and I jerk back from him. He immediately moves his hand from my leg, eyes wide. I'm sorry. We can go at any speed you're happy with. There's absolutely no pressure from me. I bite my lower lip, embarrassed. It's not entirely the reason. What is it? You can trust me, George. I think it was him calling me George that gave me the confidence. I take a deep breath. I'm embarrassed of my underwear. I rush out, my cheeks ablaze. AJ just chuckles, running his fingers back up under my dress, lifting it slightly to expose them. The virginal white cotton underwear? I clamp my hands down in my lap, covering myself again, crush my eyelids together, and nod slowly. I feel his breath on my cheek as he says lowly into my ear. I think it's so fucking sexy. I've thought about it a lot since I first saw it in your bedroom that one time. He slowly lifts my hands out of the way and runs his fingers gently over the outside of my panties, tracing the outline of my lips through the cotton, applying a little more pressure when he reaches my clit. I shiver in excitement. Just as his finger skirts under the material, the front door swings open. Hi, kids! Hope your prom was a roaring success. I jump off AJ's lap like I've been shot, standing to attention. He grabs one of the throw cushions, pulling it over his crotch before waving a hello to his mom, who thankfully doesn't seem to notice that we were fooling around on her couch. She sits and questions us about our evening for nearly an hour. How she doesn't notice my bright red cheeks or AJ's constant readjustment of his trousers, I really don't know. Finally, I am saved by a text from Jake saying he was outside in the limo to take me home. AJ walks me out, placing a lingering, chaste kiss on my lips before I open the car door to an overexcited Jake bouncing on the back seat. "Oh my God, tell me every fucking thing!" The following weekend, AJ and I are sitting on my bed, choosing what to watch on Netflix, while Jake fusses about what to wear for his date with Layla. After the 6th time of us telling him he looks great as he parades back and forth between our bedrooms, he finally settles on his original outfit. He settles himself on the bed between the two of us, and I roll my eyes at AJ behind his back. AJ chuckles, trying to cover it up with a cough when Jake scowls at us. "Oh, I see how it is now. I get my best friends to actually see that they are freaking perfect for each other, and then I get iced out. Fan-fucking-tastic," he huffs, crossing his arms. "Now, Jakey, you know you'll always be my #1 guy." I pull him into a hug. "But get out of my room right now because you are cock-blocking me like a motherfucker," I hiss into his ear. He cracks up with laughter and retreats backward out the room with his hands held up in surrender. AJ shuffles closer to me with a smile and puts his arm around my shoulders. Jake shouts out his goodbye up the stairs a few minutes later. We settle back into watching a documentary on Bob Dylan. We slowly shift on the bed until AJ is lying behind me, his back up against the wall, his one arm propping up his head and the other one draped over my waist. My dad shouts up to me a while later that he and James are going out for a few drinks. As soon as the front door slams shut, I'm suddenly acutely aware of the fact that we are alone in the house. And even more aware of the fact that his hand is slowly sliding my top up so his thumb can trace small circles on my stomach. His hand travels higher, and my back involuntarily arches, brushing my ass against the growing bulge in his jeans. He leans forward and starts kissing my neck, moving his hand even higher until his thumb brushes over my bra. I let out a small gasp, and he pauses. "You okay with this?" he murmurs. I nod silently, my mouth too dry to respond. My body feels alive for the first time. It feels like electricity is pulsing from his touch onto my skin. He places his lips back onto my neck, and I hum at the sensation. He pulls my bra cup down under my breast and twists my nipple between his fingers, making me moan and grind against him. I feel his lips pull into a smile against my skin. He slides his hand back down my body, slipping his fingers underneath the waistband of my shorts. His long fingers glide over my slick center. "Let's get these off, huh?" His voice is husky with desire. He quickly pops the buttons open and helps me shimmy them off, together with my panties. He quickly slides his hand back between my legs, lifting one of them over his hip, opening me up. He pushes his fingers gently inside me. "Still okay?" I think I nod, but the delectable sensation of his fingers filling me is overtaking my entire thought process. I start to grind on his hand, and he responds with a steady come-hither motion inside of me. I feel an orgasm growing. "I'm gonna—" My head falls back onto his chest as my body pulses around him. "Oh, God!" I'm aware of him moving behind me and the rustling of clothes, and then I feel his hard length press against me. He positions himself at my entrance and slowly pushes in. He pauses, both of us breathing hard, letting my body adjust to his size, and then starts slowly moving. The tempo of his movement steadily increases. He grips my leg under the knee, lifting it higher as he pounds into me. I reach behind me, gripping his hair tightly. "Oh, God, Gina!" He moves his fingers back to my mons, rubbing the special spot. His movements start to get sloppy as I feel another orgasm slowly build. My body explodes around his cock, and I feel him still inside me. "Fuck," he whispers into my hair. He slips out of me, and I feel empty without him there. He slides out from behind me, and I watch him tie the end of the condom I'd not even noticed him slip on, chucking it in the bin as he walks out to the bathroom. I roll onto my back, not able to keep the massive grin off my face. It may not have been my first time having sex, but it was my first time making love with someone who cared about being with me. AJ pads back in and smiles down at my grinning face.
You okay?
He offers me some toilet paper to clean up with. I'm fan-fucking-tastic!
Jake Nelson. Sitting in the shitty plastic chairs at graduation, feeling like a total tool in the stupid cap and gown we have to wear, I look around at my friends. Next to me is Andy, who returns my grin. A few chairs down is Drew, his blonde hair looking almost white in the bright sun. In the row in front is PJ, who, as normal, is flirting with his girlfriend Katie. And up on stage is my best friend, Georgina Evans. She waves excitedly at me when she notices me looking at her and blows a kiss toward Andy, who pretends to catch it and put it in his pocket. Yup. After 3 years of hating each other, all it took was 1 year with yours truly for them to fall madly in love. Andy is the only dude I would ever trust with my George, especially after all the shit she went through. It was a tough battle between them for valedictorian, with the teachers having to bring it down to attendance to choose between the two because their grades and test scores were identical. George deserved it, in my humble opinion. Up in the crowd of friends and family, I find my dad and Jimmy, and next to them is my girlfriend, Layla. I still can't believe I found a girl who looks so much like Winona Ryder in real life. No way I am ever gonna let her go. Andy nudges me, pulling my attention back to George as she walks up to the podium to give her speech, excellently edited with my help. I've heard the speech so many times that I phase out, playing with the loose threads around the holes in the knees of my jeans. I still can't believe next year the 3 of us are going to San Fran State. My dad is overjoyed that I am graduating from school, let alone going to college. He and Jimmy announced that they had extra money saved because I managed to score a scholarship, so they rented the 2 of us an apartment close to the campus. Next year is gonna be awesome.